Good morning, USA. Good morning, world. Thank you for being with us today. Day 2, Imagine USA Virtual Show 2021, and of course, live from Graphi, Castle Ceconi. So, if you were with us yesterday, you had a blast, I'm sure. At least I have it. I had to tell you, I was blown away by the quality of the contents that we shared yesterday. Our speakers, our photographers, our fellows are just incredible, and the passion, the love they put in sharing their knowledge is just outstanding. I hope you had the opportunity to listen to their master classes, so Mauricio Arias Mora, Sarah Edmonds, Bob and Don Davies, and the explosive Julia Keller. But today, even more contents, more guests, more live sessions, photo critiques. But before we go there, I want you to come with me, and I want to show you a little bit of the surroundings of this beautiful castle. So we leave the dungeon, the cellar, and we go in the backyard. But actually, saying backyard doesn't give justice to this beautiful scenery. Look around you. Okay, I'm brave enough, I'm insured. I tell you, it's pretty freezing cold, but you know what? It deserves a little effort. So this is where, we have our fountains here. You can tell under the snow. This is where you can enjoy this narrow but yet lovely valley. Behind you, all around, this incredible building built 150 years ago by the Count Giacomo Ceconi. You can tell it's a kind of neo-Gothic style. It's an amazing architecture, quite articulated, and all around Forest Ceconi, which has the same name as the Count, and it belongs to the property. So, by the way, this is something I want to give you a sneak peek. There will be soon an initiative about this forest. I can't disclose more. I'm sorry, stay tuned with us. In the next following weeks, we will share more about that. So, ready to go? We have plenty of contents to share with you in day 2. Maureen, Jeremy are waiting in our first Zoom call of the day. Guys, line is to you, and I'll be back with you in a matter of few seconds. Just let me get in. I'm freezing. See you soon.
Good morning, Maureen. Good morning, Maurizio. Good morning, Dario.
Good morning, everybody.
So yes, we had a really busy day, and we are going to have a busy day today for day 2. For all of you joining, we're waiting for Dario to come in, but we're organizing this event with and around the Imaging USA. So if you haven't registered, it's not too late. We have incredible speakers. There's Dario. We have an incredible day at Graphistudio for the live. This morning we have we have Ben Chrisman and Aaron. We have Jerry at the end of the day. So another day. So let's just join Dario in. Good morning, Dario.
Good morning, Maureen. How are you today?
I'm fabulous. We had a great day yesterday.
You bet. It's been amazing. I tell you, the energy in the castle, the whole team, we were so excited. And as you can imagine, there's a lot going on behind the scene, especially in the prior days, and especially when you move things and machines complicated like this in a relatively short notice. So it's been like, wow, zooming in up to the castle, and our team delivered once again. So I'm so humble and happy to be part of that. And I can't thank them enough. They're really working hard. We are going to sleep very late every night, but every morning they're more, excited and committed to deliver.
It was a brilliant day yesterday, and particularly watching the shoots for Maurizio, who's with us here, and Sarah Edmonds, and watching the comments coming through. Everyone's desperate to see the images from yesterday. Maurizio, I know you're going to be doing something about that today, aren't you?
Yes. So after the photo shoot that I did yesterday, I'm going to download all the photograph, and we're going to go through the whole shoot, and I'm going to show my workflow, and I'm going to show my outtakes and why I picked that photo. They were going to work, and then I'm going to go through Lightroom so people can see from the beginning to the end the whole process, and then see everything,
And-
you know.
And I know from a lot of the comments there, everyone's really excited to see Sarah's pictures as well. And one of the things that came across, like, we want to see what's coming out of there. You know, it's great to see the shoot, but you want to see the results of this. So Sarah's going to be doing the same thing as well. Is that right, Daria?
Yeah, that's precisely right. And she's going to be live, let me say, in 20 minutes, if not less. And yeah, she's going through the pictures, the process, the culling, the editing on Lightroom. And I tell you, I had the opportunity to see some of the shots already. And well, you're going to have fun. I would agree. We all want to see, how this magic happens in this super artist that we are hosting here. Can create with our cameras. It's just amazing. The creative approach of Mauricio and the classic fine art approach of Sarah. So you are going to have fun with both today.
And Maureen, I know that you mentioned that we've got Cassandra Jones from Noelle Mirabella a little bit later on, but you're going to be talking about some new product too. Is that right? That she's been working with you guys on.
I mean, so again, just the schedule this morning, and I'll touch on that, Jeremy. So for all of you, again, tuning in today, shortly we have Sarah Edmonds, and then we have Mauricio. That's going to be on today at 11:33. So I know a lot of you yesterday wanted to know specific times so you can organize your schedule. Today happens to be Martin Luther King Day, and so we have businesses that are closed. So this is a great opportunity for you to fill in the void as you have your kiddos at home, and you might have been home anyway, like I do, with home virtual distant learning. But what a great way for you to use that valuable time today to learn from some of our industry's finest. And don't forget, Graphistudio is offering a show promotion. So if you're tuning in, make sure you check that out. You have to go and register the form when you're on the Graphi YouTube Live, or go to the Imaging USA and register. USA, register, go to the Graphi booth, and you can reach out to me and Jeremy or anybody at Graphi if you have questions. So with Cassandra, we have been working really hard on this innovative dry mount program. And Cassandra is both in the US closed Facebook group and the group for Canada. And you will see beautiful examples of what product we have been working with her on. We're going to touch on that just a little bit with Cass today. She's going to be talking about storytelling, photography, and her work. She creates magic, and she's just a wonderful.
Maureen, I had the opportunity a few times to walk around in some print competitions, with both Cass and Kelly Brown. So, the three of us were just browsing around and commenting pictures. So you can imagine, it's just amazing to see how these incredibly talented artists envision, engineer, design their shots way before going to the studio. And it's incredible how Cass can condense such an elaborated concept in a single shot, and let alone her signature kind of style, which became so popular now in our industry, and it's just all deserved.
What's interesting, Dario, is she'll spend months and months on the detail for the photo shoot. And that's what I'm excited for all of you to learn a little bit more about today. And Cass was chosen as one of the photographers to represent the Photographers Cup in Rome, but with COVID, unfortunately, was unable to attend. And of course, the Munos were going to be there. We're going to hear from the Munos on Tuesday as well. So, a great addition to the Graphi family as usual, right?
I think something weird happens for the Munos, right?
Yes, for sure.
Well, something that I'd like to point out is the fact that I see all these different type of photographers, different approaches in photography, and see like Graphi has a place for everybody. And it doesn't matter like the way you photograph and everything, you can always find your place in Graphistudio family. And like yesterday, I was talking with Ben about the shoot, and he saw me photographing, and saw Sarah as well. And we photograph in the same space, but the photos are like totally different, and we both actually, have share the same family. So it's beautiful to see the diversity.
Yeah.
And then we can all have it, feel in home with Graphi. Yeah.
Well, wise words.
At the end of the day, we have Jerry. And so if all of you want a little bit of pick me up today, You have to tune in. Jerry will be speaking at 4 p.m. East Coast time. So make sure you schedule that because you're going to want to make sure you listen in. And we have a couple of surprises with Jerry too that we're going to be talking about with his collection that we're working on. If you were at WPPI, you've had a chance to get a sneak peek, but we'll talk a little bit about that, I'm assuming too, right, Dario?
Yeah, exactly right. We will go through these elements that are going to be featured in the upcoming Jerry Ghionis collection. And so it seems that we are pretty busy today. There's a lot to speak about. There's a lot to share, a lot to absorb. And as Mauricio said, I'm just grateful that, beside the different approaches, techniques, flavors, backgrounds, and disciplines, we are, blessed to be here and see everything like a crossroad, everything going through the pages of our books, or the crystal clear images on our wall arts and everything, just to give justice to great artists, great photographers, and in general to the passion and the shared love we all have, which is photography. So thank you for being with me today as well, guys. And I let you go, and I'm ready almost for the introduction of the day. We will reprise a little bit day one. So we will start with the short overview, product overview. Mauricio will be with me as well, and see you soon then.
Ciao.
See you guys soon.
Ciao.
Bye.
Ciao.
Avete l'audio di Dario?
Maurizio, tu sei più vicino qua?
So, good morning again, gang. Welcome to the product overview, which is a sort of kickstart of the day, like we did yesterday, day one. Day two, I want to start from here because for those of you that missed yesterday, it's important to see that things are moving forward and there are many more opportunities coming along this year. With me today, I have the pleasure to have our friend Mauricio, who will provide actually his photographer's point of view. And so let's go through this incredible program. Well, I think that many of you are quite familiar with the Young Book concept. The Young Book has been a revolutionary product, and as even the name suggests, it's meant to be the choice of young couples. Why is that? Because we thought since the beginning that a presentation box bundled with a very nicely printed book would have been well received, and in fact, it became a sort of bestseller almost instantaneously. But as any product, it's evolving into something new. And you will see that, for instance, you can print on leather, and the same subject can be wrapped on an entire box as well. So this creates a combination, an explosive, super hyper creative combination for your bundle. Here, this is super creative, but you can also be very, very healthy and organic if you want to go with the natural linen fibers with beautiful pastel colors and create soft combinations as well. Same product, but completely different principles, exactly as we were talking about before a few minutes ago.
Yes.
With Mauricio. So many different approaches and styles and genre that can be crossover and blend together with these products.
So I was thinking right now about the branding, about like how to be consistent with my brand and how I want it to be perceived, right? So, for example, in Chrisman Studios, we like leather, right? That's something, and we like something that is maybe minimalist, but like simple, but at the same time that it looks, resilient, something that will last, because we want to guarantee that people, we're going to have something like this forever. I have a question actually. So how, do you guys say how long will last or you have some?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for the question. Our products come with a lifetime guarantee, so basically there is no possible production defect.
That's amazing. That's
and whatever
amazing.
happens, we are there to support. With that being said, you're right. When you go for leather, basically, it will last forever.
I was curious. I was like, I know this album. This is my album.
I've seen it before.
I've seen it before. Yeah, these are my photos. Yeah.
Yeah, and you see.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. This is one of my albums actually. Yeah.
But even teeny tiny details that are not that tiny in the end that makes it classy, timeless, and durable, like you said. For instance, I love this square spine, which we recently introduced. Yeah. Also, I'd say with your contribute and your help and many other photographers that are more prone to this kind of binding rather than our traditional round spine, which is of course the other option. Yeah. So the two things you can see changes completely the overall look of the product. But it's an option. It doesn't actually interfere with the colors, materials, and everything. So I'm just thinking right now about this. So I want to preserve, the style and the brand, but now I'm shooting babies. So let's think about that. Like now I'm expanding, I'm diversifying. I'm not shooting only weddings. Now I'm shooting, pregnancy, and I'm shooting kids and family and babies. So, but I also want to keep the leather. So I'm looking at right now to this. Yeah. Thank you for the assist. Yes. This is possibly the thing that I love the most. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Those upcoming. So the storybook. The storybook is a lovely concept that comes in different shades of leathers and materials, and with this stitch on the spine, with this sort of portfolio kind of look, is just adorable in my opinion. Yeah. And as you can tell, you were naming newborn or families and kids, and exactly that. I personally love leather, like everything that is leather. I really because love. Presentation is a lot of the story. Let me show you an option that will be released as well as with the storybook. So a nice envelope, leather-like or real leather, like in this case. This is a distress, sequoia leather. I love this with a brownish, warm, greenish tone, and with this beautiful handmade closure. Inside, you have your storybook. In my opinion, that's exactly what vibes and sings with people out there, especially now, especially for a family session, or newborn session or pregnancy.
And I know that we will not talk about pricing, but honestly, when I knew, because I know exactly like how much this might cost as me as a photographer, it's insane that you can actually have this like quality.
Okay,
literally, and it's like
I want to disclose a sort of argument we had in the comment, because I was like, what? No, this can't be the pricing.
Yes, I know, it's crazy.
I was blown away, like you said, blown away. This is going to be hot bread.
Yes, I know. People are gonna love it.
Yeah. And so, but you see, the same material and even the same finishing can be replicated onto different products.
Yeah.
So no matter what, you become the family photographer. So you might have shot their weddings, and maybe a year later you will shoot their kid, right? And maybe the whole family in a couple of years, or the new pet in the house. Something that we in Chrisman Studios will want to have a collection, like for people to have it. For example, this first year, the anniversary, the second year, you have build the library of their life. That's amazing. Something like that. So we can actually create that line and talk with you guys and to have a specific like style, color, material, and because that's the reason that resonates with branding.
Right, exactly. We want to be consistent.
Exactly what to be consistent, and your clients know that when they come to the Chrisman Studio, they're gonna have that style, that love. Not only that, but over time it will be consistent. Not only that, but in case they order a wall art or a box or a book or whatever, there will be always a red line, connecting everything and making sure that there is your sign, your artist sign, as well as the studio branding reflecting on everything. And that's exactly why I'm so excited about the technologies that we are featuring. We will talk even later about the new machineries that we recently acquired and why we did it. We did it to offer this consistency throughout an even wider program that will give you more options, more opportunities to grab what's going on out there. Yes, I want to know a little bit actually about the portrait box, because this is something that I now that I'm like decorating the house, for everything, and then I'm thinking more and more what to hang and what to have really all the time like next to me, because I found the specific pieces that I really connect with in a personal level. So it's going to be so easy for me really to offer this to my clients, because I feel like you need to find something that you resonate in a personal level and believe in it really, truly. For then you've said, this is good for you because it's good for me. You know what I mean? Yeah. You will convince them, so to speak, in a much more effective way, because you actually are not convincing them. No. You're sharing with them something that you love first and foremost, right? So that makes a whole difference in even the selling process. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? We think that clients feel that. They feel the difference. They sense that something different in the air. You're not pushy. But you're actually excited and you can't wait to share with them something. Yes, and then I love the fact that you guys have I don't know how much, but the diversity and the spectrum of everything that is, or if you don't have it, you will make it. Honestly, if it doesn't exist, but I feel like if you can imagine with Graphi, you can make it. Yeah, that's kind of like how it goes. Sometimes photographers call us or send an email like, "Hey guys, I have an idea, but I know it sounds kind of crazy. I want to use, I don't know, maybe a specific fabric or a leather or something or a new paper, what?" And they say, "Do you think it's feasible?" And usually the answer is it foldable? Okay, so so it's feasible. We can grab the thing, we can bend the spine, we can put together the pages. And since while I'm talking, I see that you're gravitating towards magazines, which come with a spectacular quality, honestly. Yes, I actually, as a material for marketing material, but also as something that an extra income that you can have as a photographer, is actually offered to print this for other vendors as well. Oh yeah.
So I think I'm just thinking all the time, all my friends, all the conversations that I have with a lot of people about like how do you do a lot. So the fact that you guys all have the options, this type of qualities that you can have. You like every photographer can have their own magazine and partner with different vendors, different places where you can, distribution, and then also do it for them as well.
Absolutely, that's essential. You have to cultivate your territory.
Yeah.
You have to create allies. You have to create synergies with, like you said, with other vendors that are in your field or simply just close to you, and you never know, there might be interactions.
Yeah, actually, one of the strategies that we were using, Tramontina Studio did. They create their own magazines and they send it to the wedding coordinators. So because like right now, probably wedding coordinators are getting a lot of emails. But if you send something like this with your portfolio or something
It's a different tier, right?
Exactly, like you definitely they will differentiate yourself right away.
Yeah, definitely. And then again, I can't say it enough. About branding means that you have to be current. Everything about you must be cohesive and current and delivering the same quality, which doesn't mean going always super duper, but it means care and attention to details.
Yeah.
Because that's what people feel. When even the tiniest thing has been designed and thought and conceptualized with attention, means something to people.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like it looks so luxurious sometimes. The people might think it's super expensive, but it's not. It's just well done. With taste. That's all it is.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
And in this case, Alice and Lisa with Tramontina Studio, they did a spectacular work.
Yes.
In that respect, because they actually didn't. They didn't take anything that is not yet in the program.
Yeah,
it's all there.
It's all there.
They have just put together the different Lego bricks, if you
Exactly.
will, and they have defined their own branding. And that's exactly the exercise that I beg you to do, because that will make the whole difference in your business, even more so now. Yeah,
this is this is a parent book.
Yeah.
They do, and what they do is to replicate exactly the same book, but in a small size. And the square, I really love square books. It looks really cool, really.
It's funny because you said, I sense that you said this is a parent book, and in between the lines, well, like, would you believe it? It's a parent book. Like,
it's just open it, so people will realize this. Is exactly the same book. It's just like a small version,
right?
Yeah, and the same quality of printing, everything that you have inside.
But it's incredible because you don't even need to provide two different layouts. So spend more time designing things. It's just exactly a replica, smaller. Yeah. And you know what? Usually, parent books are hardback books like this, right? So, which is great. Yeah. Works perfectly fine. Yeah. Okay. But guess what? You can upscale this up to this solution. Yeah. Still the same layout, still the same goal, parent copies, but see the range, how it goes from the hardback cover up to the exact replica of the main book. This is creating added value for the studio and even more importantly for the couple. Yeah.
No, actually having that conversation with a couple, I point that out to them and say like, well, Mom and Dad pay for the wedding. I think they should have at least one album for them. I think it's fair for them to have a nice album, And then they're gonna love it actually. Yeah. So it's a no-brainer.
But sometimes that's exactly right. These parents,
this is happening.
Poor people, they are paying and supporting their, this event. They really deserve something nice. Definitely, I agree with you. The Ceconi line, the Ceconi line is a completely different word and even a different brand, because Ceconi will be a spin-off brand of Graphistudio for the high couture. So what in Italy we call alta moda, so the kind of fashion industry oriented line. And you see here one of the concepts. We actually begin this process, this creative process, kind of 10 years ago or so. And so it's been work in progress for some time now, and finally we are ready to unleash this completely different line of products, which is clearly made on fashion, details, materials.
So you might have like a season like
Exactly.
okay.
It will be more like that kind
Like
of
matching the fashion world.
Yeah.
You know, I have friends that are videographers as well as photographers. You know, and I personally always love to make a slideshow. You know, because the storytelling part is very important to me.
Yeah.
Right. So I know that when I first saw it and you guys did it, I was like, this is crazy, but I love it. You know. So I just did it.
And you know, it's been a great thing to put together, because initially photographers were like, but I'm a photographer. Why should I why? Because you can bundle together everything and add value and give them the opportunity to enjoy the videography and the photography as well.
Yeah, I don't do video, but we do have a videographer in the house, right?
Exactly.
But I do a slideshow. So, and actually the slideshow, the presentation of the slideshow, when we do it, people get very emotional with this. It's something that really they connect with this, you know.
Right.
And also this is a conversational piece. When people have it in their home, it's something that they will show to everybody in their house.
Yeah. So, Mauricio,
Yes.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And we will talk more with you in your session. And now it's time to roll right into the business meeting room, where Sarah Edmonds is waiting for us and to give a lecture and the photo critique about the shooting that she had yesterday. So, see you in a few minutes. Before that, a small video, and see you with Sarah Edmonds. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rich Marchisotto. I have a studio here in New York. I'm a second-generation photographer, and I've been in this industry ever since I was a kid, going to my parents' studio and learning about studio operations and photography from my dad. Well, to me, being a Graphistudio customer kind of makes me feel like I'm part of a very passionate and creative family that is always striving to create new and innovative products of the highest quality and to make us stand out in the marketplace. I really believe that this is Graphi's culture, both in Italy and here in the United States. Here in the US, my rep is Lisa Larkins, who's constantly giving me ideas of how to customize our orders to kind of make us stand out in our marketplace. I really love what Maureen has been doing, having Zoom webinars with world-class photographers, sharing their ideas of photography, marketing, and sales throughout this period. It's been very inspirational. I can't think of any other vendor that's as dedicated to the professional photographer as Graphi. I recently had a really great experience with a client with a photo session I did. It was for a prom. The parents wanted the kids to remember this time in their lives. Even though the proms were canceled, and they still wanted these kids to remember this time. So I showed up at the session. I had never met the guy before. The parents of the girl were clients of ours. The guy came up to me and said to me, he'd never worn a suit before. He hadn't been photographed professionally since he was 4 years old. And he was very shy, and he also hated the way he looked in photographs. So I started the session, parents were looking, and when I was photographing him, I would show him on the back of the camera how he looked. And he said, wow, I really look good in these photographs. I never thought I could look this good. And his mother was behind us watching, and she told me later on that he just lit up when he looked at those photographs. So when his mom came in for the sales consultation, I created a slideshow for her, about 40 or 50 photographs of him that I had done. And she was sitting there looking at the slideshow with tears rolling down her eyes. And when it was over, she said to me that she was a single mother of 3 and that her ex-husband had always belittled this kid, made him feel worthless, and it made him very shy, so he had no confidence whatsoever. But seeing those photographs, he said to his mother, he looked really amazing, so she felt he looked confident in these photographs. So after the slideshow was over, what I do in Fundy, I do my slideshow in Fundy, and at the end of the slideshow, I create several wall groupings from that session. The mom picked a wall grouping with 6 canvas pros we're going to make for her that she can be hanging in the house when he comes home from school in November. She really thinks it's going to uplift him and make him feel great to see himself on the wall like that. So being a graphic customer is this and everything else, and so many more things. It is their dedication to the photographer. It's a dedication to quality and the dedication to unique products to make us stand out, to make us successful. So thank you, Graphi. I'm really glad to be part of your family, and I'm really glad to be a partner with you. Thank you so much. I love everything you do.
And welcome back. As I promised you, we are going to dive in the first photo critique of the day with Sarah Edmonds. So yesterday, Sarah had the opportunity to shoot our model Catherine all around the castle, inside, outside, but the main shooting was in the shooting bay here on the first floor, and you possibly saw how to create the magic in a beauty portrait. So Sarah, it's now the time to dive in your artistry, your imagery, and see what you actually could carve out from the shooting of, that you had with Catherine. I saw something already. I won't spoil, but I saw something that actually gave me goosebumps. So enjoy the next hour with Sarah Edmonds. Sarah, thank you for being with us today as well at the Castle Ceconi for Imaging USA Virtual Show 2021. Sarah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Welcome everybody. And we're so happy to be able to come to you in your homes, even though we can't all be together. But even though we can't all be together, please, I want this to be an interactive thing. So if you have questions or you want to participate, please just fire the questions away and somebody will get them to me as I'm working. I would love to answer them.
Sì, l'abbiamo messa perché aveva bisogno.
So, this is a critique. I love the way that it's called a critique and not a presentation, because that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to look at everything I shot, and it's always a bit high pressure shooting in front of a camera, in front of everybody live, so you never really know what you're going to get. But the opportunity here is that we can all learn from things that worked and things that didn't work, and you can decide for yourself what you want to take away from it, what you think worked and what you want to use in your own work. So my aim was to take classic techniques to create a classic portrait, using what is known as classic beauty lighting techniques that you can then apply in a different manner to, for example, headshots or commercial work, which is what I do in my own work. And as Dario said, I also took the chance during the day, because we were shooting late at night, so there was no daylight whatsoever, so it was studio only when we were live with you. I grabbed Catherine and we went for a little recce and went around the castle to grab a few shots. So if we have time, I'd love to show you what we came up with, because we had really good fun. So let's take a look at, I'm going to show you the good, the bad, and the ugly. But we'll start off with what we did in the studio so that we can see what worked, what didn't, why I was going after what it was I was trying to achieve, because this is really important, shooting with intention, I believe. Rather than just sticking up a light, flashing away and jumping around all over the place trying to see what works. What I've tried to do myself over the past few years is to slow down and try to ensure that I'm getting what I want from the shoot. Now, clearly in a real life shoot with a client, it's going to be a lot longer. I'm going to be shooting over a lot longer period and not just an hour. So what we're going to see is fairly limited in that we didn't have any costume changes or anything like that. We used a few cheeky props to liven things up. And as Catherine is actually a musician, I really wanted to use that and try to give her something that she could use in her career as well. So let's take a look at where we started. Okay, so here are, actually I'll go forward a little bit. I just took a few test shots before we started with the hat. I was just testing out my lighting sessions. And as you see here, I'm very happy with the lighting setup as it's working at the moment, but obviously we haven't got the expression or anything, any kind of composition going on. But I was just testing out what I was going to do. And then I realized that what I really wanted to do was create a one-eye effect. So we had one eye hidden. And Catherine absolutely loved this shot. So the client loved this shot, and she can't wait to have it, which is always great. Here I did a quick Lightroom conversion. So I'm known, as I'm also a retoucher by profession, and not only a photographer, I also retouch and edit for other photographers. I'm known for my fine art, detailed, sometimes quite elaborate retouching when it comes to portraiture, but that's not always necessary. As you can see here, all I've done is I love the film noir look of this, and I love the fact that even though it was a test shot, because it was a test shot, she's looking quite stiff, and that's fine because it really suits the image, I think. So here I've used my own black and white preset. I love a really, really punchy black and white. So I always really up the contrast. Now, you need to be careful. So let's look at the histogram. Whenever I'm working, I always keep an eye on the histogram if it's going to be printed. Because if it's not going to be printed, it's fine. All we care about is what it looks like online. And very often, we don't care if the black's got a pure black. That's fine, as long as it's a considered choice, if that's what you've chosen to do, and it's not a mistake, so that when you come to print, you say, why is there 3/4 of the image black? And you don't understand why. So in this case, I can see that by just hovering over the little arrow at the bottom of the histogram, I can see that we've got a lot of pure black in the image. So I've probably gone a little bit too far with the contrast. So if I were to print this, I'm going to assume that we are. Let's take a look at the before and after. So this is the straight out of camera shot on the left. And if we look at that, we can see that actually if we bring, as it's slightly underexposed, all we have to do is just raise the exposure slightly, and all of the detail will be there. And we're working in RAW here. This is Lightroom, this isn't Photoshop. So we've got plenty of leeway here. It just so happened that I wanted to make this look very film noir. I've made the decision to let a lot of it go to black because I'm not interested in what's going on in Catherine's dress here. All I'm interested in is her face and her hair and the shape of her hat. So that's why I've made that deliberate choice. If I wanted to get detail in the blacks, we would need to bring down the contrast, possibly bring up the exposure and the shadows, or just start again. So that's the reset. And here you can see we've got a tiny little bit of clip blacks, but all we need to do to bring it into Photoshop is just recover what we've lost. Maybe bring down the highlights slightly so that, because we've got a contrast between a very, very pale skin and this all black outfit. So there are two ways of working in Lightroom. One is how you saw the image before, the black and white, in that that's my finished piece. I'm going to put that on Instagram. It's got that black and white noir feel, really contrasty and punchy. It's ready to go. I export it as a JPEG, I publish it, it's finished. That's it. A completely different process happens if I'm going to be retouching, in which case I use Camera Raw or Lightroom, it's the same thing, they have the same tools, to prepare the image for retouching, and then I put the final contrast and finishes in black and white in Photoshop. Why do I do that? We have the entire range of information in the raw file only while we're still in Lightroom or Camera Raw. The minute we open in Photoshop, all of the decisions that we've made in Camera Raw or Lightroom get baked in. So all of the detail that we've decided not to use, all of the highlight detail we've decided not to use gets thrown away, gets discarded and opened in Photoshop. So the idea is to, if we're preparing for print, especially the kind of print where you want to see every detail in the black. What we want to do is recover as much as possible. Now in this case, you can even use, you see here now we've just got a tiny little bit of clipped blacks. You might want to consider if that's important to you or not. You decide. And it could be that just to bring up that little piece, we just use a brush, because we don't want to use a global adjustment that's going to affect her face. And let's see now. Okay, now we have no clipped shadows whatsoever. Okay, so going back to, let's look at the history. See if we can find, okay, there we go. So that was the look I chose for that particular image. Let's go through. I left that in just to show what a beautiful smile Catherine has. What a sweetheart she is. Okay, so my green card, and let me just show you why I use this, the green card. That's to get into America. Sorry, I meant the grey card. The grey card, there is a card that is 18% grey, and it enables us to, in Lightroom, to pick our neutral simply by clicking on that spot. Now, my screen is calibrated. It matches my editing monitor perfectly. This is my laptop that I carry around with me, but it's calibrated. My editing monitor is calibrated regularly, and this laptop matches that monitor perfectly. So calibration is important, but our eyes can still play tricks on us. This means that that is her correct skin tone. These blacks are pure black. So this is a really easy way. If you're shooting in the studio, you've got one click, and we now look at our color temperature, and we can see that that is the setting for the entire shoot. It makes things really, really simple. Now, I like to err on the side of cool. So it depends what it is. Once you've found your pure, neutral white balance, you can then play around as you like. You might like things slightly warmer, you might like things slightly cooler. I tend to like things slightly cooler. So I like a slightly cool image, so I will drop that very, very slightly, and we'll move on from then. So these are our initial test shots. Just using one light. I wanted to keep it simple. And here I was demonstrating how the shadow can be used to carve out the features of the face. So this is the ultimate classic lighting setup. One light. I was using a Godox AD300 Pro, which is, as you can see, perfectly adequate for the studio. One light, 300 watts. And it's a tiny little thing, battery operated, and I take it outside, inside. I use it in the studio, I use it outside, as I'm going to show you soon. Here we have the perfect little butterfly underneath her nose. As you'll see, it just takes the tiniest movement of the head to alter that perfect shadow. So we'll see later on how that works. Here we did a few more test shots. Here I showed how, without a reflector, we're carving out, keeping the light quite high, we're carving out her cheekbones. So I didn't want to fill in her face, because that's going to make her face look round. Now that might be something you want to do, especially with an older subject. You want to fill the light with fill the face with light, and flood the face with this beautiful light that's going to fill in any wrinkles, any bumps in the skin. You might choose that you want sculpture instead, in which case you might need a little bit of extra retouching afterwards, or it's a very young model subject or someone with perfect skin. And I think I showed you in the, so again, this is, let me just go back. There's a little bit of lag on the computer. This is the before and after. So this on the left is straight out of camera, and on the right is with just a few Lightroom adjustments. very, very little done there. You can see I've brought down the highlights very, very slightly, brought up the shadows very, very slightly, deepened the blacks a little bit, maybe a little bit too much. So what often happens is that for our eyes, we like a punchy look, and that's fine. As a retoucher, I often get requests saying, don't worry about the blacks. I want it nice and punchy. I don't mind if the blacks block up. That is the prerogative of the artist, as long as it's an informed choice and you know what you're doing. When I say know what you're doing, meaning you have decided that that's what you want to do. So this is the before and after in Lightroom. To prepare for retouching in Photoshop, I would just lighten the shadows slightly, just to recover enough detail in the blacks. Because once I'm in Photoshop, as I said, we want to keep as much information as possible so that when we open in Photoshop and everything that we haven't kept has been thrown away, we've got as much left to play with as possible. And we can always add contrast. It's very difficult to take away the contrast. So once the information's gone, it's gone. So if I were to deliver that straight away to my subject, I'd probably leave it like that. The black's nice and deep, even if they're clipped a little bit online. If this was going to be for print and was going to go on to be retouched in Photoshop, then I would lift up those blacks very, very slightly to ensure that nothing is, or very, very little is clipped. If anything is clipped, it needs to be something that you're absolutely not interested in. If it's a tiny corner of down in the corner of her dress, then you're probably going to, or you possibly might take the decision that that's not important to you. That's absolutely fine. So this is without the reflector. We then went to take a look. I zoomed in a little bit more. Again, no reflector. I'm going for hard shadows. You can see how hard that shadow is underneath her nose. I want to carve out these cheekbones. The sacrifice we make is that her porcelain skin, we can see every little lump and bump. So if we want to shoot fast and furious, reflection is going to be our friend. If you're happy to do a little bit of retouch, then you need to choose which one you want to go for. Now, this next one is the one we did with the silver reflector right underneath the light. And you can see the difference there. The silver reflector is so strong that it looks almost like a light in itself. Okay, we've still got the cheekbones carved out, but you can see that immediately that glow, and it gives that real headshot look, that real glow. It brings a real life to the eyes. It really lights everything up. The next one we tried was with the white reflector, which is personally my favorite. I like the silver reflector if I'm going for something really punchy and I'm selling beauty. There's going to be a lot of retouching. Look how soft and lovely this one is. She's got a beautiful soft expression. Let's look at the catch light. Here we've got the polystyrene filling in, and the light is still really high, giving us this nice carving out the cheekbones. The shadow's a little bit deep. We're almost touching the lip line, so we need to be careful, because all she needed to do was just bring her nose down slightly for it to be off where I wanted it to be exactly. And here is the result of the retouch of this one. Or is it? No, it's the next one. This one. Okay, there we go. So that's with the white reflector, and that's the retouch version. So here, what I was going for is a really glamorous Hollywood headshot. So a headshot with total Hollywood glamour to it. And we can take a look at what I did with that. If I can, I need to go and find, I need to scroll through. Let me find the number. What number is this? 556. No, it's not let. So let's open it and we can take a look at what I did. Okay, edit original, we'll be able to see the layers. That's another shot of Catherine as we were wandering around the castle. So while that's opening, let's carry on through. And then we moved out. Okay, another super professional, elegant headshot for a lawyer or professional. So the same beauty principles can be applied to a really professional looking headshot, but that's got real punch to it. Okay, this was, I kept this in just to show why I wouldn't keep this, this shot. This hand here and the other one, it's just not working. It's looking a little bit awkward. We're adding bulk to her frame. And so this goes on the reject pile, even though I flagged it to show you. This is why I wouldn't choose it. This hand is just bringing all of our attention down, and that really needs to be placed in a better way. By me, not by the subject, okay? Same with this one. Here we're starting to get a beautiful shape. This hand here, I needed to pay a little bit more closer attention to and have it tucked in. Oops, okay. Placed much more elegantly on her hip. But I really love the top part, and I think that's worth cropping in on. Moving on, we're going full length. And as you can see, that really small softbox was still quite enough to do a full length shot. The grid and the small size of the softbox is giving us this really punchy look, which I really love. And if you can see here, there's hardly anything done to the settings. Before and after, this is pretty much straight out of camera. I've just cooled it down a little bit. If we remove the light stand, turn it to black and white, it's gone super fashion and super Hollywood. Moving on, okay, here we're starting to get, the pose is starting to look better. I would prefer that hand more on a diagonal, a little bit more expression in her eyes, but I'm loving that light is just really looking so glamorous, and her shape and her hair is all working, starting to come together really well. Okay, here as well, her expression is bang on. So you can see here, it's a little bit blank. Here, her expression is just straight on. It's going straight down the camera. It's hitting us right between the eyes. What don't I like about the picture is her hands. I should have got her to either fold them into each other, put them on the side. I rarely have the backs of the hands showing. I was so busy looking at all different things that skipped my attention. So, but in a real life setting, that is something that I would fix. Beautiful expression. Again, I'm not happy about the hands, so I would probably crop this. I would probably crop these out and just have her hair and her head and shoulders. Then we moved on to, how are we doing for time?
25 minutes.
25 minutes, oh, I better get a move on. Okay, so then we started to have fun playing around with the hat, and what I wanted to do was just to create something glamorous, edgy, and fun using exactly the same light. And here what I've done, I very rarely do this. So that's the before and the after. I've just turned it to black and white, done a few Lightroom settings. There's no retouching gone on here. But what I've done here is I did a huge crop. Now, I hardly ever do this. I always crop in camera. However, I saw that I didn't like the hand. I could see the palm of the hand here. And I thought that cutting in like this was much more interesting. So this is something I would love to work on in more detail. I'd love to clean up the hair a little bit, clean up the skin, and I think that one's going to come out great. This is another one. This is great fun. Now, unintentionally, I've cut off her eyes, but I think it kind of works. I really like that. Another one with a little bit of a smile, and I've applied this film noir look to it. This is my own preset that I made, just some very simple, customizations to the Adobe monochrome black and white. I've applied a slight grain. Now, be aware, grain, now if you can, you see, once it's loaded, there's not very much grain at all. Be aware that grain is very destructive. So if you've got a super sharp lens and you've just got this beautiful clean lighting and you can see every little detail, and then you slap a heavy grain filter over the top, you're basically destroying all of that fine detail and that sharpness that you've captured in camera. So it can look great. Grain also works wonders on skin. So if you put a grain all over the picture, it will smooth out wrinkles, it'll make everybody look fantastic. However, it's extremely destructive, so use with care. This is a raw image, so there's nothing destructive has gone on here. I haven't opened it in Photoshop. I'm just playing around and seeing what looks good. And I think that the grain suits that film noir look. So here, this is, yeah, I've hardly done any changes here. I've just made it a little bit cooler, darkened it slightly. I'm going to work on this one, I think, because I think this one, retouched, is going to look great. Moving on quickly. It's so easy, just with the tiniest little tilt of the head. That's why you always need to keep an eye on what is going on in your camera and not just shoot, 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 because you need to be seeing if it's working or not. There's another one that I love where you can just see a tiny little hint of her eye. Moving on. This was all during our live session yesterday. Okay, and then we changed up completely. And I used a bigger softbox. I wanted to flood the face with light a lot more and make it a little bit softer. Here I've applied a black and white again. Let's look at the before and after. Here we've got this nice soft light that's really filling in. We've got, you know, we've lost those really, really hard dramatic shadows. I wanted to have something a little bit softer. And then we started to concentrate on her shape and placing the flute in a diagonal so that the whole thing worked as a composition. Then I moved the light around. I wanted to get a Rembrandt light. I'd been focusing on the butterfly lighting for almost the entire session. All I did was move the light around 45 degrees. If you move it around slightly, you get a loop light. If you move it around even further, you get a Rembrandt light. And all that happens is that the shadow of the loop, if you continue moving the light around to the side, the shadow joins the shadow across the chin. And the aim is to get this triangle. And here we've almost got it. It's kind of it's nearly meeting it, but it still works. I think this still makes a great picture, and this is one of the series. Okay, this one I like with her hand touching the top. And I love her expression in this one, so I'm going to choose this one to process for Catherine. This is the fashion model in Catherine coming out. She's done a lovely fashion pose here, which I think works beautifully. My only regret with that one is that she's turned her head so that we've got broad lighting, meaning that the largest side of the face that we can see has all of the light. I would have loved it if she'd turned the other way, or if the light had been on the other side and we could have had short lighting. It's just, I prefer the drama of the short lighting, but I still think it works great. The important thing is that her nose hasn't passed her cheek line. If it had, I would have binned it. So I've asked her to move around to face the camera. The expression I'm not entirely happy with. And then we moved on to this. I had this sudden idea that I wanted to create a silhouette just by moving the softbox round to the back of her. Now, because it's quite a small softbox, it's only 85 centimeters, we've created this sort of moon effect. So what I would love to do is I would just clean up the edges so that it looks like a perfect circle and work on that a little bit more in Photoshop. And here you can see I've just increased the contrast slightly to try to create more of a silhouette and play around with it a little bit more. But you can see, if you can imagine me just cleaning up the side of the round part of this softbox. I could also try to extend it, make it all white, but I think it's much more dynamic with this round. It almost looks like a moon. Here I've let the light bleed through slightly, and then I decided to do that even more. If we move on to the next ones, here I'm just trying to get some pure silhouettes. Okay, so what I did here was I got her to step closer to the light so that the light would wrap around her and we would get some light bleeding. And in fact, you can see it's just touching her cheek and molding her body slightly. So it's a completely different look. And again, I love this round, she's standing against the moon look. This is a crop. I was trying to find the right crop that would work with this one. So that's the full-size one. So I would say this is a really interesting play on a headshot, you know, a musician, but she wants something a little bit more artistic. So in the same session, all I did was move the softbox around, and all of a sudden, bam, we've got something that looks a little bit out of the box that she can use. There's another one. This is one that I'm gonna work on for my subject. I'm gonna clean this up, make this look like a moon. I'm gonna make sure her silhouette, we can see the line of her silhouette there. I'm gonna tidy up the bun of her hair slightly. And that is our live session. Now I'll just go back slightly and show you what we started to play around with outside. So we went outside. And bear in mind, these haven't been worked on at all. I've done a few exposure adjustments, but I've included the ones that, again, I've included the ones that don't work. Now, here my problem is she's not standing out enough, and she's not positioned properly. We've got 3 arches here, we've got our statues here, and she is in the wrong place. I've put her in the wrong place, or I've put myself in the wrong place. This was a test shot. So now I've tried to place her in the middle arch, in between the statues. This is starting to work a little bit better. And now I've decided to move her off to, instead of centering her, I've decided to move her off center a little bit. Now in post-production, what I would like to do is just give, let me see if I can, I was working on one when we just started. Some of the others. So I was full of great intentions in retouching all of these this morning, but okay. So here you can see what I've done is just I've darkened down the background a little bit and I've lightened up the subject. So that's the straight out of camera. I've also just straightened up the building somewhat. I'm a bit of a stickler for vertical lines. Got a thing about them. So yeah, I wanted to get the building in the background. We had some cars parked, so when that happens, you need to just arrange your framing slightly. And then I went on to my favorite, which is just focusing on the subject and letting the background blend out a little bit. It's lovely to have a beautiful landscape, but I'm all about the subject, and inevitably I'll do one that, for example, at a wedding, sometimes you have to. I shoot at a beautiful lake, and the clients always want a beautiful lake shot, but it'll usually be one, and the rest of them tend to be very, very portrait focused. That's just what I do. So here we're just playing around. There's a lovely pensive Catherine. And I personally really love those shots where we're focusing on the subject and we've got that shallow depth of field in the background. That's my style. It's something that I love. We went for a walk around the castle. We saw this fresco on the ceiling, and I was trying to find interesting ways of framing Catherine and also managing to get a little bit of fresco in as well. Here I'm just using exactly the same lighting setup as I did in the studio. I'm just walking around, taking my AD300 Pro around with me with the softbox. It's exactly the same lighting patterns. Here it's a Rembrandt light, so I've got the light off to one side. Exactly the same. I'm just walking around and I'm shooting outside and inside. A nice full length of Catherine. Again. These haven't been worked on, clearly, these are just straight out of camera. We saw this, this great chair and thought, let's have some fun here. Now I had my 8200 with a blue gel on it, and I thought, okay, let's experiment a little bit. I'm not one for gels and that kind of thing usually, but as it was such a plain black dress, white chair, white wall scenario, I just thought I'd give it a try and see what happened. So that's just I'm using my 8300 as my key light. Coming from the left, you can see the shadow. I'm using short lighting, I'm shooting into the shadows, and then I've got the blue gel light shooting against that white wall, and it's just giving that sort of cyan reflection. Okay, now I just tried to go a little bit wider, showing that open door just to give a little bit of depth. She looks like a very super professional lady here. Okay, and then we went up to the tower. And when I saw these mountains, I thought, okay, I need to absolutely have to show off my beautiful model against these mountains. Now, what I've done, what I've been trying to do is carefully place her either outside or inside the mountains. Okay, so here I've deliberately I'm using negative space. I'm putting her right down in the corner, and I'd probably crop this a little bit to make her even more in the corner. But I'm trying to use the mountain to frame her. Now I'm trying to use the sky to frame her. I've got her to lean forward slightly because I'm actually lying on the floor in the snow at this point. Again, these are not retouched, these are just straight out of camera. Here I wanted to get the turrets in a little bit and then use the mountain to frame her. And then I've switched to my favorite 70 to 200 millimeter lens. And I'm using again, I've got my 80-300 Pro with the 65 centimeter softbox gridded coming from the right. And again here I've tried to put her down in the third, so I've got lots of negative space with the snowy mountains in the background. Okay, I kept this one in just to show you what it looks like without the light. That's with the light, without the light. Catherine wanted a few fashion-y shots, so we just did some stuff for her. Again, same light, nothing has changed. It's all very simple, one light. Here I've added my blue gel. And we're back to the beginning. Now I just wanted to show you some okay, so this is one of my favorites that I'm going to work on, and this is another one that I'm going to work on. But I hope you found that useful, and I'd like to know if there are any questions.
So Sarah, when you say I'm going to work on it.
Yes.
What do you mean exactly? Well, what do you have in mind?
What I have in mind is...
Because you do editing as well, right?
Yes. Okay, so editing is, what I call editing is what happens in Lightroom. So Lightroom raw adjustments. If a photograph, I think, deserves special attention, I will open that photograph in Photoshop, and I will do a careful skin retouch and color grade in Photoshop. That's what I mean.
Okay. Are you planning to print anything out of this service?
I think so. I think the answer is yes.
I might sound interested in that, but yeah, you know what I mean. Because I saw, pictures in this shoot that actually really would deserve something unique printed either ways on a wallet or on a fine art paper. Because I know exactly seeing these files, which we stress again are not edited yet. They are straight on the camera, straight into Lightroom. So this is just a tiny adjustment that you did. For instance, this one,
Yeah.
Some of these are just, epic, and so a question that I had before for you is, would you offer a mix? For instance, let's make a simulation. So what if Catherine would be a normal client, so to
Yes.
speak? Okay, would you offer black and white and color pictures in the same reveal session, or would you go for one or the other depending on the style that you choose before?
If it's my client, I make the decision.
Okay.
I make the decision on whether I think a photograph should be black and white or not. However, I didn't hear because I wanted to show the black and whites direct fast in Lightroom.
Okay.
What I usually do is I do the retouch first, and then the black and white is a final layer that goes on top. So if for any reason they don't want that black and white, all I have to do is turn that layer off, and the retouched file is underneath, is all there.
Oh, all right, makes sense. Great. Also, you basically use just one light, just one artificial light.
Usually
right?
just
in this
one
case.
light, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you say usually.
Yeah.
What does it mean? Even in either ways, studios and outdoor shootings?
It depends. It depends what it is I'm looking for. Usually, I have a few go-to setups. I have a one light setup. I have a one light with a fill coming from above setup, and then I have another setup which is classic beauty. One beauty dish coming centrally and two rim lights coming from the rear pointing forwards. So it can be one light, two light, or three lights. But I would say that if I have to choose, it would be one light because it's just the most flexible, and it's what I can take with me to client facilities. I can't take three lights, huge strip boxes, three light stands to a client premises. I very often have to take one light, and I'll take one light and one reflector, and I've shot whole commercial jobs that way. Okay, and one practical question was, when you offer them the reveal session, let's say, so when it's time to see the result of the shooting, will you show them the files first, like a showreel or something? Will you show them already the things printed, like, frames on a shelf, or what? I've varied back and forth. My preference is to finish the files, take the risk, put the time in, and show them what is going to be the final result, what they're going to buy, because it's very difficult for them to say, imagine this level of retouch. They can't, so I do it and I invest that time. That's my choice. I know that many people have much more volume and they don't do that, which is absolutely fine. I have a lot of clients who will, sometimes with an entire wedding album, they know the client and they know that the client will reject any unretouched files. So they take the risk in retouching the files, knowing that the client will be so happy they will want to buy those pages, they will want to buy those images. So yeah, it's something that I think sometimes has to be weighed up with the client in question. Yeah, I get your point. I mean, there is no strategy that fits them all, right? So it really depends on you as a photographer and the clients as well. And I see from my retouching clients, there are many different business models and everybody has a reason for those. And it can be volume, it can be the timing. They've experimented with timing and that fast timing is key. Now, if everything has to be retouched in an album, it's going to take a long time. So they would rather sacrifice that and choose speed instead. Some prefer to wait and show them everything retouched. So it's entirely personal, it's entirely individual, and every studio has come to their own conclusions about what works best for their clients. And speaking about editing, do you see that because of the times that we are living in, there is more attention now to editing, like there is maybe a little bit more time to think about that, so less volumes but more attention? Yeah, absolutely. And I think that people are finding more and more that it's helping a quality retouch, and I mean a quality retouch, is helping them differentiate between the millions of very capable DIY photographers out there. There aren't very many very capable, very skilled DIY retouchers. So it can sometimes be the difference between a professional product, because a professional product with fine art printing needs a beautifully edited picture to go into it. So more and more my clients are saying to me, no, go for it. I want the top level for this because this is going to be big, it's going to go on the wall. And that makes the difference between the client taking a cool iPhone picture and having it blown up and having a professionally retouched product printed on a professional finished product.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because even Julie yesterday, Julia Keller, during her masterclass, was mentioning, you know what's happening out there, that the home decor is booming, even the real estate is booming, because we are spending much more time now at home. And once you're there, you realize that maybe you would like to have a different arrangement or something, bigger and better. And you're right. At that point, we're talking about a new opportunity, a new deal, let's say, for photographers. But to grab it, in order to grab it, you have to deliver that kind of accuracy and quality. So that's why maybe so many photographers I see are much more attentive to the editing step in the workflow.
We're having to raise our game at every level, from the photography to the editing to the retouching to the product.
Yeah, and I tell you, when I see beautifully edited files like the one that you sent, I feel blessed, because I know that the technologies and the knowledge that our team is capable of is going to give justice to that. So it's like if we are literally helping and supporting and giving justice to your hard work, behind the camera and in front of the screen, so to speak. But like you said, this close the ideal circle.
Yes.
And actually, yeah, right. So and it matches the client's expectations, because when they are going to print a huge 30 by whatever, wall art, at that point, the professional work will make the difference. Yeah. Like you said, instead of a blow up file coming from wherever. So it's nice to see how you were designing the pictures, how you were visualizing some of the concepts, and you were actually, I saw you yesterday during the shoot session, you were intentionally moving things, details, and playing with lights, clearly thinking about the result on the media.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of difference.
Oh, yeah.
So, again, I can't thank you enough for being with us again for this live during Imaging USA Virtual Show 2021. Guys, I hope you have enjoyed this photo critique with Sarah Hedmans. Sarah, thank you again. There will be more photo critique, because even Mauricio is almost ready to comment his own pictures, and you will see a completely different content. And we were making fun with Mauricio before, because he said we were shooting exactly in the same spot, and you will see completely different results, which is the magic and the beauty of photography, isn't it?
That's why there's the two of us, to show the polar opposites.
And that's great, and that's why people hire professional photographers, because each photographer adds that 2 grams of special, I would say a special spell coming to life in your own fashion, with your background, bringing something of yourself onto the paper or the media of choice. So thank you again, and let's roll in with the next video sessions, and I'll be back with you soon, introducing some more products that I'd like to talk about. So thank you, Sarah. Thank you for being with us so far. See you in a minute. Enjoy the videos.
Well, it means a lot. It's a relationship that I'm very proud to be part of. Graphistudio is a company that's very passionate about the work that they create and the products they create. And very similar with my studio, I'm very passionate about my craft as well as the artwork that I'm creating. And so it's a relationship that bodes very well, and again, one that I'm very proud to be part of. Well, it's really made a difference in 3 ways. So the first is the product that I'm now offering. So when clients walk into my studio, they are absolutely blown away. They're telling me this is unlike anything they've ever seen before. And they just love the fact that it's handcrafted in Italy and just the whole story behind the artwork. It's also opened up new alliance opportunities for my business, as well as attracted a whole new level of clientele just because of the luxury nature of the artwork. The second are the incredible Graphi representatives that are reaching out to you to check on you. Incredibly helpful, always making sure that your artwork arrives in perfect form and just do an incredible job. And the third is the Graphistudios online community on social media. You know, everyone is there to celebrate your wins and is there to help you out as well when you need it. So it's been fantastic that way. So I'll share a recent experience. So a recent photo session with a wonderful single mom and her 2 children. And before we got together for the photo session, she shared with me that she loves having children that see the joy in life and how they've really become best friends during this time. And so at her photo session, that's exactly what I photographed. You know, her kids together, just sharing that joy and just enjoying the time together. And so when she came into my studio to view her artwork for the first time, she was in tears, happy tears. You know, she just absolutely loved how we were able to capture that joy that she was telling me about. And, you know, as a photographer, there is such a fulfillment to know that, you know, you've created something that is now going to bring joy to their home. That's going to, artwork that is going to take a prominent place in their home. And so every time they walk into that room, it just brightens their day a little bit more. So it's so awesome that way. Well, I would say the gift of time. So being able to take a step back and look at my business from a 30,000 foot level and really try some new things. So mentoring other photographers one-on-one has always been something that I wanted to set up in a formal way. And so during this time, I was able to do that. And it's been fantastic because I've been able to think more about why I do things a certain way, you know, what processes I have in place and really set up a better system. And so that's one gift that has come out of all of this.
Welcome back. So I promise you, we were going to explore a different, actually, market share, if you will, and a different cluster of products. So let me talk about the Go Book, the Baby Book, and the Storybook, as well as the Primo Book. These programs are, for many, still something that deserves more explanations and more words to explain the strengths of these incredible products. So I'm going to start from the Go Book, mainly because I love it and because it's just a great solution for so many tasks, projects, and price-wise, so many tiers. It's a very flexible, very bright concept that basically put together in a bundle, the box, a presentation box that could be also turned into a sort of a frame, and inside you have a beautiful book. So it's very, very flexible, and it helps you creating something complete, something expressive, something nice for a very, very affordable price point. So it's something that could go either ways for budget weddings as well as photo sessions with families, with newborn. It really depends on your strategy and your positioning. As Mauricio would say, it depends on your brand and the way you want to position your studio in the market. In my opinion, this is a great, great, great product. Don't forget that the same can come with the transparent lead as well as with a different version like this that comes, look at that, this beauty. It's sort of small wall art, like a crystal acrylic pro, kind of, with a linen, natural linen box, 3D print hangers. So I know what you're thinking about. Yes, that's exactly what it is. So it can go on the wall like that, right? But instead of being only a wall art, it's a convertible kind of product, and inside with the same mechanism as the transparent lid, you will find your beautiful book. So this is a clever concept in my opinion, and we will deliver this shortly in Q1. But still, it gravitates towards the Go Book family of books. Basically, the Go Book is a perfect bound photo paper album. Can go anywhere between 20 and 50 pages with a photographic paper or Tintoretto paper for a more, let's say, soft and feminine maybe touch. Speaking about this product, so speaking about the possibility to have a bundle between the box and the albums, let's go and speak about the smallest of our little programs that are smaller than others, but equally big as value. And I show you why. This is what we call the baby book. But look, despite it's a simple concept, it's a clamshell box with a book inside and the ribbon, it can be lifted to the next tier, literally, if you go creative and if you take the opportunity to use the touch paper. This is a lovely touch and feel surface that many of you are already familiar with, but look at that. Look at the accuracy, the definition, and the elaborated subjects that can be overprinted with a raised foil for a tactile feeling, and all of a sudden, what happened to be the smallest entry-level program becomes something super creative and ideal for an engagement session, like in this case, or for a newborn session, like in this case, again with this raised varnish UV fillings here. You can tell it's a nice texture that goes, you know, on the surface of the cover, as well as could go in the same way on the lid. So Baby Book is amazing because it comes in a variety of colors, and despite its lower budget, it brings you so many options and opportunities, even to convert the digital-only clients onto paper medias, and then start to take their hands into this creative journey and educate them to photography, to what doesn't mean photography, to printing photography appropriately, and create unique objects. Let me show you on a different side of this table the Primo book, which comes from anywhere between 100 and 300 pages. So it's made a special, I like to define the Primo book a book that speaks the digital language, because it comes with so many pages that you can put inside as many pictures almost as you like. So hundreds of imagery can be printed on this beautiful concept. And in this case, Jerry Ghionis' beautiful wedding. And there are many pages, many paper options, many sizes, and many materials to wrap your cover. So in this case, it's a maple, lovely soft touch material, eco-friendly, and as you can see, it resembles the wooden texture. But you can go with linen, you can go with photo paper, with touch paper. There are different options, and then again, it's really up to you to wrap and design your own album. This is designed to host as many pictures as you want. That's what I was saying before. And that's because we want you to possibly print the main album and maybe with a selection of the top super wow factor pictures, and then maybe give your clients even more pictures out of your shooting, and therefore having a large A3 size page full of pictures up to 300. So that's amazing. But speaking about amazing things, possibly my favorite, linen, natural linen, Japanese binding, handmade binding with the Amalfi paper. This is insane. I mean, I really love the texture, the feeling, the look and feel of this paper. It's thick, it's natural, it's cotton, it's pure raw cotton. And when you touch it, you can tell that it's completely different. And it is, because every page of this album, every paper sheet of the Amalfi paper is handmade in Amalfi. When I say handmade, I really mean it. So it's a family-driven business. Amalfi is known since the medieval age as the center of handmade cotton paper. And this long tradition, this heritage went through the centuries. And still now there are families driving their business, their family-driven business in their houses, producing this incredible paper. And you know what, it's funny because sometimes we scramble with orders, we call them, we want more quantity, more papers, and they say, you know what, this is the way we do it. We have always done it for centuries in this way. I'm sorry, but that's the quantity. So in a fast-paced world, Amazon-driven kind of social media world, it's funny when you are teleported back to the medieval age all of a sudden, and you say, oh, okay, let's plan it in advance. But this is just to make fun of myself maybe. But reality is that when you touch these kind of medias and papers, you literally feel that it's a different story. Your clients will feel it and perceive it as completely different than anything else they might have seen out there, especially online. And speaking about the Amalfi paper and this retro taste and design, I know this has been highly anticipated for more than a year, but now we are really close to roll out the amazing storybook program, which, as you can tell, is coming in a variety of colors and materials. And it's a beautiful concept. You saw that Mauricio before was asking. This is, for instance, sort of eco-friendly recycled paper. You can tell by the elements inside the substrate, but still, it's so nice and soft. And still, our team have spent a month just refining the printing process and making sure that all the different medias, all the different printing technologies are going to reflect the quality of your files as best as possible. Because as you know, in Graphi, printing quality isn't an option, isn't a negotiable thing. To us, it's the paramount topic to talk about. To us, it's our DNA, Colin. So we want, every time we unleash a new program, every time we add an option, every time we have more things and options and features to share with you guys, we spend months or years just testing and refining. And I tell you one thing, our printing department, our engineers there are so devoted and committed that even with the new gigantic HP Indigo 12,000 that we recently acquired, they are spending day and night, the entire weekend, just to make sure that everything has been wired correctly, and they are already trimming and doing their magic and make sure that all the new medias are going to be perfectly featured in our workflow. Because as you can imagine, it's great to see these colors, these palettes, these different finishings, these little patches of suede stitched on top of natural cotton, and having beautiful paper inside, like the Amalfi that I was commenting before. It's all nice, it's all great, but you know what? We have to be sure that this is going to be coherent with the rest of the program. So just in case you order these, and a go book, and a wedding book, and maybe a wall art, we want to provide you exactly the same result everywhere. So there are no compromises. And even more importantly, your clients will have a beautiful package in their homes. They will see on the walls the same quality, the same design, the same brand They chose in you, choosing you as a photographer, as an artist, choosing you as a great value for their family, relying on your capabilities, on your skills, your background. Even more nowadays, it's so important, it's so relevant for so many families to cherish their moments and their loves. And we are here to support you in every way possible. And I hope you get the chance to watch the production facility tour yesterday. There will be in the new chapter, chapter 2, coming tonight. So it's about the wall art. Yesterday was all about wedding books. And I tell you, it's been, even for me, it's been great just to tour the facility and have the opportunity to talk and describe and see. And even to me, it's surprising to see how many options, programs, features, materials, the technologies are involved in the Graphistudio world. And that's why possibly so many photographers with different stories and genre and styles and coming from all over the place in the world find in Graphi the right partner. And speaking about partners, don't forget that to you, we pay them the highest respect and love because we really support and we really share the same feelings, love, and emotions as you do every day with your clients. So I'm humbled to be here from Graphi Castle, just talking about photography, surrounded by beauties, surrounded by great masterclasses, by photographers, receiving your comments live, having Maureen from the US, having Imaging USA virtual show running for 3 days in a row, having the roundtables that we pre-recorded a couple of days ago with amazing artists from different genres and different areas. And, photography is about stories, isn't it? But photography is also about telling the stories. Or if you prefer, the storytelling thing. But it's not just a word. It's just not that. It's so much more. And that's why you chose to be a photographer. That's why you chose to be part of a community. And that's why we strive to support that community, because we believe in the social importance of photography. And we believe that, yes, we are just printers, but printing is the second half of the moon, if you will. And it's equally important and needs to give justice to your photography. You need to be sure that you're delivering something that creates value and give justice to your stories and your clients. They rely on you, they trust you. I want to reassure you that we are supporting you in every way possible. So whether you go for the upcoming storybook or a practical book or a super shiny Primo book with 300 pages or a cute baby book, you will always have the solution, the Swiss knife ready to go for wherever is the task, wherever is the budget, wherever is the genre that you want to cover. But like I said before, everything is coherent in our Graphi world. So again, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for joining our Graphi family. You will see more contents and more speakers coming in the next minutes. And by the way, speaking of which, the next session will be the photo critique by Mauricio Arias Mora. And exactly as with Sarah, I also had the opportunity to grab some sneak peek. I saw things that honestly left me speechless. I always drop my jaw with Mauricio because you never know what is going to go with these creative ideas, with this incredible approach. And as he was making fun of himself a few minutes ago, he said, I was shooting in the same place as Sarah, but guess what? We did completely different thing. Both photographers, both award-winning, both capable and skilled and educated photographers, but guess what happened? That's the magic, that's the beauty of photography. So follow me. I guess that Mauricio is ready for his session. Let's go in the meeting room and join Mauricio for his lecture and photo critique. Mauricio, welcome again.
Thank you, Daria.
Thank you so much for being here today. I can't wait for you to show us your artistry. Thank you, my friend. It's all over you.
Thank you guys. So yesterday I had the opportunity to talk a little bit about what is simplify and complexify, right? So the idea of these exercises is to see how far can we go, how much we can push, imagery and different techniques that you can apply. I like always to go as far as I can and then experiment a lot and see exactly through my mistakes and through every step, analyze it later and see what really I can apply in my profession. Right? That's how I came out with a lot of the ideas that we're going to be exploring today. So first, let me talk a little bit about workflow. It's so important for us as a photographer to be efficient. Time, is something that we cannot get back. So let me talk a little bit about this. By the way, I love the delay of the screen. So let's talk a little bit about the workflow. So I tend to photograph a lot. I take a lot of photos because I fail a lot. And the reason is because I'm an event photographer, mainly, and my approach is trying to capture the perfect moment because I'm not controlling anything. So what I do instead of controlling something, I try to envision what I wanted to happen. So I had an idea, right? I have a concept that I can work with, and then I see the light first, and then I see my subject versus the light and the space. So I have a subject, and then I have the space, and I see usually the composition come after that. And then I make a decision and say, okay, my subject is here. Everything around them is helping me to see what is doing. The light is the best light for the subject, and then now I start building from that point. So yesterday, that's what I did. You can go back to the photo shoot, and you will see actually me working on that, getting very close, very simple, taking out everything else that it was distracting, even light itself. It was a little bit dark, and then now I start adding step by step, little by little, and complicating everything. So I did complicate my life a lot yesterday. So let's see how everything came out today. So, well, first of all, you download your cards. It's so important to back up. This is the workflow that we use. It's very important also to have a metadata. We use a photo mechanic for this, where we download every photo, take it, and then we name it, in a folder. For example, this one says Castle Ceconi, Imagine USA, right? And then I have the Castle Ceconi Live Day 1, and then I have a selection, right? So as I'm importing and ingesting all the photograph, I'm adding description and metadata that will be readable later for WordPress or Google, and all the different outlets that we use online. So it's very important also because here is your copyright, and everything else that your photographer needs to have. Now, let's say we plug it, right? We ingest it, and now we have all the photographs here, right? So, and then we name it, right? So, like you can see here, the name of the photograph. I'm gonna open this a little bit here so you can see all my settings. So, welcome to the dark side of the moon, by the way. This is gonna be everything was very, very dark. And I like to play with that. Is easier also, I was thinking about for you guys to see it, to be able to see exactly what I'm doing as I'm doing it, because it tends to be a little bit, like if you see me, you see this guy crazy just jumping around, but then maybe if you see the lights that I'm using and everything at the same time live, so you have an idea of exactly what I'm going for. My post-processing in general is very subtle, believe it or not, but in this time I'm gonna push a little bit more and go out of what I usually will do and just go all the way for the extreme imagery that I can get. Because to me, it's as important the post-processing as well than the taking the photo, right? Once you have a clear vision of the type of colors you like, the type of vibe that you're going for, your brand, you know, and people know you because of that. I remember when I started in the wedding industry, everything was modern vintage. That was the expression people used to use. And then people was to apply a lot of textures on top of the photograph and everything, and use a lot of actions. I remember at the time, Lightroom wasn't really a big thing at the time. And then it was all like desaturated and like almost sepia type of color, stuff like that. Now, in Chrisman Studios, we like vivid colors. So what we use is our palette of colors is very hyper realistic, I would say. And my personal approach is a little bit super realistic. So and then I use this palette of colors, and now I'm actually in some nostalgia type of feeling, admiring and trying to emulate a little bit of the film look that I like, in black and whites, for example, or colors. So to me, this is plastilina. It's something that I can just totally play with it. Now, before you start playing with all this stuff, I would recommend you, go far, far, far to the extreme and then pull back and see where you feel comfortable. You know, like I have a set of presets actually that I developed, and I did it through trial and error. And those set of presets that I have for Lightroom are the ones that I always use. Because I know exactly the way I photograph, the type of light I use, how much I push it. So I know when I'm photographing, I'm seeing the end at the beginning. So you have a clear idea where you're gonna go. So with that, and then you know the exposure and the aperture and everything else, you know how much you can push the camera, push all the settings, and then you have a better idea, a better understanding on how far you wanna go with this. So, let's look through pretty quick through the whole take, right? So I go in rounds. So first round, I download the photos, I ingest everything, all the metadata is there, everything is named with a date, a number, and a type of event, right? So we started very simple, right? So when I shoot natural light, I just focus on the highlights. So it gives me more drama. So everything, it looks and it feels, with more depth. That's how I will describe it, right? The model make everything easy. Sometimes photographing models to me is not what I do. I photograph everybody, but I know that everybody's beautiful in their own way. So photographing a model is way easier because obviously, is more, you have more range for angles to play with. Now, I'm not a very technical photographer. I'm more about like the feeling of it. So if I feel like it's good, and then I know that it's good. Now, I'm not a believer that everything could be good just because everything is relative. I actually learn, through strict rules about what a good photo make a good photo, right? At least you need to have good light, good composition. It have to be a moment. I talk about it yesterday as well. So I look at the background. When I want to execute a simple photograph, I look at the background. First of all, it's not busy, it's not competing. The light has to be, the stencil to sculpt really the photograph at the end. So let's go through the whole take, right? So I'm maintaining the same exposure, just going up and down. and then let her move. So what I like to do is ask my subjects to really express something, to move something. So I'm not micromanage the process, but I'm always pointed out, like when I see something, because I don't, my clients, I don't want to make them also feel self-conscious about like if there's something wrong with them. So I'm very subtle. You say like, okay, let's look up a little bit, and just as a tip, as a general rule, be very certain when you talk, because your security is something that they will borrow. They will feel that it's good if you make them feel that it's good, even if it's not really because you are in that process of trial and error. But in the meantime, you want them to feel that everything is going fine. Okay, so here, for example, is very simple, very easy, and I went from the more side light to a little bit more of an angle to have less of her, still having the frame by having enough light in the background, right? So then I go for the first round, which is gonna be red. So everything that I'm looking at right now, I'm going through, and then I'm gonna click when I see something that I like. It's gonna be red, right? Perfect. So this was the close-ups that we did, right? So then I used 3 different cameras, right? So we're gonna go and look through everything. Now but I wanna start by the close-ups. Right, so this is another one that I think we can play with for sure. Very simple, dim light, very dark. Again, perfect. And then we have the other camera here. This was like a test shot that we did. And let me see, let's go through everything. So now you're gonna have an idea of the whole thing, how it went through, right? When I asked for movement, when I asked for, I was telling her, play with the scarf, like throw it up and down and just do something that you give me some more emotion. I go with my clients through some sort of interview process where I know really like the type of personality. So I understand like these people are more sporty, they're more like they want to just stay put and they don't want to move too much. If they really are more outgoing, or they are more more introverts, and if they really need a lot of more direction, they're expecting that, or they just want to be candid and just capturing the moment. So it depends of all these factors, because photography is a human experience, it's a part of like really knowing who you're talking to and really get something out of them. It's kind of interesting that every time that I have photographed here, the team came out with a little bit like a Twilight Zone type of imagery, and I don't know why, but it happens that way. So you have to come to the castle, guys, to check that out for yourself. So let's go, let's see. So I have a total of 690 photos, and the shoot was, how long we shoot for? Like an hour, I think like an hour and a half. And we experiment with 4 compositions pretty much. So I was trying to show you guys a little bit of the reflections, a little bit of the shooting through, a little bit of the type of lightings, how do you do, angles that I might use, and how to like kind of tweak all this. So I'm gonna go a little bit slow down a little bit here, so I give you time to really look at everything, okay? And let me see. So again, we got the safe shot, I'll call it, right? So for example, this is like round number 3. The green ones are the round number 3. By the way, you do the color you want, right? So this is the one that I actually like the best of this series, right? And again, this is personal criteria, right? because it could be any of those really. The reason why I like it at the end is because it match, the whole set at the end. Then this is when I was photographing with the 70-100 through the window and having a mirror here, so she's actually behind me, right? So, and then I was asking her to do some sort of dancing, so I can have more emotion, more motion, right? And then because I was on the window, I had this plexiglass that I found here. The plexiglass actually belongs to to one of the album boxes. So I was like, okay, I don't bring like stuff. I don't have like prismas or stuff that I bring. I actually, when I go to a place, I just look around and it's like, okay, this looks cool. I can do something with that. I put myself in to a point sometimes that it's kind of like a trap, like, and then they figured it out how to solve this problem. And that process is what really takes me to invent something, to create something. If I bring something all the time, probably I will make the same picture all the time. And however, my style is very consistent, but it's because that's who I am. Like regardless of anything, I'm not copying anybody. I make this type up. So that I just cannot do anything else about it, but it is consistent, but the imagery, because I use the same elements, the same type of colors, but at the end, the whole thing change, because it's different person, is different type of personality, and also everything that is around me that I'm using to build up this photograph is different. Okay, let's keep going. And then I just keep looking at every photo and thinking, okay, this work. Okay, and this is the first round, right? So we have the outside, we have the inside, Actually, we have a Graphistudio logo there for some reason. Okay. And this is where the numbers come from. When I say I have like 10,000 photographs, I don't make 10,000 different photographs. What I'm doing is trying to capture that specific moment that it convey everything, the composition, the lighting, and everything come together to help me to convey what I need. So I'm taking the same photo like 20 times. 50 times, it's just taking the same photo, because remember, I'm photographing an event and I had mainly a more photojournalistic approach, so I'm not really controlling the situation and I am on the mercy of the circumstance. So the way you do it, you find your frame, you find the light, and you wait, and then you take the picture, and then you wait, and then that happens, and then it comes to a point where everything comes together and it feels different. At the end of the day, I think it feels different. So this will be my first round, like I say. I like this one. I don't know why, but I like it. So, okay, and then we go far. We did it in 3 times yesterday. So we did very close, we did medium range, and then we did far away. So I did a simple, version of the photograph with the window light, very close, a close-up, half body, and then also I did close-ups, experimenting a little bit more with the tilt shift lens that I have, plus the glass that I also use for the far away photograph that I did. So we have the same subject, but in 3 different times that will speak about. Okay, who this person is, close-ups really talk about feeling, and then the medium range, to speak about body language, because you have hands, you have more things that you're playing with, and then that will speak about more personality, and then far away, you're talking about the context and who these people are with, and the interaction and how they move inside or outside that frame. and what is happening around them and where they are and how beautiful it is. It depends how far you go. So this is what I did here. So I'm going to go a little bit faster here. I think we have a little bit of time to look at it, right? So remember, my idea with the palette of color that I'm using is because these are raw files, by the way. These are all raw files. This is exactly coming from the camera, everything that you're seeing right now. I haven't done anything to it. And then I'm focusing and thinking about their faces, okay? And let me see, okay, perfect. So I got this one. Let me move a little bit faster here. And so I'm looking at what is, when I look at a picture or something, I think about what is the most interesting part of this, right? What is something that will really catch the attention, right? So that's what I'm looking for here. Let me go down here a little bit more, speed up the process here. Okay, I like that one, you know. And let's keep going back here, always maintaining my palette. Okay, and then I go even closer than that. I think that's nice, you know. And then I think we have a winner, because this one is, you know, you to make a better photo. I feel like you have to or take everything out to the point where you feel like, okay, it's complete, or add something to feel that it's complete. So, but you are always discriminating something and adding something and constantly trying to reinvent it or fix it or tweak it. Okay, let me see. This was a test shot here. Okay, this was normal lighting, test shot, shooting through. These are glasses, by the way. These are these glasses. And I'm shooting literally through the glass. Like I'm shooting actually through it. Something that and it's sharp, like you can see, this is 2.8 in 45 millimeter lens tilt shift. So this is something that I think is part of in my career. I always trying to make something that looks weird or different, because when I started, I didn't come from any school or have any and nobody told me not to do something. So I just went out and did it and see what happened. So at the end, this is the setup, by the way. I really like this. This is the palette that I love, that I will always use. And when this is why also I did it like that, like so dark yesterday, because if you go back to the video, you will see it actually, how this is there. And then everybody can take this photo, you know, once you see it. But before it was like this, you have to imagine. So if you imagine that and you envision that, you put all the pieces together, and then when you are on the world, you know, in different places, you know, different events or wherever you're photographing, you recognize these things. You are building all the time when you're looking at something. If you look at a lot of photographs or a lot of art in general, you are building a database that you can use all the time. Back in your mind is something that is going to be there. This is like the long exposure shoot that I was doing, trying to replicate her in twice, creating some light painting and have it there. So these are outtakes. And let me go back here. And here's still natural light. Let's go back with the natural light here. And then I start saying, okay, let's play. Now we got closer, now we go far, right? So I'm going far back using the available light we have here, but having some motion, something that I always hope to get. And then I think we have a winner here. I think I like that one, okay? So we got 2 rounds. I already went through all this. And let me just go. And then I decided to use artificial light, which are this, and then start playing now. So I'm adding now the glass, right? And then I'm adding also the reflection. You're right in the middle. So now you see like how I start complicating my life a little bit more, something that I do all the time. And let's see. And okay, coming back. So I have an idea. I have a concept that I don't need I'm looking for. And that's where the numbers of photograph come. And then I say, boom, I like that one. Okay, there you go. And you might say, Mauricio, but what about this one? Or what about that one? Well, I think everything can work, Okay, I like that one. But at the end, you need to realize also after you have photos that are good in general, like a photo they say, oh yeah, that works because it's interesting to look at it, etc. But regardless of that, sometimes when you're building a story, a picture might be good enough, but not like exceptional to stand alone. And then you have to think about like, okay, this photo will help to really tell the story even more, or this photo is actually more meaningful, And in this case, we're just playing around. We actually just trying to play with all the possibilities that we have right here. And then I'm taking all the light out using my own light here. Sorry about that. And I think we got one that I like. I'm going to import everything in Lightroom so you will see it, in Lightroom and see what I do. This is the same scene. The one before when I was showing you, that was 70-100. This is 35 millimeter. I'm shooting with 1.4, 35 millimeters, trying to get this double reflection. Remember, there is a mirror here, and then there's a window here, and then there's the plexiglass here, and all this stuff going on. And I'm like a little bit taking everything out because it's dark enough, and adding my own light to make it look the way I want it. Okay, so let's go back here, like that one. And then I realized that it's too dark probably on this side, so I dimmed the light a little bit more, and then I get a little bit more of the sky. So I think that one works. Perfect. Okay. And I have more of the sky over here. Perfect. And there we go. Okay, and yes, here, I like that one. Yep, and I think that's it. So we have like 4 photos really. Now I'm gonna take everything out here. We have the red ones, the yellow ones, and the green ones. So now I'm gonna add a little bit more to the yellow. And I'm gonna take this one out, and let's take the red out. So at the end, we have 16 photographs, okay? So this 16 photograph, right, I'm gonna copy this photograph, and I'm gonna send it to here, right? So here is a different folder, but this is the selection. So this is the selection here, and then I'm gonna bring everything into Lightroom. So we open Lightroom, right? I have already everything here. So you can see the before and after, okay? So let's check it out, guys, here. So this is the photo. This is how I started, right? And this is how I finish, okay? So it's very subtle. I just pretty much added my own presets. Now, if we're gonna go and really look exactly what the preset is doing, I just played with normal exposure, highlights, the black, a little bit of vibrance, but this specific blue, I'm getting it out of here, right? When you play on the version of the calibration, this is where really you can play with this type of blue. They give you more like film look type of feeling. Okay, so this is the before, and this is the after. Now this photograph worked very well also when you use black and white. This is perfect for black and white. So I'm going to use one of my presets here. Let's see, we have like that, perfect, and perfect. And that's it. Okay. So we have this this film look, black and white photo. Now this photo now becomes more about her expression in her eyes. This photo, it just only speak about drama, okay? So that's why it's so important, the post-processing. You can make a photo really speak in a totally different tone, totally different way, depending on really what you're looking for. Okay, this is the photo that nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative. Keep the people going. So this is the after, right? And for example, this is something that I personally like, because if you put everything as a story, and something that I will do later actually, and then post it in social media, it will make sense, you know, as a filler. Again, this is let's look at the close-ups here. This is before, and this is right after. And it's only accentuating the colors that are already there. I'm not adding anything to it. I'm just mainly getting the exposure and this beautiful tool that is new and is magical, and I love, and actually taking a lot of the saturation that was already there. Let's look at the close-up. This is the before, and this is the after. So I just fix the white balance and make sure that, you know, that everything else, it was as close as possible to the color of her skin, because in this case, color play a role. A lot of pictures, to me, the color doesn't matter because I can change it. You know, I can do anything. It's not about reality. Colors don't exist really to me. But in this case, it's all about the lips, and the lips are red, and I think that speaks about something. So that's why I will respect that, because I feel like that specifically is saying something to me. This is on the other photograph that I was planning on doing a different photograph, but then when I saw it, I was like, yeah, I recognize that. And I did a 1:1 crop, you know, and that's all I did pretty much. It's not that much really. My whole post-processing is always very simple. It's about like recognizing what is important in the image and just help that message across. So it's just taking everything out that it doesn't really add to it, and then keep whatever is speaking to you, and then enhancing the message that you want to convey. This is another version of the same photograph. It's a little bit more polished. Now I'm not doing Photoshop, right? This is just Lightroom. So of course, if you go to Photoshop, I would take the, you know, for example, this out, etc. But it's I'm not a purist, you know, but I try to not manipulate that much the photo afterwards if I can. I am trying to just leave it the way it is. And that pushed me to be more creative in the process of making it. So that way, even if I can go crazy later on Photoshop, refining little things here and there, because I'm not relying on that part. I need to make something, you know, look as good as I can, you know. Do you like this photo? It's okay? Okay. So, and this is the before, right? And this is the after. So for Christmas, my wife and I, we did a photo. Some people were asking, like, well, how do you do this photo? That's why I came with the idea to show you guys how to do this photo. So let me show you the before and the after of this, right? So this, let me show you here. This is before, right? And then this is after. Again, and this one I did a little bit more. I did more burning and more dodging, which is the only other tool that I might use. I just dodge it and burning. And again, it's just respond to the logic, okay, how to make this photo better now? How can I accentuate the message that is already there? You know, and you can just by highlight the area that you want people to put attention to, and then darker everything else that you don't want to really, it doesn't say anything, not adding anything to the photograph, right? Now this is a personal taste, but I don't like to make everything totally dark. And before I was very perfectionist, like I see it, you know, the little things that are there that it doesn't supposed to be there, I see them. But with the years and the time, I decided to leave it. I decided to leave it because it just feels to me that the beauty of everybody and everything is the fact that also it's not perfect, because life is not, you know. So I just trying to be surrealistic, but at the same time in an ironic way faithful to the idea that nothing is perfect, and that's okay too. Now this is a simple reflection, and it's just about, it's so easy when you have something to reflect whatever it is, because you have immediately symmetry. So everything, it looks balanced and it just feels right. You know, when you see order in a photograph and you feel, it just send a, you know, subconscious message for the viewer. And this is my black and white version. Again, this is just a preset, and what I'm doing here with the preset is actually not converting it in black and white. Something that I like to do is just play with the saturation sometimes, and that allowed me also to go and play a little bit more with the temperature instead of only the channels, like the red channel, the blue channel. Okay, let me check this out. This is one of the photographs that we were shooting with the glass, and we're shooting with the reflection at the same time, just building up. This is the before. Oh yeah, this is the before. I was like, oh, this is after. No, oh, this is the after. So that this one, it makes a lot of more sense that it's black and white to me, because it doesn't. The color at this point is distracting. It's not really adding to it. It's competing with the imagery, you know, competing with the space and the dimension and everything else. Now let's look at this one that I did. This is the before, very dark, and then this is the after. So this one I did a little bit more, right? And then I'd say like, well, but really, Mauricio, you did a lot going on. There's a lot going on here, so I say like, let's get even closer, you know, and abstract everything out of it. And then this is what I would come on to. So this is the motion blur, and at the same time, you can appreciate it here better. And then also at the same time, we have the color, we have the motion blur, and then we have the reflection, and you have the foreground, you have the background, and you have the subject. So this is how I like the build up, you know, like going from the most simple things to the more complicated and more abstract, right? And then another version of this photograph that I like is this one, which I feel is more ethereal, you know, it's really, really more ethereal. And like I said before, that this theme of gusty feeling is something that you guys have to come to the castle to realize why. And here's the same photograph. Now it's not cropped, just a white version. And I'm not doing anything special. This is the before, this is the after. So I think this one is worthwhile to work it. Like I'm gonna work it from zero, so you see exactly like what I did to this one, because this one actually I did more than all of them. So I, you know, fix exposure, take a lot of the highlights, and then in here, I'm going to help the highlights over here. There we go. Which allow me to increase exposure without blowing up everything, right? Now you see everything here. So first I start like saying, like, okay, I want to see everything and see how flat we can make it. And then I see, okay, let's accentuate that part, you know, and in these cases, because I'm not thinking about the skin, you know, how perfect the skin is, it is about the whole spectrum. So I'm not afraid to go with clarity and texture. However, if you have a close-up, you gotta be very careful with that. So, and then I wanna desaturate this a little bit, and then let's see what we're gonna do here on the tone curve. Let's get a little bit more blacks here to have more contrast. And I don't do anything related to the blue usually. But let's see, let's take it down a little bit, because because when you add the blacks, all the colors saturated so much. So let's just take it down a little bit. Now on detail, you know, since I'm shooting like a super high ISO, you know, I will always try to compensate a little bit of that over here. And then we have lens correction. I'm gonna add vignette so that it really catch, you know, people's eyes. The attention is just right there, okay? And then what else we have here? Yeah, the color here. So this is where you get all this interesting, you know, color palette. This is the main difference. Like a lot of times when I see these new presets of, you know, kind of saturated, a little bit warm, or film-like photos, and this is how it works. You know, you go into the process, and this is where you actually change that palette. Yeah, and then you guys, honestly, this is very fun to do, and I feel like everybody should have their own presets. I can show you, or we can show you how to do it later. Okay, and then this is pretty much how it goes. Let me see. They're telling me we have a couple minutes to go, and then I will crop it. Okay, that's it. Okay, here we go, and yeah. And then if I want to go even a little bit more crazy, I would say usually, because I don't know, I'm not looking to print this in a specific way, so this is how it will go. And then take a little bit more of the negative space, always keeping what really is speaking to me, or go by one, and then really abstract absolutely everything else. And that's it. Let's see the next one. Okay, this is the one that I was photographing when I was on the window, and this is the reflection from the outside, and she's inside, right behind me, and this is the after. So this one is like a big, you know, like a different, because I was very, very dark. So what I did here is adding this local adjustment, where I'm like getting a lot more out of it, and then also changing the palette of colors, right, just on that specific area. And now, because she's warm, every time that I correct the warm area, it's gonna get so much blue. And sometimes that works, but sometimes it's just way too much. Again, I'm taking everything like the highlights and the whites, and if you notice, this is not a very I mean, at least my point of view, is not very common, you know, because I'm not thinking, and this is the most important part. I feel like when you think about post-processing, you have to think what is important for you, what is the image, what is the type of look and imagery that you want to project, and just go with that. And if you know exactly that, then you pretty much doing and it's done. If you are wondering, oh, what about if I like this one, but I don't like that, but and playing around so much, then that's time, and then that's money, and that's time that you can spend with, you know, your loved ones. So I think the speeding up this type of process is huge. But the most important part is really knowing where you want to go with this, right? Let me work. This is type of the same scenario. Let me work it here pretty quick for you guys. Okay, and let me apply my preset film. There we go. Which, you know, I think I can send you guys my website so you can actually look at those presets there if you want to. And here we go. And then I'm gonna take out a little bit of this highlights here. Perfect. And so the attention stay with her, and that's it. It's not. I'm not doing a dramatic transformation. This is the same images, black and white, and the reason why she is so much brighter here is because this is a channel, black and white here, where I push a lot of everything that is on warm, right? So it's more in the red channel. Same here. And perfect. So this one is actually, I love it more. I like it more in black and white because black and white as nature, the nature of black and white is abstract because you see everything in color. So immediately when you take out the color out of the equation, you only start seeing like patterns, like shape and form, and your brain start like trying to recognize what is this in terms of like the human shapes they are there, or the geometric shapes that you are familiar to you. So I like black and white a lot because of that, because it helped you feel it and understand it in a more abstract way. Yep. And then after this, I will export it, and then we send it to Graphi and make a print. Okay, but basically this is a summarized version of my post-processing part of it, and it's always the same. It's always about accentuating things. I want you to take away this from seeing this stuff. First of all, the most important part is knowing like who you are and like what you want to do, what's your look. Because if you see these photos and you see this type of look, this type of palette of colors, you recognize this is like a Chrisman studio style, because we've been doing this, for a while. So this is something that we've been, recognize, because in people who knows, the photography industry, they know this with like kind of like our palette of colors. And then when you see all these crazy things that you might think is digital manipulation, stuff like that, but you realize, no, this is Mauricio crazy stuff that he's doing, So it's very important to, be yourself, have your personality, don't be afraid, take risk, go all the way back to, explore every one of those, options that you have here, and just tune it down. And then you realize where you feel more comfortable. And then once you have it, systemize this process. And then now that you have a system, you make your presets, and then you know exactly what to do and then where to go with that. And then after that, you can go on Photoshop, and then you can retouch the skin or whatever. But that part is something that I will do for a client that will make a print and is ready for the album. So for at least for the pre-selection, before you send anything to print, this is a good workflow that you will speed everything up. And then after that, you go back, the feedback with the client, you know exactly the photograph they're gonna be printed, and then you go all the way to Photoshop and make everything beautiful and pretty. Very pretty. Okay, how are we doing with time? Yep. Okay. So, and by the way, I always export everything on sRGB. So let me show you this part. This will be like the last part of the. Okay. So to export it, I usually same size, Adobe, and no resize. Everything else 300, full. Yep, and that's perfect. And then we're good to go. Dario.
So, as usual, you have blown away my mind. Not that I didn't expect it. I knew it before. But each time, despite I know quite well this place, each time you're able to reinvent it literally in a metaphysical way. And when you told me what you were going to talk about in this live, so the simplify and complexify thing, I immediately got the vision of what you were going to do. So that's great. And so now, as you know, we are about to talk to someone that you know quite well. And
yes.
Before we get in touch with them through Zoom, the next Zoom call, I want to take the opportunity to share with our audience a beautiful video about a beautiful workshop that you together with your friends Ben and Arian and Rahil have hosted here at the castle last year.
Yeah.
So let's watch this video all together, and I will introduce you to the next session. Mauricio, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dario. Thank you, everybody.
You will be with me in a minute.
See you in a minute. See you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ciao, guys.
Evolution is based off the idea that we have a lot of ideas, and when you leave, all those ideas make sense into one channel. So the headshots are applicable every day, the boudoir session is applicable every day, the way that we treat families is applicable, and the way we photograph weddings is applicable. So it's all one brain that you can use right away.
The Evolution workshop came about because I really wanted to be part of a workshop where each speaker built on the next speaker. I wanted to be part of something where everyone was coming from a common place and where the people attending could be in a place where everybody was singing the same song and focused on the same thing.
How to create the most perfect clients. This is practical advice. Marketing, conversations with the client, the shoot, the in-person sales, and client care. There's no other workshops that teaches you right from the ground level, from experienced studios.
Ben and I began teaching workshops back in the day. They were mostly shooting workshops, and that's what people came to us for. We would teach them how to shoot really creative, epic photos in interesting places and in difficult places.
And it's a very round workshop, so we talk and point everything that is in the industry, in the photography, in the business and the craft. So we touch everything, really.
Chose Evolution to be held at the Graphistudio Castle because we felt it was the perfect place.
There's no better place. Every student that comes here is just inspired.
This is a magical place. This is something that doesn't exist anywhere in the world.
When you're in class and you look out of the window, you take a deep breath and you feel gratitude that you're here.
I'm apologizing right now, Maureen.
Oh, welcome back. So you can possibly see my friend Maureen and Mauricio as promised. And Mauricio, there's someone else here that we know, and you know better than anyone else. So let's welcome Ben Chrisman and Ben, welcome.
Thanks,
I think we all know Chrisman Studios as a brand, but it's great to have friends with us today. And Mauricio, what could you say about Ben?
About Ben, I miss him. We have feedback. Yep. I think we're in the same room. That's why it's also there.
So Ben, thank you for joining us on day 2 of the live Graphi Castle. And with the Imaging USA 2021 virtual show, so far has been nothing but phenomenal. Maureen, I'm sure that you got good feedbacks and great excitement and energy out there, isn't it?
Yes. It's been incredible, Dario. The feedback from day 1, and we have so many photographers on standby waiting to hear Ben. So I'm really excited about today. Ben, you have this incredible gift, and for all of you just joining in right now, I'm listening to Ben Chrisman from Chrisman Studios. I know yesterday I mentioned Aaron was going to be on with Ben. So for all of you expecting Aaron to pop in, we have Aaron in the podcast. And if you want to So that's an extra bonus. So you'll see Aaron in the podcast tomorrow. So just a quick FYI. So I know there's a lot to cover. And so Ben, you just, since I've known you, you just have this incredible gift to develop these deep relationships. And your client relationships really transition into long-term friendships. And when I think of this phrase, make a customer, not a sale, I really think of you, but it's really like make a customer that turns into a friend. And I know that's proof because for your wedding of 60 guests, like 20 of them were photographer friends, 20 of them were bride and groomed, your former clients that have turned into these friends. So today, we're really excited to learn a little bit more about, the magic that you create in fostering these long-term relationships and all of the other brilliant things that you bring to this industry, Ben. So to all, it's my pleasure to introduce Ben Chrisman.
Cool, thanks. I mean, thanks for having me on. It's so cool to be part of this. I mean, Graphi's always felt like family since that day that Steve and I flew up and met you, Maureen, but now with Mauricio, like, in Italy now with Alice, like there's literally no separation anymore. So it's really cool to kind of be a part of this and be part of all of you guys. Like I just seeing Mauricio on the other side doing so well. I'm like, I mean, we've grown up together since he was 20 years old. And so it's very emotional getting to see him and do so well with you guys. I'm proud of that. Cool. So should I start sharing my screen now?
That would be great.
All right, cool. All right. Hit play. Okay, good to go?
Yep.
All right. Okay, so we have an Instagram account for Roxy. And then on March 13th, I posted a photo on the 19th. I said March 13th, the last day we were with everyone else. And I really had no idea what that was really going to mean for all of us. And that's a place where we all go every Friday night. It's a place called Workshop here in Charleston. All the kids go crazy and like it's just all the parents are hanging out, drinking wine. It's really fun. And we haven't done that. We haven't really been out since March 8th. And so the only way I know how to give a presentation is much like how I take photos. Like I just have to bleed it out and just be brutally honest in all ways, all words. And these last 10 months have changed so much. Like for us as photographers and all of us as photographers, we're all a work in progress at this point. I don't feel like any of us really know what we're doing. So nothing I'm saying here today is something that I think you guys necessarily need to listen to me and do yourself. This is just where we're at as photographers, as people, as parents, and just where we are now and where we want to go. And I feel like COVID can be seen like half glass full or half glass empty. We're definitely glass half full people. But that doesn't mean that the last 10 months haven't been hard. As I started preparing this, our president was just impeached again. We're preparing for these mass protests at the state capitol. Hopefully those don't happen. And our country, the United States, for all of you guys that, see us through a different, set of news in different country or however it is. I mean, we're split more now than we ever have been since the Civil War. And just by coincidence, we live in the town where the Civil War began, which is Charleston, Fort Sumter, where I took this photo when we first moved here, where a lot of those feelings of, impeachment and all that kind of crazy stuff that's going on right now, they're very true here in Charleston. Like we're in kind of a liberal bubble downtown, but as soon as you leave that bubble, it gets very extremely the opposite side of political spectrum. And so it's very intense to live here in South Carolina. And the world's events have broken so many elements in life we never thought possible. Just like being able to hug your parents or your friend is almost, you can't even do it. And the photography communities felt that way in like every way imaginable, right? Like all the weddings were canceled basically from last year, except for a couple. Photojournalists can't go where they need to go. Being in a studio, which I'm going to talk about all the time with random people, is really not very safe. And, the only really safe way to take photo of a person was with a telephoto lens. And if you'd met me, God knows I hate telephoto lenses. And for us here directly, Aaron and I, Mauricio, Ryan, Vlad, we've always been destination wedding photographers. But when our daughter Roxy was born, we were being mentored by Steve Saporito, and we built this portrait studio with our business partner, Rahil Gaba, and spent 4 years building up a whole new brand called King & Fields. And this is the building that we took over. We shot hundreds of people in sessions since 2017, hundreds. I've never shot that many people in my life. Then COVID hit, and we realized that photographing people indoors just wasn't going to happen. Just wasn't safe. We didn't feel right about it. We didn't feel right about us being sick or possibly getting other people sick. So we shut the studio down, and that was in the middle of summer. But we learned from those 4 years of all working together and growing together, it's made it possible for us to survive the last few months and be excited about our future. And even though we don't have a physical space anymore, we honestly haven't been this excited about being photographers in a long time. But besides the 4 years, it's really taken me 20 years of being a photographer to kind of have this perspective of what to care about intensely and what not to care about at all. And COVID has kind of brought all of this out. I'm 44 years old right now. I've been photographing professionally for 22 years. Like as soon as I got out of college, I went straight into it. This is some of my work that I did when newspapers in New Mexico. But even before, like high school, before that, I was a high school yearbook photographer. Even though I was 8 years old, I wrote down a book that I wanted to be a photographer when I grew up. I don't know why this has always been my life's work. I don't know why I never gave myself a chance to do anything else other than this, because I knew I'd never be rich, and I never will be. I knew I was going to be giving myself up to strangers more so than my family at times. But that life, that dream of being a photographer is all I've ever wanted. It's my identity. It's why I'm proud to be me. And it's why even with all this shit going on in the world and when COVID hit, I never for 1 second thought, hey, I'm not going to be a photographer. This is my life's path. Like several of our photographer friends have had to leave the industry. They've gone into real estate or they've gone into different, gone back to school, things like that. That was never an option for me or for any of us. Because what we do right now is important. I think it's more important now than maybe ever. I have this faith that what we create as photographers is bigger than ourselves. And that the photographs we make will touch people in ways that we can't conceive of, even for people that haven't been conceived yet, you know? And what other type of work can say that? You know, I've got friends who are lawyers and they struggle going to work every single day. I never had that feeling. I feel like we're very lucky for that. It's the noblest of professions. It's a really fun lifestyle. And it's reason why picking up a camera has never felt like a job to me at all. Like I love it. You know, sometimes we can't even sleep. Usually I was telling Maureen, Sunday nights, Aaron and I can't sleep. Like we get kind of excited about what's going on the next week. And I was up till 2 o'clock last night, just being excited about what we're going to talk about today and all the shoots. And that feeling, that innate optimism, that love of holding a camera, the desire to always find the most beautiful and fascinating thing about a stranger is something that I was given when I was just 20 years old by my college professor, Sterling Trantham, who's here. And he taught me documentary photography. And that's really been the approach of my foundation my entire life. And back then in Sterling's classroom in New Mexico, we didn't have digital cameras. We processed the film ourselves. We never even learned how to use flash. But we did learn was why being a photographer was important by looking at the photographers who mattered most to him, which is Cartier-Bresson, Sally Mann, Avedon, Frank Cappa. And he gave us a book called On Being a Photographer by David Hurd and David J. And this book has been so important to me that I've bought hundreds of copies, given away to photograph or the other photographers that we've taught. And when I have doubts about being a photographer, I go back to this book. I have notes all in this, little scribbles. And before I shoot a wedding, I look at Nakway's Inferno. Before shooting on the street, I like looking at Alex Webb's Suffering of Light. If I feel a little shy, I look at Divided Soul by David Allen Harvey to kind of get inspired to be able to talk to anybody. And if I want to think like bigger than the human existence, you know, I look at Genesis by Sebastião Salgado. Like these books are like, you know, when our friends come over, like Clint comes over to our house, the first thing he does, he goes to the bookshelf and pulls the book off, you know, and starts looking at it. And that's really amazing to kind of live that life of a photographer. This is one of my favorite quotes from the book. Think clearly, act sensibly, commit yourself to work hard in order to discover joy, and then give those images back to the world from which they were taken. And that's always in my mind. And what I love about photography is the natural extension of who you are and your growth you have as a person. And photography is a mirror of who you are. And no matter how technically proficient you are with a camera, you always have to dig deep every time you hold your camera up to your eye. You got to ask yourself, what's this photograph about? What do I want people to feel when they see this? And how can I make this visually interesting for a stranger to want to look at? Even that's the goal for a wedding, is to always take photos at a wedding that kind of transcend wedding photography. So a person that was never at that wedding wants to feel and wants to see what that wedding was all about. And I always feel like there are two different types of photographers: the photographer who loves the process of taking the pictures, and then the ones who like the result of the pictures, the ones who are like really good on the computer afterwards. I'm definitely in the first category. I'm not the one that's great on the computer afterwards. I love the act of taking a picture. I like turning the knobs of the shutter. I like, the smile that I feel on my face when I really get into a shot. One time at a wedding, not joking, a lady asked Aaron if I was mildly retarded because I smiled so much at the wedding. But that's great. I love that. I love the wonder of not knowing exactly what I get in the moment. And that really fits into what Cartier-Bresson said. It's putting one's head, one's heart, and one's eye on the same axis. And we have to know how our cameras work, but we also have to know what's in our hearts before we can really begin to take photos that we want to take. And that leads me to how I've spent my life as a photographer. I've heard it over and over that COVID hasn't so much altered the trajectory of life, but has sped it up. It's made people prioritize what's important. It's made us love a little harder, eat a little slower, which is important to me, and pay attention to what's right in front of us, which is also very important to me. But it wasn't always like this for me. I was always moving fast. I studied photojournalism. I went straight to work in newspapers after graduating. And at 27, I decided I wanted to be an independent photographer. I was planning on going to Iraq to cover the war with a couple of friends of mine, Max Whitaker. And then the tsunami hit in Asia, so I went there instead. I photographed lots of grief. I stood in mass graves as the bodies were piled all around me. I spent a night out on the Indian Ocean that I honestly didn't know if I'd survive. If you've ever heard that story, I'm sorry. After 2 months in Asia, I came home to New Mexico and decided to photograph some weddings. I did it partly because I needed the money. I did it partly because it was fun getting to photograph a wedding my own way, reinventing what I did every Saturday. I was in Santa Fe at the time. There weren't a lot of rules there. People were coming in from New York and San Francisco, and they're pretty artsy, and so they got along with kind of what I was trying to do. And I felt a creative freedom photographing a wedding that I never felt working at a newspaper. But I had no idea that weddings would consume my life in every way for the next years. I had a mentor named Michael Cody, and when I told him I was going to be a documentary photographer for 6 months and a wedding photographer for 6 months, he went, "Oh, you're freaking crazy." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Weddings are way harder than you think." And he was totally right. We were at a Fearless conference in Indonesia one time, and Julian Wainwright, who's an amazing photographer, he brought up this quote that his mom said, and I loved it. And she said, "A wedding picture is more than a record of a joyous event. It's an image filled with happiness and sometimes regret that some loved ones who witnessed and shared the occasion are no longer with us. It's a family time capsule. It is only as we grow older that we look at these images anew with a sense of fleeting time, the time that has passed and the time ahead. Yet the joy of the occasion is the constant that remains with us forever." And certainly from our wedding, I feel that. We had a good friend named Marcus. He was our DJ, and he was way more than that. He came over to the house all the time, and he passed away shortly after the wedding. And it's probably the last time that group of people will ever be together. And so every wedding I go to, I think about those types of things, and I'm trying to photograph everyone in an individual way that kind of gives them something, no matter if they're a member of the family or not. So since that kind of point, along with Aaron and Mauricio, Ryan and Vlad, our little family at Chrisman, we photographed in over 30 countries at this point. We've done a lot of things. We've been flown on top of glaciers. We've been to the craziest, prettiest beaches that you can imagine. But we slept in dirty bunk beds. One time in a trailer in the middle of the woods at a wedding where the groom ended the reception by killing gophers with his golf club, just for fun. So we've seen a lot of crazy stuff. We've gotten stranded in countries that we didn't know how to get out of. That's a good story too. We've been yelled at by a bride one day only to say how great we were the next day, and the next day she yelled at us again about how awful we were. And we've destroyed so many cameras trying to get the shot in the ocean. I seriously can't count all the cameras that we've completely torn up. But then in the summer of 15, Aaron and I decided that we wanted to possibly have a family. So we moved across the country in a U-Haul from San Francisco to Charleston. And we knew we needed to be closer to home because we couldn't continue to just be on the road all the time. And so we got our credit cards, Amexes, and we maxed them out, and we built out this portrait studio with Raheel. We poured our hearts into learning this completely new business model, photographing those hundreds of families and their dogs every year. But something was missing, for me. Running a high-end studio or a high-volume studio, you don't really have the time to connect with the people like we've always had. The sessions were shorter. Sometimes we do 3 or 4 shoots a day. The combinations of photos that you need to take is mind-boggling, especially when you have bigger families, to get every kid with every parent and vice versa. And you have to be able to turn the photos right away so you can sell them for wall art. You have a lot of rent, you have employees to pay, and constant pressure running a retail space. And it's an experience that we learned an incredible amount from, but it was really hard on our souls. We began to dread going to work every morning. It's the only time in my life where I didn't really like being a photographer, and we didn't really see a way out. And then COVID-19 happened. It forced us to stop and think, how do we want to spend the rest of our lives? And we realized it certainly wasn't going back to that studio every day once the restrictions were lifted. So we called our landlord, admitted that we couldn't survive as a portrait studio for the foreseeable future, and started packing. We said goodbye to that life in one quick day, and we either sold or gave away every bit of studio equipment, threw away business cards that had the portrait name on them, and we took 4 years of work and basically said, never this again. And that's the very best thing that's already happened as a result of COVID. But our studio gave us the knowledge and confidence to be able to do what we're doing now.
Good job, Braxton. You made it to the river of
along with 20 years of photography. And this video that I'm showing is actually 20 years of photography from all the hard drives. We brought them here, and one of my first projects of getting through the summer was consolidating all of those, and I got everything into this single suitcase right here. So that was, so Roxy and Aaron had to navigate those hard drives for several weeks. But throughout the years, I've learned a few different things. Being a photojournalist helped me to learn how to tell a story and work quickly, because a lot of times I would have 6 or 7 assignments a day, and I'd have to get them back, process the film, get them out. Learning to work in the studio was a huge learning curve for me. It forced me to slow down, learn how to bring emotion out of a subject, which was the direct opposite of my work as a photojournalist. I really had to learn how to ask questions and be a good listener. Someone like amazing photographer like Jerry Ghionis, he's so natural at asking someone an emotional question during the wedding. That was very foreign to me. It took me years and years to wrap my head around that. And then all of a sudden we're in a situation where we're in a studio, and I'm so naturally driven by photojournalism where I'm just here to document. And all of a sudden I had to learn how to create. And so we would have to bring the emotion out of those people, because otherwise it would just be really awkward for them to stand in the studio and just stare into the camera the whole time. And that's we learned a whole lot from Raheel being able to do that. We learned so much from Steve doing that. I'm so happy that we've had that experience, because it really applies to everything that we do now. I've learned how to do headshots and guide people in their businesses by asking them questions about what they want to do, who are their target markets, how they want to feel, how do they want people to feel when they see their photos, and then giving them presentations to where they really can see all the options that they have as a business owner. We've learned how to photograph political campaigns, and that's been a really fun project, getting to learn that side of photography. We've learned how to tell stories through long-term assignments. This is when we went to India to photograph Robbie and Jessica and them adopting their baby Eden, which is one of my favorite stories that we've ever done. And we've also, always kind of gravitated towards going to the extremes, especially with wedding photography. And that's really what I love doing the most, is going to the extremes. And I felt like I was kind of missing that a little bit with the studio. And so now I feel like we've gotten that back a little bit. So it kind of leads me to like how we are making it now. And one thing when we first starting the studio, Steve would say database. And that's so important right now. And that's why when someone hires us, we are always coming with the expectation that we are going to not only know them the rest of our lives, but work for them the rest of our lives. And when you have that approach, you never will try to take advantage of them, and you always do what's best for them in the long run. And when your intention is always good, your clients can feel that and they trust you. And when they trust you, you have a database you can work with. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of worthless phone numbers and emails. Because if you've just spent your entire career just trying to do a shoot and then say, I'm never going to see them again, it's very hard to get back into their lives and like become relevant to them. They're just going to, they're not going to buy it. So there are 3 ways that you can grow your business. This is something Steve taught us as well. Get new clients, which is the hardest part and the most expensive thing. Get your clients to use you more often, and get your clients to spend more with you. And with King of Fields, when COVID first hit, and we were sitting in the studio and Mauricio was with us, and we were like, well, what the hell do we do now? We can't shoot anyone here in the photo. We can't bring people in, and no one's calling. What's going on? Raheel, I think, saw something online about the Front Steps projects. And so he convinced us to do that, which is great. And so Mauricio and Aaron would go into one part of town. Raheel would go another part of town. Matt Legault would go another part of town. And I had downtown Charleston. And you would try to and it was really fun getting to meet all these brand new people that you would have never gotten to meet in the first place. And one of these families was the Newman family. And I kind of clicked with them. They're very, very nice family. And once we gave them the photos, Jola actually purchased some prints, some framed prints from us. And so I realized that she valued photography, and which is really cool. And that's who you want to work with. And then we kind of stayed in touch over the last few months. And then she recently hired me to photograph her daughter, Ainsley, who's a high school senior. And this is kind of another thing that COVID's really given me. It's given me the confidence to go beyond like traditional family photography and see if I can do something different with it and really push it like we always try to do with weddings. So I'm not trying to take this traditional senior high school portrait. I'm trying to take really good portraits of Ainsley that she's really going to want to look at for the rest of her life. And so I want to know, what does it feel like to be 17? Like, how cool would it be for all of us to have photographs like when we were 17, like we felt like we knew what we were doing, but we really didn't. And to kind of see that innocence, but with also so much potential. Like, that's one that I wanted to give Jola, her mom. And so I photographed her for a couple hours. And so I'm bringing in aspects of that, what we did with the studio. So I will bring a portable backdrop system to many of the shoots now and shoot for 45 minutes or go on studio lighting. And then we go off around town. And so a couple days later, I came back and showed Jola the photos. And so she ended up purchasing one of Graphi's storyboards, which is right there. So what I do is I'll take that storyboard of Roxy down off the wall, and then I'll take it to the shoot so people can actually see what they're going to be getting. Because like the presenter said yesterday, like if people feel that it's valuable, they will purchase it. If they think it's a commodity, they won't. And so that's made me feel great that she really loved the photos, that she's going to be able to see Ainsley every day. Once Ainsley goes to Walla Walla, Washington in the summer, Ainsley's going to be there every single day, like, and be part of the family still. Other ways we're making it, we're also, get new clients, which is kind of what Front Steps did, get clients to use you more often. So Jen and Mikal first wrote us probably a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, and said, hey, we're going to start having a baby, we're not having to have a wedding. So we want to just have engagement photos and that'll be it. And then we're going to have the baby. I said, okay, great. And they flew down from New York to have the engagement session. And it was awesome. I fell in love with them right away. And then kind of things changed and they decided they wanted to have a wedding after all. And so we started talking about whether it was just going to be elopement, like the four of us, like Jenny McCall, me and Aaron, or whether they're going to have a few people, where it would be in the United States. Ended up being right in their home in Manhattan. And so here's a wedding that we did just a couple months ago, November 1st. And one other thing that has been really important to us is, since we've always worked in different cities a lot, we have database in usually wherever we're going, we're having a wedding. So when we have a wedding in New York, Aaron will send out an email blast to all of our clients in New York and say, hey, we're going to be in town. Would anyone like a photo session? And that's worked out really well. And that's really kind of, it's helped tremendously, especially through COVID. So we went to New York, and this is the Baumrin family. And so, a few days before the wedding, we would go and photograph their family. And we did this for 5 or 6 families before Jen and McCall's wedding. And that's been amazing if you have a database where you can work with that. But also another big part of our client base is in San Francisco. And that's a little riskier going out there, going that far, being on a plane that long. But one of our good friends, David Schmidt, he said a decision to do one thing is a decision not to do something else. And we were just kind of determined to not let COVID kind of rule our life. And we were going to take charge of it. So our friend Kay said, hey, you guys need to come back out to San Francisco and do some shoots. So we did. And one of those sessions was with Kay, and Kay invited her family, Elaine and Don, out. And I photographed both of their families together. And this is a photo that Elaine and Don picked out, and they ended up purchasing a mega mat from Graphi, which is this is a photo that Elaine sent me yesterday to show it. But where I screwed up was I didn't focus enough on Kay's family. And I think Kay's listening right now, and I'm sorry. And she was kind of disappointed, almost to the point of being mad at me. And Kay is like one of our closest friends. We've known her for 12 years. She's just been amazing support for her forever. And to not feel like I did enough good enough job for her really hurt me. And so I went back out to San Francisco 2 months later with one of the main goals being, I have to get a good photo for Kay. And she was like, no, I don't want it now. Like, we'll do it some other time next year. I was like, no, let's do it. And she was kind of going back and forth. And then finally I had an open day and she's like, okay, let's go for it. And it wasn't with Thomas. It wasn't with the whole family. It was just the 2 boys, because she had one spot in her house she wanted to fill, and she didn't want it to be a traditional family photo. She wanted it to be fine art, and which is a lot of pressure. And so we kept talking about what it would be. And then in my lonely hotel room, I had this vision of like her 2 young boys running, and it'd be a lot of movement, and it has an energy of like youth. I said, okay, got an idea, let's go. And so we went out to this kind of Astrodero, this natural reserve outside San Francisco. And so we took this photo together. Like Kay's like holding a Profoto B10 on a monopod, and like we're running through the fields and we're just chasing the boys. And we finally get something that she loves and she's so proud of. And it's that feeling of like saying, okay, I have to go beyond what people expect. And so Kay and I have been working on this idea of just having like family of fine art sessions where you approach a family with a specific idea and you go after that and you target it just for specific wall art, which is something Steve has taught us for forever. It just sometimes takes us a while to catch on and actually do things. So now Kay finally has a picture that she's proud of, which makes me so ecstatic. And then we've been photographing a lot of Kay's friends, again, with the approach of like saying, hey, we are going to make this a little artsier, a little riskier, a little untraditional, because that's what we tend to like as photographers. And it's just taken me a while to build up that confidence to be a family photographer that goes beyond like the typical shot that you need. And then you have situations like this, where Mauricio photographed 2 brothers' bar mitzvahs. We only photographed 2 bar mitzvahs in our entire lives, and Mauricio did both of them, Sam and Alex Fine. And we just stayed in touch with the mom, Leah, for years and years. And so when we came out to California, she said, oh, I want a family session. And those 2 boys are now those 2 boys. And so the family kind of showed up and staggered, and the oldest one, the oldest one showed up, and he was kind of pulling his shirt down. I was like, oh, you got a tattoo? And he's like, I was like, what's the tattoo of? And he just started laughing. He's like, oh, Mom and Dad, by the way, I got a tattoo. And it's this skull, and it's with this old Greek writing. And his parents just about lost their minds because they never knew their son had a tattoo. And he wasn't really being that safe with COVID. He was flying back and forth to New York to see his friends. So he couldn't even get close to his parents. And so I was like, how am I supposed to photograph a family when I can't even get the family together? And so we ended up doing a photo like this, and this was the holiday card that Leah sent us, to represent their family right now. So it's this feeling of you just got to roll with whatever you're thrown. And here's another situation I did on the exact same trip where I'm bringing the backdrop system to a shoot, and then we're doing more photos later. Even though I don't travel with this, Ryan has this backdrop system in San Francisco, and I grab it when I need it for the shoot. And so this is another family that we've been photographing for 10 years. Heather Robinson, we first photographed them. They're 2 boys, and we've just continued to document them growing up. And now Heather has a new relationship with 2 new kids who and they're combined like a family now. And so getting to photograph that was totally unique. And so these photos are a result of those 2 hours with the Robinson family. So if COVID has taught us anything, it's that we can live more with a lot less. We're together more as a family. We wake up excited about being photographers. We really love our business. We really love our clients. And this is really how we want to spend the rest of our lives, which is really exciting. But photography is hard. You can't just do it for the money. You can't be doing it to try to get famous on social media, because that doesn't last. And even when you know how to take a good photo, it doesn't mean that it's very easy to do every single time. I've always attributed it to like climbing a ladder. And some photographs require a lot of steps and some are a lot shorter, but you can't say, when you see a great photo on the, on someone's website, you can't, they don't come up with the idea and just happens like that. It starts with one idea and it's like layered. It's kind of like one of Mauricio's photos where he has one idea and he stacks it until you get to the top and you can't do it anymore. And then you fall off and you start all over again for the next photo. And that's kind of the joy of being a photographer. That's why it's fun. That's why it's a journey that we all should like be proud to take the long way with. I love the Ghionis. It feels like just the ultimate Ghionis adventure, and it's the joy of connection. And it's a story that only you can tell through your perspective, which is amazing. And as photographers, we need to find what we love in this world. And that's really kind of the hardest part, is narrowing things down, stripping things away. I've always said art is about subtraction and not about addition. So it's taking away everything you don't like to only find the things that you really do like. And when you can find the beauty and worth in something in someone, you kind of begin to change the world around you for a lot better. Photography reveals, it heals, it connects. It kind of brings us closer together in so many ways. And I feel like that's something that we really need right now more than ever, is that connection. And that's what it's all about, picking up a camera and wanting to remember what you see right in front of you. I mean, I have a horrible memory, so I take pictures to make sure I remember things. I don't keep a journal, I take pictures. That's why I have these hard drives of photos, because that's my memory bank. And you fall in love by that simple act of committing to look beyond yourself, and you stay in love by that momentum. And that's why, like at a wedding day, like we don't really take breaks. We don't stop the momentum of creating, because if I feel like I take a break, all of a sudden that momentum stops and I have to start all over. I have to ramp it back up. So we just shoot, we just keep going, because that creativity, that when nothing is happening on the wedding day and we have to figure out how to make that interesting, that to me is fun. And my hope is that us photographers never lose that desire to like look and create and see what's in front of them with a curiosity, and then to share that feeling with a compassion and a fire that really never stops being lit. Just as us, Chrisman Studios, and me and Aaron, we've never felt that as much right now, and it's a gift. And that's the main gift that COVID-19 in the last 10 months have given us. It's given us that fire again to be photographers. And I'm just going to close you with this. It's Martin Luther King Day today, so the time is always right to do what's right. I thought that was amazing. I heard that on Morning Joe this morning. I thought that's perfect for this talk, because if you always do the right thing for your clients and your friends, you're going to be in really good shape, from now on. And that's kind of if you could do anything for your business, just always make sure you take care of people in the right way and listen to your gut. Like when I was 27, I kind of felt like I'd always had this voice in my head that was telling me to do something. I always fought it. And when I finally started listening to it, that my conscience, my gut, everything started getting better, because I wasn't fighting myself anymore. Like, listen to your instincts and go with that, and just do what's right for people all the time. You'll be in great shape. That's all. Thank you. I can't hear anything.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
That was amazing. Do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. I mean, we've heard that sentiment countless times, haven't we? However, I also know when you love your job, you'll even work harder, right? I mean,
Sure.
Ben, it is so clear that how much you love what you do and how important your customer relationships are to you. I've always known that about you. I feel like I actually know Kay because you've talked to me so much about her.
I have.
So if watching Kay, you're one lucky person to know Ben. And I started 20 years ago when I started Graphi in the I mean, I'm not a photographer. I didn't know any photographers, but I knew how to develop relationships, meaningful relationships. And so one customer, one photographer at a time is how really we built Graphistudio, with the mentality, with the sales force that had the same values that I had, and the team in Italy is creating meaningful relationships. And when you have meaningful relationships, you will have magic for your business. And when you have a company that you work with that treats you like family, hang on to it. Hang on to it with everything you have, because you'll never experience the same thing again. So Ben, I know Dario is going to jump in and he has a few words. Thank you so much for everything that you do for Graphistudio, this industry. And we're going to have fun this year.
Yeah.
I was completely absorbed and enchanted in front of the story, and I love the humanity that sparks out every single picture, every single word that you said, and beside the beautiful places that you have been lucky enough to visit. But the stories, how you have pivoted everything, around the stories that you have been asked to shoot, friends or no friends, or people that actually turn out to as friends later on. That's amazing and resonates so much with the things that we are trying to talk about in these days from the live at the castle, because photography, I can't say it enough, but photography is about stories, whether it's a personal journey or is your clients or is a corporate asking you to shoot something or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. Putting so much effort, tuning and syncing with your clients and trying really to dig deep in their feelings, and the way you captured all these different families, all these different moments. I can easily tell you something about these people just watching the picture, and that's great, and it's not for granted. I mean, so it's typically when we take pictures or when we draw something, when we project ourselves, we tend to make it ours, and in a kind of way you do it, but you are so respectful of the story, of the heart of the matter that you are representing your pictures, that it's amazing. The result is amazing, and I'm speechless. It's amazing.
Well, thanks. I mean, it's not always easy. Like, you got to go through these ebbs and flows of photographers where you're feeling it or you're not really feeling it. And that's why we're excited, is because I feel like we've gotten our mojo back, and we're ready to go after it.
Yeah, but even that decision isn't an easy one. You were completely focused in building that kind of business model, and then you felt something, you heard yourself, your inner, deeper self, mm-hmm. and you took a different decision, and in a very appropriate way for your fashion, you said, okay, you know what? Let's diverge and take a different band, a different road. And
yeah. And I don't want to deter anyone from doing the studio thing, because it's really fun. I mean, I wish we could have a big ass studio all the time, and I wish it would be great. It's just not innately like who we are as people. And everything that we've learned and been taught is 100% correct. It's just we're applying all those things in our way now. And the photographers I've always admired are people like Larry Tao, Magnum photographer, who lives up in Canada. He lives on a farm. He lives really cheap. And then he goes and shoots the stories that he wants. That's what I want to do the rest of my life. I don't need a lot. I just want to be able to take pictures for people and, raise our kid and have Roxy go to a decent school. And that's it. I don't need anything more than that. And we're just figuring out now how to make that happen.
Awesome. Well, we'd love it. And we want to hear more about that journey. So hopefully we can just do more of these. Okay. Wherever you are in the world, we'll find you.
All right. Cool.
We'll track you down.
Thank you very much, man, for everything.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks, Mauricio. We'll see you soon, buddy.
See you, man.
Thank you.
I can't thank you enough. I have to say that Erin shared the same quantity of love in our talk the other day, and our audience will be delighted to watch that episode tomorrow. We will share more details shortly today. It's great. We had beautiful, interesting, compelling conversations with key players, photographers, and people of every sort and kind, from different genre, different backgrounds, and all together we were sharing our passion. And Ben, you know what? There are many secrets, possibly technically, or about marketing, about branding, about whatever, but there's just one single thing that makes the whole difference in life, which is believing and loving what you do. Whether you are a photographer, a football player, an astronaut, or a violin player, or a farmer, anything. But if you love what you do, people feel it. And Mauricio today said before, it happened that I bought things for me that I love so much that, when it was the time to sell it, it wasn't even a sale. It was just, giving a favor, doing a favor to someone. And it changes completely, drastically, the perspective. And your clients, people all around the world feel it, whether it's their culture, religion, in a social position, whatever, they feel it, because that's how human beings are about. And that's why photography is such a blessing.
And
I love the wall art you have of Roxy right behind it.
I love that one. Like, the two things I love the most are like the storyboard right here, and I love the fine art print. So that's what I generally sell, because I believe in them. That's what we have in our house. And so I don't need to offer everything in the world. It's just a few things that I really, really love. And there's no selling to that.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ben.
Love you, Ben.
Thank you. Take care, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. And for everybody watching this incredible intensive Zoom session, let's dive in now in chapter 2 of the production floor with more technologies and more in and out about our programs. So it's part 2 of what we introduced yesterday. It's brand new. So watch it, enjoy it, and we will catch you soon right after that. So in an hour or so. Thank you so much for being with us. Imaging USA Virtual Show 2021 and live Graphistudio from Castle Ceconi. Ciao, Ben. Take care, friend. Bye. Welcome everybody, welcome to the Graphistudio HQ where the magic happens. So it's the first time that we actually broadcast from our production facility. So follow me, we will take you along the working process. It's quite articulated, so be ready, fasten your seatbelt, it's going to be exciting. So behind me you can see our loved Indigo press printed. It's a great machine, its flexibility and the very quick turnaround time is one of the plus of this incredible piece of technology. But recently we have added her bigger sister, the 12,000 4 Series Indigo printer by HP, and you can see here it's just huge. It's a massive piece of technology. With this larger size, we can print up to the B2 size, which means larger formats. We don't need to mount any more the spreads. We can wrap boxes. We can create a lot of new products. Creative marketing, for instance, magazines, even larger size magazines. There's plenty of possibilities. This alone opens a new future for Graphi. But this is not all. This is just one of the technologies that we have. So we will see now live how the print happens. Basically with this very large, as you can see, very large format, we basically multiply by 2 our capabilities, and this allows, as I said before, allows us to create many more products and services for you, from thank you cards to bigger magazines, calendars, boxes, brochures, books, press printed books with a very, very, very high quality. So as you can see, it's super fast. The quality is amazing. And you can see, freshly printed for you. It's just incredible. The richness of these colors leaves me breathless. I honestly say I wasn't expecting this, but this is brilliant. It's really brilliant. And I can't wait to put to market this incredible capability. So let's move now to the next station. And now we are going to approach the HD Canon Dream Level Beauty Printer. It's an amazing piece of technology. it really brings every single pixel of your monitor down to the paper. And you will see in a minute why I'm so excited about this technology. The wider gamut, the durability, the eco-friendly process behind that are just amazing. How could you not possibly love this Black Beauty? You know, when we acquired this technology, we were looking for something that could help us deliver in the highest quality possible. And we all know that photographers strive to get the best result, spending huge money on lenses, cameras, sensors, workflows, monitors. It's all right because your workflow must be consistent, especially over time. But on the other hand, what can we do to help you guys? What can we do to maximize your efforts and your investments and make sure that you are bringing onto paper all this energy and time that you put on that? And this is the answer, because the Adobe RGB gamut capabilities that we have with this printer are unrivaled in the market. So there's nothing better than this. And, you know, I would say the added value is that it's not just the best piece of technology possible, but it's also eco-friendly. So, you know, I know that I'm shocking you. When I say eco-friendly, I mean that this is a water-based ink. It is not chemical processes. There are no, you know, hazardous materials implied in this. It's not like the silver alloy process, for instance, which is still in our program. But to be honest, if I would be a professional photographer, my choice would be this one. Like I said, wider gamut, is eco-friendly, durability. This is certified 300 years. 300 years. It means that it's archival, and it means that every page of your book is actually museum grade. And you know what? It's also possibly the most incredible ratio between cost and benefits. Why I'm saying that? Because since the beginning, Tullio, our CEO, wanted to introduce this technology without asking you more money for that. And the reason is simple. We want you to be incredibly competitive out there. And to be so, you have to go to your clients and say, okay, this is much higher in terms of quality and durability. And guess what? It doesn't cost more. So any margin on top of that is in your pocket, okay? Now, next step is going to be on the binding department. So that's exactly how we put together all the pages that we are printing all around, and we create beautiful spreads for your beautiful creations. So follow me, it's just a few meters away, and you will see more technologies. I promise you, there are some robots, there are some incredible machineries that we actually build in-house, because as usual, Graphi doesn't want to have standard products and doesn't want to give you standard products. So everything we do is unique. And each time we take a new road, we take a new technology, we try to offer something new, we add the new products. That's where exactly we want to give our magic blend of the Graphistudio tradition and cutting-edge technology. One of the common issues could be the crystallization of the glue over time, or the yellowing surfacing on the paper of the pages of your book. So this doesn't happen with our products, simply because we have put our science and our expertise all together in these robots that I'm going to show you, in these machineries that we have engineered in-house, to make sure that every single spread, every single product features the best quality and the most durable options. So let me show you how we put together 2 pages to create a spread. Come closer. You can see these gorgeous ladies taking care of your spreads. You can tell by the movement of these robot arms behind the screen. You see they are taking the 2 pages, binding the 2 things together with the highest precision possible, and the result is the spread that we all know. Now, you can't even tell where the spread is, where the gut falls, because it's so precise, 1/10 of a millimeter. This is basically a surgical precision, like anything else out there. But once these spreads are ready, we move forward and we go to bind the block. Now, the block is even more complicated because we need to put together 40, 60, 80 pages, maybe 100 pages, which means 50 spreads, right? And follow me in this sort of tunnel and I will show you how we bind together these spreads, which basically brings all the spread folds into this step, which is applying the glue. And when the glue is done, we go in the infrared oven where we basically activate the glue. And then another robot arm takes the spread, put it all together, and we have to stack them together in a block. Once this is done, and once the block is ready, the print is perfect, the binding is done, we go where the technology leaves behind and we go where the craftsmanship shines to the nth degree. You will see our ladies bringing together this magic with leathers, with fabrics, with linen and natural cottons and creating incredible covers for you. Let me show you how it works. So this is, well, first of all, let me warn you, this is addictive, and I'll tell you why. Real leather, full grain leather, you can smell it like a brand new BMW or Mercedes, like Sue Bryce would say. This is amazing. This is the place where, you know, I love to spend my time when I'm free, because you can see all around me many options, colors, finishings, textures, thicker or thinner leathers, shiny colors, more watercolor, pale tones. Whatever you have in mind, this is your kingdom. There are options everywhere. Our artisans cut out all the pieces, all the little details needed to bound together all the covers, boxes, sleeves, anything that comes with your order. It's just an endless series of options in your hands. With a 3D configurator, you can play with this as a designer. It's pretty easy, just a few clicks and you're there, and you can visualize directly the result, the outcome of your idea. So let's see some of the secrets behind our covers. I have to tell you, some of the techniques have centuries, but of course with new materials. You know, it's all part of the made in Italy heritage, the tradition, the story behind this country, from the medieval age up to the Renaissance, up to nowadays. You will see our girls and ladies here hand stitching things, folding corners, taking care of each single detail, the glue, the spine of the books, the back and the front cover, even sewing some details on these genuine leathers or the natural fibers. I want to show you in a minute how we put together the cover, starting from the beautiful full grain leather that we were looking just now. So for cover reasons, I can't approach them too close, as you can imagine, but you see how the panel, how the rigidity is ensured by this high density cardboard substrate in between the covers. Now you might think that, oh well, it's not that complicated, it doesn't look that complicated, right? Now, yeah, it's just some matter of a few pieces and glue. This takes years. I mean, becoming so knowledgeable and expert, having your hands so capable to create this beautiful work of art takes years of training and experience. And these ladies and girls here are, I tell you, are the most devoted and dedicated human resources you can find around, okay? So each single book, each single story goes through their hands, and they know it. They care of it. They put their best in giving shape to your creativity and your clients' stories, because we do know how much it matters. So about materials, we just said a lot, but what about the quality of the finishings? How does it take? You know, what happens behind? How can we make sure that each single corner, shape, elements is properly made and executed? Well, actually, there is no secret. There is no black box that you can throw things in and it spits out something done. Unfortunately or fortunately, there is no such a technology. What we do have is incredibly talented people here in the company putting their best efforts in every single step of the workflow and creating for you incredible piece of art. Let me show you how this storybook is taking shape. You can see there is not a single corner that is overlooked. There is not a single detail that is not taken care of. So I was talking about hand sewing things. Let me show you this incredible product that I love. I'm totally in love with the Favola. Favola is a concept that we have designed with Kelly Brown, the worldwide queen of the newborn photography. Favola is made with very thick, full grain, incredibly texturized, hand-tanned, genuine cowhide. It's a long sentence, but that's exactly what it is. It's a genuine leather, or cowhide, I should say, made in Tuscany, with this beautiful, warm and earthy tone on the surface, these unique finishings, and it's just a perfect wrap for newborn sessions or family portrait sessions because it's almost alive. And there is no other way than having expert artisans doing this for you. So these are the kind of added value that we love to put on top of your products, because that's how we can make sure that your quality, your expertise, takes place and creates value. So this is basically almost everything about the book, almost everything, because then there's the presentation box, the sleeves and everything that goes with that, and I want to show you that in a minute. So just follow me on the other side of the warehouse where other machineries and other colleagues are waiting for us. Follow me. So all the elements, the boxes, the covers, the leads, sometimes even hidden elements in our structures in the wall art are printed and cut out with this, this piece of engineer, our cutting plotters. There are two here, massive, very large, very wide, and pretty noisy, as you can possibly tell. Let's go closer and see how precise and quick they are, carving out the shapes that our expertise here, our engineers have defined to create yarn books, design boxes, sleeves, let me say matted albums. Everything happens here. Let's go closer and take a look on the cutting plotter. So boxes, and even more boxes if possible. And this part of the business have become something quite interesting. Not because the box itself, but because everything about the presentation of the product took a different meaning for us and for you, and more importantly to your clients. So you can tell here how many tiny details are everywhere, magnets, corners. And I'm going to show you in a minute how we can carve and cut out these shapes, which looks a flat thing, but is going to become possibly a design box or a yarn book or anything in that range. And these procedures, these steps in the workflow, as I said before, used to be more marginal 20 years ago, then 15 years ago, then 10 years ago we saw something happening. And the more the portrait business is brought in, the more important is to produce incredible presentation boxes. And you can see all around me, all these codes, all these pieces have been made a la carte. I can't say it enough. Everything here is made on the assumption that it's one-of-a-kind heirloom. There's a family, there's a person, there's a company, there's someone waiting for this unique one-of-a-kind piece of art. That's exactly why all my colleagues in every single table around here know how important this box is. This box is going to be every detail, every material, every single step is paramount to us. Let alone that the sizes, the materials, the finishings are so many that the mix and blend about all of these creates literally 100,000 different options. And options is another trait of this company. We love to give you canvas, we love to give you colors, we love to give you brushes, and we love to see you painting these beautiful stories as you like, because every single story is unique and deserves something that reflects its uniqueness. So let's move forward now. There's much more to say, and I just can't help. I'm sure that I'm looking super excited because I am. I'm so passionate, exactly as everyone here in this company. We love photography and we love stories. It's a large factory, you're right, but some magic happens with smaller machines than the huge Indigos, for instance. And this is exactly the case. So the personalization, the fact that you can actually use the lid of a box, the lid of a young book, or even the cover of your book as a canvas. You can design any artwork of choice. You can be as creative as you want, because this incredible technology is creating a high quality raised overprint on top of the material. And many, if not all our materials, features in our programs, allow you to use this kind of technology, which is a UV printing, with a high definition UV printing actually. So just be creative, because for instance, you could use the participation invitation cards, you can use any artwork of choice of your clients and bring it directly to the cover of the book or the lid. So it's just amazing. You can see it's fast, it's precise, and it's limitless. So just go wild with your imagination, overwhelm your brides and grooms with ideas that they possibly don't even think about. Forget about the traditional options. This is the future. This is really creative. Go for it. And I show you in a minute the outcome. And that's exactly what I was talking about. You can see the glossy surface, the raised prime printing on this beautiful white touch young book. It's just gorgeous. And like I said before, just go wild with your imaginations. Any artwork can be reproduced on almost any material. You know what? So many technologies, so many steps in the workflow, so many requests, so many options, like I said, and so many variables in place need a lot of accuracy and a lot of attention. And that's why we have several quality checks along the process. And possibly the most important one is the final quality control. So my colleagues here take care of each single page, each single print, each single box, each single request from you, and they make sure that everything in the end reflects the quality that you expect from us. Now, I'm not saying that it's bulletproof, because as you can tell, it's plenty of human beings here. So it's not really about that, but it's about the care and the customer care that we put in. It's about the devotion, I should say, that they put for hours every single day going through each single page of the book, making sure that the colors are perfect, the layout is respected, the paper has no defects, the leather is perfect as well, and all the elements like smaller copies. By the way, don't forget, if you order books, don't forget to upsell parent books as well as pocket books. They are fantastic, a fantastic added value, and it doesn't need a new artwork. We just replicate and minimize, scale down the same artwork that you provide for the main book. But it's a really great to put together this package and hand it out to your clients. I can see that it's a lively and colorful Indian wedding. They have very elaborated ceremonies and beautiful, beautiful dresses and colors and all they are very much about details, aren't they? And and look at these pictures. It's just incredible. When you tell these kinds of stories, I'm sure that you're as a photographer, you're proud, and as a printer and artisan, we are even more proud because we know that this really matters to this couple and their families. So quality control, dedication, time, efforts, knowledge, expertise, heritage, everything blends together in the Graphi products, and everything blends together in something that you design. With our 3D configurator, you can keep control on every single aspect of the products, the box, the sleeve, the wall art, whatever is your choice. So speaking about wall arts, let's go back to that because there's more to see.
Okay, so welcome Sean LeBlanc and welcome Dario. You and I have been had a great day today at today's workshops and today's presentations, and incredibly privileged to be joined all the way from Canada by somebody who actually I've already spent some time learning a little bit about when he's been over here. Sean LeBlanc, welcome.
Hello, great to see you guys again.
One of the reasons that we wanted to bring you along and to the part of this whole week, in 2 days of the presentations, is because you've created a business in a really quick time and stepped away from a very high paid career. Mm-hmm. Tell us a bit about your experience, a little bit about how that's happened, and what's brought you into the photography world and how you've
sure
experiences of it.
Yeah, well, I got my first camera about 10 years ago on a mountain biking trip to Moab, Utah. And on that trip, to be honest, I did very little mountain biking and a lot of playing around with my camera. And it was really at that time that I fell in love with photography. And from there, I started to photograph families, and I also discovered the Chrisman's work in terms of wedding photography. And it was really at that time where, their work just opened my eyes to creative possibilities. And so I started to get into photographing weddings. And I was doing this all the while I was an engineer at a large energy company here in Calgary called Suncor Energy. And I kept pursuing my hobby for photography and eventually started to get into destination weddings. And I had the opportunity to photograph a destination wedding in Japan.
Wow.
An incredible opportunity during cherry blossom season. But it was one that I almost missed because of my corporate world commitments as an engineer. And so it was really at that time, Jeremy, that I started to look at leaving the corporate world behind and pursuing my passion for photography.
That's a really big step, isn't it? I mean, I know, from our conversations in the past, you were, had a pretty high flying career there, and that's a huge step when you make that change.
Yeah. I mean, I was an engineer for 14 years, earning a great salary, had awesome benefits and a bonus every year. But then, one day I was sitting in a 3-hour meeting and all I could think about was photography and how to grow a business. And so, like I say, that combined with this opportunity to photograph a wedding in Japan, I just told my wife, I was like, this is something I really want to do. And so then, started putting things in place to eventually make the jump to full-time photography.
So
that was back in, that was about 3 years ago now.
That's such an amazing support for you. And I know sometimes it's a real tough ask for partners to support somebody who's going to step away from a high paid job to the unknown. And so, my hat's off to Terry about that. That was quite amazing.
Yeah, I mean, she could tell it was my real passion. Like I would get up early before work to work on photography. I would work on it during lunch. And even when I came home, I'd be up quite late just, working on photos and trying to grow my business. And, even my family, my parents could see that it was something that I was very passionate about. And eventually everything just fell into place.
So follow your dream, become brilliant at what you do, and the money will come.
Yeah, exactly. So if you put yourself out there and again, are very passionate about what you do. I mean, it really doesn't feel like work. It's something that you absolutely love to do. And again, something that I think about when I wake up in the morning and then even go to bed at night, I'm still thinking about it. So it's when you the work, success will come with that as well.
So guys, I don't wanna sound as the bad cop, but because you have been an engineer for 14 years, you had quite a career. I expect that you possibly approach your business with the same, with the same clear mind, with the same pragmatism that one would expect from an engineer. So, for instance, we all know about the last year, 2020, was so promising, and then we had this pandemic and everything changed. But over the last year or couple of years, how did you, I would say, how did you find your wedding or portrait clients? Did you apply any method, any, that's why I said, as an engineer, I guess that you didn't went out saying, hey, I take pictures. It's not like that, right?
Right. Yeah, no, that's a great question, Dario. So, before I made that leap, I spent a lot of time learning the business of photography, specifically how to sell printed work and create printed work for my clients. I mean, that's something that really took my business to the next level once I started to get into that. And again, I just took...
You say printed work.
Printed work, yes, absolutely. And so, so again, I took some time before I made the leap to really learn how to offer that to my clients and be successful with sales. Because I didn't view myself as a salesman by any means, but it's something that, again, I'm very passionate about and believe in 100%. And my clients could see that, which would ultimately lead to sales. And so in terms of finding clients, for weddings, I don't do much on that end. I really only photograph about 10 weddings a year now. But the portrait side of my business is something that I'm really aggressively growing. And so in terms of the genres that I photograph, I work with families, pets, as well as started doing some boudoir as well. And it's kind of a mixed bag in terms of how I find my clients. So a lot of it is through referrals when it comes to families. Also, I've set up some alliances with a custom home builder and a high-end garage company here in Calgary that have been referring awesome clients to me as well. And then pre-pandemic, I was doing expos. So actually having a booth at a trade show and selling gift certificates to bring families in. For pet work, I have an ongoing book project that I've been working on with a local rescue here in Calgary. That's been a great way to generate leads for portrait clients. And then for boudoir, I've just been running Facebook contests, and that's been a great way to bring referrals or bring new leads in. And it's been going really well. So having, not all my eggs in one basket, but kind of creating a variety of ways to bring in new clients has kept steady leads coming into my business here.
So obviously from your lead generation, it's bringing these customers in here. And obviously you're creating something different for them. Tell us a bit more about that. The art projects, the custom exclusive projects that you're doing, those custom artwork projects. Is that something that's helping you to create that, higher value paying client?
Absolutely. So, all of the conversations start with creating wall art. I've just come to love, the Graphi Pro line wall art and something that, again, my clients can see I'm very passionate about it. And it starts with the initial conversation about what would they love to display in their home, or where would they love to display their artwork in their home? And that really is where the conversation starts and leads to creating physical wall art for their home. And so a recent example, I worked with a wonderful family from Northern Alberta, and they had just found me on Google. I created a blog post about a family portrait session I did out in the mountains. And so through Google, they were able to find my work and reached out to me that way. and I gave them a call. So I don't email anyone really anymore. It's all done over the phone. And we just talked about, you know, first of all, their family and where would they love to display some of this beautiful artwork. And I also told them about work artwork pieces going into their home. And so they actually created a 10-minute YouTube video that they sent me of their home. And so it was kind of at that time that I knew this was going to lead to something very special. And so from there, we went out and did the photo session, and I do same day reveals where my clients will come back to my studio and I premiere all of the best photographs for them. And they ended up ordering 10 custom pieces of Graphi Proline wall art for their home. So the biggest one being a 60 by 40. They ordered some collections, and it was my biggest sale to date when it comes to working with a family. And it was something that was very custom for their home. And
I'll just take you back a little bit there, Sean. You said you did the same day reveal. So what kind of tips can you give us, best tips for presenting this exclusive artwork? Well, how do you present it that makes them want it so much?
Yeah, well, a lot of it has to do with communication, right? So, again, that initial conversation was about having them visualize this artwork and then communicating with them, what to expect at the premiere. So when all of their beautiful photographs come together, that's really when we're going to work to create, again, something beautiful for their home. And so the other thing that I'm doing is before they even come in for their premiere, I'm quoting them 2 or 3 times and letting them know that payment will be due for whatever they decide to order at the end of their premiere. So I'm setting those expectations that, they're not just coming in to see all their beautiful photographs, but they're also coming in to order as well. And so, sorry, it's very dry here, so I'm just going to take a sip.
Yeah, it's been pretty hot here to do as well. So, so that sounds like communication is the key to everything that you're doing.
That's right, and it all starts from the initial conversation. Again, and that visualization piece. Where would they love to display this artwork? And then quoting as well. Quoting is an important part because it makes the decision that much more real, and so again, I'm quoting them 2 to 3 times before they're coming in, also letting them know that payment will be due at the end of the premiere for whatever they decide to order. And so that sets you up for success. So when they see all of their beautiful photographs come together, they know that again, they're there to make a decision, and I'm there to help them, and I'm there to make decisions easy for them. The other thing I would say is, going back to the passion piece, I'm offering them artwork that I'm very passionate about as well. So, I have Graphi Proline in my own home. And so I have a home studio here. So when my clients walk in, they see that I actually have artwork of my own kids, of my own family on display in my home that I'm very proud of. And so, again, it's something that I believe in 100% as well. And that comes through with, my communication. It comes through with my confidence when I'm presenting this artwork to them as well. And so they're seeing that confidence and then, again, making the decision and purchasing some beautiful wall art for their home. And the other piece that I would say, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, Sean, but you said a few times
problem.
that when you interview your clients, you talk about them. You talk to them about your passion, and you name also this Italian company that handcrafts the wall arts that you're offering. But let's be honest, the world is plenty of wall arts. I mean, in theory, you could sell files and they could go anywhere online or to the next corner lab and print something. So how can you address this? How can you make the point and tell them, hey, listen, I've cherry-picked something and let me show you why?
Yeah. That's a great point, Dario. You know, and of course they can do that. But again, what I'm offering and what I believe in is offering something very exclusive, something that, you know, will stand the test of time, something that is luxurious in nature. So the brand that I've created for my photography business is more of a luxury brand, one where, you know, I want to work with, you know, exclusive clients that really appreciate artwork, and that's where credit and graph talent come play. And so when I'm taking, and I actually take pieces off the wall and will let my clients hold these pieces, and that's where they can really see the quality that I've been talking about. The other thing that I'd like to mention as well is, you know, when clients are coming to me, they often go to my website first. And so on my website, that's where, you know, I'm showcasing a lot of the, you know, everything's about creating artwork. And so they see that on my website. They also see some of the beautiful products that I offer. And so when they do inquire, they have a bit of that knowledge already. You know, the fact that working with my studio will result in creating artwork from their session as well. So, you know, and again, just the passion piece that you mentioned, Dario, it's something that, you know, I can easily talk about with them. And again, just having them touch and feel the artwork, and again, seeing it in my own home, you know, with my own family, is something that definitely goes a long way.
And do you shoot for the product, Sean? Has the product affected the process of your shooting? Has it been influenced about creating the wall art? So are you shooting for the product?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, for these photo sessions, so when they come in for their premiere, I'm only showing them 30 to 40 of the absolute best photographs that I capture for them. But during the session, I'm capturing as much variety as possible. So, you know, I'm shooting high, I'm shooting low, close, far, wide angle lens, telephoto lens, you know, landscape, portrait for square. So I'm capturing a lot of variety. So that way I have a lot to work with when it comes to creating their artwork for them. As well as, you know, I talked about having them visualize artwork in their home. And so if they've told me they would love to have something that's balanced above their bed, you know, an artwork piece above their bed, now I know I need to shoot for a collection that would work above their bed. And so that would kind of lead to what I end up photographing, you know, during the session as well. But variety is very key, as well as details. You know, certainly on a wedding day, you want to be capturing lots of details to create the ultimate album for them. But when it comes to wall art, you also want to be showcasing those details. And so also in my studio, a lot of the sample collections that I have will showcase those details so that it becomes more part of the artwork. So, you know, certainly variety is very key when you're photographing.
So in the end, I think we can say that if you speak you know, a specific language, you will end up attracting the people that have the same language in common with you. So sometimes we listen to photographers complaining that people, you know, approach them and they just talk about the pricings or any discounts or free gifts, giveaways. They don't seem to value the work of that photographer. And I understand that it's not easy. There is also that market share. But the thing is that if you do not position your brand, if you do not create your brand identity, you can't intercept the right people for you, the right people that understand what you're doing, what you're offering. And otherwise it's like, you know, speaking a different language. You would never, you know, tune.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, mindset is a big part of it. A lot of the students that I work with, you know, it's all about creating that mindset that, you know, you're worth what you charge, but also you 100% believe in what you create. So, you know, if you think that all your clients are ever going to want are digitals, well, that'll come through in your communication
So you're going to
everything you say. Yeah. And that's what they'll end up wanting. So, you know, for me, again, I believe that creating something physical, you know, printed work is is how, you know, I get fulfillment as an artist and as a photographer. And so that comes through in all of my communication. And so that big sale with that family I was telling you about that ordered the 10 pieces, digitals didn't even come up. They didn't buy any digitals. It was all just artwork from that sale. And so it was, so to do something like that for a family was absolutely awesome. So again, it comes back to mindset and what you believe in and what you're saying with the language and how you communicate with your clients.
You mentioned earlier albums, and I know you know your wedding numbers are well carefully controlled. You have exactly what you want to do, and you've obviously got a similar process on selling albums, because I understand the albums generate significant revenue for you as well as being a good point for helping the portrait sales. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so with albums, in my experience, albums definitely lend themselves well to weddings. On a wedding day, there are so many moments that are unfolding. And to capture that ultimate story, an album works very well for weddings. And then for portraits, wall art works very well because, of course, there's not as many photographs and, really you're creating something for their wall in that case. And so in my experience, that's how those have worked well. So when it comes to albums and weddings, the way, it goes back to your communication and the language you're using. So when I first get an inquiry, again, I'm calling them right away, speaking to them on the phone, discovering what's important to them, but also learning, afterwards, when I capture all these beautiful photographs for you, what would you love to do with those photographs? And, 80-90% of them will always say, oh, I'd love to create an album. And so basically they're telling you that they would love an album. And so really you're starting that discussion at that point from that initial inquiry. Then from there, all of my wedding collections include a starter album of some kind with, the first 20 pages. And so when you use that language of the first 20 pages, that gives the opportunity to grow that album. And so throughout their whole wedding experience, you continue to talk about the album and have them, I often have them come to my studio where they are seeing, 60-page albums in my studio and just reinforcing that as well. But the other thing is I also create offers for them to upgrade before their wedding. So again, you're reinforcing that they're going to want more when all of that comes together. Then of course their beautiful wedding day happens. And when they come in for their premiere, what I love to do is offer their premiere within 7 to 10 days of their actual wedding, where I show them the ultimate wedding album design that I've put together, where they're reliving their wedding day story. And then I take them through their entire story. So, why did I select this photograph? Why do these two photographs tie together well? This is the heirloom that you told me about that your grandpa was going to give you at this time. Look at how amazing that is. And so when they see the full wedding album design come together, and again, they're very excited because it's close to their wedding day, and they see all of that come together. And then I quote them for the album upgrade at that point. A lot of my clients end up moving forward with exactly what I presented. So I have very few clients that actually make changes to their wedding album design once I've taken them through that whole process there.
So you've already given them in their mind, they've already painted these pictures in their mind that you've helped them to paint. And so they know that they're going to want more. You've created this album for them to see. You talk them through the story. The whole thing means it's almost impossible for them to say, well, I don't want that picture, or I don't want that picture, because taking it out destroys the story. So it's an impossibility for them not to take those extra pages, those extra spreads, however you sell it. That's for sure.
But the other thing, and I'll just mention two other things quickly, Jeremy, is the passion piece. When I'm taking them through the whole story, I mean, they're seeing the thought that went into capturing this photograph, right? Like, and I'll often showcase, you know, how I'm an expert in my field in putting this album design together. And so when I start speaking about, you know, composition and lighting, even at a high level, they see, wow, this guy, you know, he knows what he's doing, and this is the ultimate album. And then when you tie that in with all of these personal things that they've told you before their wedding, you know, going back to the heirloom example, or something that, you know, was very special to them, and how you captured that in a creative way, they, you know, it all comes together, and they say yes when you quote them at the end for the additional sides.
Yeah. From something intangible into something tangible and durable. Mm-hmm. And so crystallizing emotions, right? We all know that. But then along the road over the last 20 years, because of the digital shooting, photographers first and foremost changed their mind, and they thought that at this point was just pointless printing or creating objects, because digital files were much more shareable, quicker, easier. And, you know, over the last 10 years, I've heard so many talks talking and complaining about printed products as a cost instead of a value. And we were saying, guys, wake up, hello. You know, photography is photography. So it's writing with light. It's not just, you know, capturing imageries that then you can share on social medias. You are depleting your business. You're wasting money. You're just, you know, you invest on cameras and lenses for what? For Facebook? For Instagram? You know, for a 72 DPI small thing? Well, save your money at least. It's just pointless. It doesn't make any sense. But like you said, you know, we have people looking at the design of, you know, the storytelling through the pages of the album that you offer. You have people just dropping their jaws in front of the incredible wall arts that you show them. And at that point, there's, you know, there is no other way. They just want to get their hands into something similar for their own story. But if we don't share, if we don't show them this, if we don't speak a consistent language, which is made of tangible emotions that you shape for them. You said, I'm the expert, I show them, they see my expertise taking form, and at that point, you know, they buy more often than not everything that you offer. But that's exactly where possibly a lot of people, a lot of friends out there are getting lost. And to this extent, how can other photographers get in touch with you and possibly, you know, learn from your, you know, from your experience?
Sure. Yeah. So, you know, I'm on all the social media channels. So Instagram, Facebook, just at Sean LeBlanc. You know, my website is a great place to start with. So SeanLeBlancphotography.com, sorry. And yeah, would love to hear from anyone that is interested in, you know, certainly offering printed work for their clients. So I do work with students all over the world on both a one-on-one basis, and have started doing webinars as well, just to talk a bit more about the process and you know, putting the right pieces into place to have those successes.
So I have one last question for you, Sean. You know,
sure.
We have a similar mindset. It's a passion that you have. You're sharing that passion. You've become an expert at your passion. You truly understand the client, and you're giving the client something so special, which is amazing for them to truly understand. It clearly works for you from a financial point of view, and obviously this is a public forum, so we're not going to talk about, you know, specifics on money. But clearly, you've managed to replace your corporate salary with what you're doing by bringing emotional connections from the families together through photography and sharing that with them. Am I right in saying it's worked?
Of course, yes. And that's, you know, and you know, the financial component is a great piece, but also, you know, now that I'm a full-time photographer and just living my passion here, I'm always amazed by the new opportunities that come up, you know, such as this one to speak with you, both of you over on the other side of the world here, you know, and just being an entrepreneur and creating your own opportunities. I mean, it's quite a privilege to be able to do this for a living now. So I'm just so thankful for that I have the opportunity to live my passion here.
Cool. So a final note, because we're going to have to wind up, something just to leave everybody with. What would you say to everybody that's watching right now?
What would I say? I'd say, you know, hang in there. You know, use this time to learn as much as you can. Take a 30,000-foot look at your business and sort of everything you're doing. Again, get print. If it's an area that you're looking to grow, you know, there's a wonderful company, of course, Graphistudio in Italy that offers the most amazing products that I've ever seen. And like I say, spend some time working with those that have had success with offering printed work and see your business grow that way.
Awesome. Dario, last word from you.
Well, you know, Sean case history, it should be a paradigm for so many photographers out there. You just nail it down and you did it, you know, with pragmatism, with, I would say also with a humble approach. The typical humble, you know, approach that you can expect from someone well-educated, someone, you know, grounded, someone that knows how to do things properly. And I believe that your clients absorb these feelings and they share with you not only the passion, but even your honest, but very knowledgeable approach to photography. And therefore, I believe that many should get in touch with you and listen from you first, you know, in first person, how to do these, even in a pandemic time where everybody are in despair. But it's not really the pandemic, it's not really the economy, it's not really the competition. It's everything starts from here. You said many times passion, 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 and it comes and starts here, or it ends here. It's really up to us, in my opinion. So thank you, Sean, for being with us. It's always a pleasure to share time and talk to you. Jeremy, thank you for hosting this chat. And, you know, ladies and gentlemen,
thank you.
Sean LeBlanc, a successful story and a great human being.
Oh, thank you to both of you. It was a pleasure to be on this morning, and I look forward to coming out to Italy, hopefully soon, once things, you know, get back to normal here a bit more.
Sure. Look forward to that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sean. Thank you, Dario. Thank you, Sean. Thanks for the time you've given us for this afternoon. And this will be a brilliant interview for everybody to watch and be saved for the future. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Ciao.
Ciao.
Hi, my name is Maureen. I manage the US and Canada for Graphistudio. I'm thrilled to be talking about the Sue Bryce collection today and some of the other innovative products that we've been working on that are either currently available that we're going to touch on or that will be coming soon. With respect to the Sue Bryce collection, Sue and Graphi have collaborated to come up with the best-in-class product available for photographers, and it's now one of the most sought-after products by photographers all over the world. We're going to talk today about how this product line is different compared to alternative options, and we're going to talk about very specific features that I think are really important for you to know. If you don't know who your Graphistudio sales representative is, go to your trade area and then you'll see in the customer service details your sales representative's phone number, their email. And again, I manage the US and Canada, so if you have a different contact, if you're in a different part of the world, Graphistudio is located in 154 regions. You can always reach out to the Graphistudio headquarters in Italy, and they can assist you. So let's get started. Let's look at the Reveal Box. The Reveal Box is our #1 selling product globally. We're going to talk about the unique features. I want to point out the fact that we've just recently launched our square mats available in the reveal box and our other products as well that we're going to be going over. So we have a 10 by 10, and then we have behind me, we have our 14 by 14 mat sizes. So just know that that has been launched. So we're really excited about that. A couple of unique features on the reveal box. It features a removable magnetic lid. So you can display the product in an upright position, as you see here, or you can display it flat. I love the fact that with our boxes, and this is so important for all of you that are tuning in, it doesn't matter if the depth capacity is for 10, 20, 30 mats, the price point is the same. And that's really, really important, and I'll touch on that in just a second. So 10, 20, 30 mats, the price point is the same. The only time the price point will change is if you change the material, the size, or you add personalization. So let's go back to why that's important. So now you can order a deeper capacity box, and with our new innovative false bottom, you can see if I just tug on this ribbon, I can remove this panel, and this false bottom has these clever little spacers. Each of these spacers, magnetic spacers, is equivalent to 5 mats, and they stack on each other. And there's magnets they just snap in the corners. So now my box will look full. If I order a box capacity for 30 capacity, and I can fill it up over time, so you can create some really clever continuity programs from a marketing standpoint with your clients. So let's go ahead and put the false bottom back. Also, I want to touch on, before I go on to a different product, is the fact that the false bottom creates this really nice cavity. So now you can have keepsakes that your clients' memories can be stored within the reveal box. Okay, put that magnetic lid back on, and we're going to talk about our mats and prints. We'll position that over here. We're well known for these beautiful museum gallery quality mats. You can see, let me just grab our regular mat. It's a beautiful 45-degree cut. So we have 2 different mat thicknesses. We have 0.11 inches and 0.18 inches. The bold is almost twice as thick as the regular. This is the regular. We have beautiful specialty mats. This is what's called our wood fiber. And then we have the Materica, which has a nice pebble finish. And then to enhance the overall presentation, we have the option to add the V-groove. And so that's our larger mats. Let's look at the smaller mats. And I want to show you the personalization that can be added to the mat. So you can either, for the reveal box, you can personalize the lid, and you can also personalize the bottom of the box. And we're going to talk about that because I think it's really important that you have all of the tools that you need to be able to make your job as easy as possible. So the material swatch box contains all of our materials in little swatches. And again, it's not to confuse you. And I know Sue talks a lot about a confused mind says no. But what this will do is it'll help you. It'll help you get the most ideal sample into your studio, because what you sell, what you love is what you sell. And also, let's just say your customers want to see a different material, and you can upgrade your clients really easily with the material swatch box. The other reason why I love it, it has little samples of our papers. We get asked all of the time, what does the HD look like compared to the luster? And then it has, this is priceless, the customization and ennoblement brochure, where we're showing the different personalization techniques on the different materials in this kit. So it really is like a custom piece of furniture, just so you know. It's a great tool. I recommend it if you're buying the Sue Bryce collection. It's great for all of the other products within the Graphi program. So why that's important is it'll show you the different techniques of personalizing the reveal box. So for example, we have a lot of clients that'll add their studio logo or their client's name on the little lip here of the reveal box. Or if you're going to do it on the inside of the box and you include your studio name, don't forget to add Made in Italy. That is going to elevate the whole enhanced presentation for the product, for the perceived value. An example of the personalization on the bottom of the reveal box, this is the gold raised foil. Actually, it's silver, but there was a little glare. It looked like gold for a second. It is available in gold and silver, by the way. So that's a beautiful way to personalize the reveal box. And then we're going to go back to prints. So we've talked about the handcrafted reveal box. All of our boxes are handcrafted. We talked about the mats. And just when you thought it couldn't get any better, it can with the printing. Graphistudio has a partnership with Canon, and the partnership has just gone to a completely different level than and exceeded our expectations in Canon's too. The HD printing is unlike anything else that you've ever seen with print quality. We offer HD fine art printing, which is certified by the Jetta Institute for 300 years. The quality of this print is going to blow your mind away. You're never going to see detail like you will see with HD printing. The deep, rich blacks, the vibrant colors. You can also submit in a larger color space versus sRGB. You can send us Adobe files and maximize every single pixel possible to get the best output. So the combination of the boxes, the prints, and the mats make this product really unique. The next product we're going to talk about is the folio box. The folio box offers some really interesting personalization options. You can personalize the outside of the lid, and it's like a clamshell lid, so it's connected. You can personalize the inside with graphics or a text. If you are a boudoir photographer, it represents great opportunities to create some type of a text message for your clients. And then you can also change the material on the front cover, on the inside, and then on the side. So there's a lot of great personalization options for the folio. In order for you to create a one-of-a-kind experience for your clients, you want to create a one-of-a-kind product as well. And the folio box will help you do that. The smaller version of the folio box, this is with our soft leather. It's a Sequoia leather, and then the logo is laser engraved. So just, again, a beautiful presentation. On this example, the inside lid is plain. The next product we're going to talk about is the Legacy box. I absolutely love the Legacy box. It's elegant and it's really affordable. Our clients are often shocked when they find out it starts at $42 for the smaller size. And that would include, again, remember we talked about it doesn't matter about the capacity for the box because the price point will be the same. The only thing that will change the price is when you change the material or the size. So the base price for the Legacy box includes this printed photographic lid. So now with COVID, I'm seeing a lot of our clients stock up on product, on boxes, on mats. So this is just with the reveal box and with all of the other boxes, you can easily have additional boxes on hand so there's no delays when you need to deliver to your client, especially when it comes to in-person sales. The Legacy box is great because for the lid, you could just have your studio logo, and then in the reveal session, have your clients pick out their photo, and then they could select from one of these beautiful, let me just show you the larger size, these beautiful specialty lids. This is printed on real Italian leather. And the next example is printed on canvas. And what an incredible experience for your clients to have their photo printed on either a canvas lid or the leather. So you can send your clients home after the in-person sales session with the photographic lid with your brand. They can select a photo for the lid, and Graphistudio can drop ship one of these lids to your clients. Makes it really easy. Okay, we're going to move on to a product called the Portfolio. And I touched on earlier that Graphistudio is located in Italy. We're just north of Venice on the base of the Dolomites. And this product reminds me of this kind of a vintage, like an old European sketchbook. And it's just an incredible product. The presentation with the suede protective wrap. Instead of a sketchbook, of course, it holds printed mats. So mats and prints. So just a beautiful, beautiful product. We're going to put that over here, and I'd like you to see the larger size. This accommodates 11 by 14 mats. And you can see we have our black mat. And if I didn't touch on it, our slip-in mats, I want to make sure you all have a chance to see the process and how that works. So when you order mats from Graphistudio, you can either have Graphi mount the prints so you're not doing the work we are. So when the product arrives, it's ready to be delivered to your clients. Or you can order the slip-in mat. The slip-in mat has double-sided adhesive on the inside of the mat. So when you have, I would suggest having some type of protective gloves. I like the medical gloves that are not coated, because then I can position the print really easily in the mat and kind of underneath the mat so it's nice and snug. I always put a little tape on the back of the print, a 2x2 archival tape, so it doesn't slip. And then when the print is positioned, I will remove the archival tape, put a little weight on it, and it's sealed properly. So remember, Graphistudio offers slip-in mats and matted prints, so either or. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our Graphi magazines. But before we do that, let's talk about our mega mats. The mega mats have been requested by many of you that follow Sue. You love the quality of the Graphistudio mats in the Sue Bryce collection, so you've asked us to come up with a solution where you can deliver high quality, larger mats, ready to be framed, and offer your customers an art gallery experience. They're 1/4 of an inch thick. The mega mats have 32 different sizes. This is featuring our beautiful fine art printing. And this one is a 24 by 36. And then we have we didn't stop there, we kept on going. We're listening to you. We have our 9-up. The 9-up accommodates the 5x7 and 6x8 prints. Again, the intention is it's ready to be framed, and I'm going to show you at the end some frame options that we're working on that'll blow you away. So really excited about our frames. Okay, now we can talk about the magazines, because I'm really excited about our magazines. They're affordable. You can use the templates in the Sue Bryce Portrait Masters store to get started. For an 8.5 by 11, 24 pages, they run at $4.80, and a minimum of 2 is required for ordering, which is really amazing. So look at the Graphi magazines. You can order them in the Portrait Masters as well if you're in the US, and then if you have a Graphi account, they'll be in your trade area. Super product, great for marketing. We're going to talk a little bit about some of our innovative products that we've launched and are coming. So the Amalfi panel, I want to point out how incredible this is. It features our HD fine art printing, our Amalfi mat. We have a partnership with the Amalfi paper company, and of course it's in Amalfi in Italy on the Amalfi coast. The mat is made the same way today as it was made hundreds of years ago, and that's by hand. It's an incredible company, incredible product, and it has an incredible story. The panel is available in a wide variety of different materials, and also the back is finished. Again, no details left behind, and it has an integrated hanger, so it's ready to be put on the wall. And let me show you just a different material for the panel. And I need to show you the Canvas Pro. The Canvas Pro, again, talking about innovation, Graphistudio was hearing from many of our clients that they've stopped ordering canvases because the end consumer thought they looked inferior, and they felt that they could purchase the product on their own at Groupon, Costco. So we wanted to change the game. We wanted our customers to be able to stand out by offering product that was so unique and different. Let me tell you why this is different. So the front panel is solid. It doesn't have that trampoline effect where it's going to stretch over time. It's also printed on Italian cotton canvas with our HD printing, so it's archivable, and it looks amazing. You can see the little detail. It's just spectacular. Then we have touch lamination that not only protects the canvas, but when you touch it, it feels like it's printed on like a combination of suede and velvet. It's the most spectacular product I've ever seen in our industry when it comes to canvases. The edges are available in a wide variety of different materials and colors. There's 2 different thicknesses. This is a 2.3. We also have a 1.2. And what's really amazing, the back is finished. There's no details missed in this product. We have integrated hangers that are 4 inches down
4 inches over, so it makes displaying like collections on a wall really easy. And you can also print your certificate of authenticity and sign it, which is so important. And on that certificate, I would also add handcrafted, made in Italy. When you sign it, it's art. And then just so you can appreciate how amazing the internal construction is on our wall art. So we talked about how incredible the front and the back, but now look at the inside core. This isn't just 4 sticks attached together. The inside and everything is well thought through from an engineering standpoint. So this product would last for generations with your clients. And then I'm going to leave you with our new frames that are coming for the Mega Mats. And how beautiful are these frames? I have a brown black wood fiber. We're looking at, of course, white. And what we wanted to do was create a frame that's never been done before, like how it was engineered, how I showed you. But let's just look at the back. See how we have this little button, push-down button, that now I can access the back. So if I needed to clean the acrylic or the print, I can access the product. We didn't stop there. We wanted to use the success of the reveal box. Now we can add 3 Mega Mats to the frames that you just saw. So you have more prints, more flexibility, and an innovative option to get into the frame. So I want to thank all of you for your time today and appreciate your support. Again, if there's anything that I can do, Graphistudio, my sales team, please reach out to us. We want to help, and we look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Welcome back, guys. I hope you enjoy the part 2 of the factory tour, as well as the other videos, Sean LeBlanc and Maureen. So it's time now to dive into a different category of products that we are about to unleash this year. It's part of the new technologies that we are acquiring, and it will bring many more options and opportunities for those, especially in the portrait industry. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Now, you might recognize here the signature style of Cas van Horn, also known as Noelle Mirabella. You can see this beautiful picture, this gorgeous girl, and guess what? It's a simple sandwich panel, but printed on fine art medium, which means that you have the highest quality applied to a relatively affordable and light and simple material like this. Now, the thing about the dry mounts, that's how this kind of product are called, is that you can have a variety of medias and on a variety of substrates, that it could be a light one like this case, or it could be HDF, so a wooden material, and it's super practical and hyper effective, and of course it's ready to be hung on the wall or frame. That's up to you, up to your clients. In this case, you're watching fine art prints applied on top. There will be many more options like photographic paper or direct print on with a UV varnishing technique, which is part of the, like I said, of the new machineries, like the gigantic plotter that you might have seen in our facility tour. Speaking about portrait tours, this is a selection of our ranges of boxes. This is the photo box or the display box, ideal for any sessions like a family or a newborn, babies and bellies, pregnancy, engagement shootings, elopements, all of these kind of services that actually don't require a huge album, but more often than not, are ideal for applications like this. Now, you can see around me, some of these are clean, white, wooden fiber in this case, absolutely adorable with this set of pictures. There are also boudoirs like that. And in this case, you see a kind of a unique combination that normally you can't find out there. It's a display box, it's a photo box, but it's a display box. And I'll show you how. You have the USB with a magnetic closure that goes into the gap. You have a book which is basically a smaller version, like a miniature version of the Go book. And underneath, there's still room for other prints. So there are 3 products bundled together in this beautiful box that comes with a ribbon and a lid that you can personalize exactly as you would do with a Yam book cover rather than a Go book. Speaking about, let's say, collateral products, you should know that with the new Indigo 12,000 that we purchased, we can print and bind larger formats, either for magazines as well as for press printed books. And not only that, but we can embellish our prints with UV spot varnishing on top, so creating incredible artworks for you on the covers and or on the boxes. So, it's just amazing to see the quality of these products that too often I see printed on the online, and it's not really the quality that people are expecting from a pro. But this is a guaranteed result for you. I'm a firm believer of these products. So press printed books are going to be big this year, thanks to this machine and thanks to the incredible attention and our team puts in everything in the factory. The printing quality that you will see this year are going to be amazing. Whether you go with the smooth paper, the photoluster paper, or the fine art paper, everything will reflect the same accuracy. It's an incredible range that is new in our world, and I'm so happy and I'm so excited that I can't wait to unleash this program. So the dry mounts, and we will talk in a few minutes with the author of these beautiful imageries, Cas van Horn, and I'm sure that you're gonna love the session, her masterclass, which is about storytelling. And I said many times, photography is about storytelling. And Cas will share with you the techniques and the thoughts, the idea, the planning behind the beautiful picture. Because it doesn't happen just on camera, right? You have to plan it, you have to imagine, you have to visualize the story, the concept, and then give it shape. Now, I'm ready to hand over to Maureen and Cassandra. They are waiting online in our next Zoom call of the day. Before that, a quick video by the incredibly explosive talent named Mann Studios. Our friends are waiting for us, so enjoy the video, and I'll see you in a minute with Cassandra Jones and Maureen Nazes. See you in a second. Ciao. Welcome back. I promise you that the next session is going to be about storytelling, about what takes to plan a fantastic picture, fantastic portraits, and tell a story in one shot. And who else could be better explain that than our friend Cassandra? And I'm sure that many of you know already her work, which is just fabulous. You saw just a few minutes ago, I was sharing some of these incredible pictures, and we will talk more about that. Maureen, I see that you're trying to look from the camera. Please introduce the lovely Cassandra to our audience.
Oh, it would be my pleasure to introduce Cassandra Jones from Noelle Mirabella Photography, located in Alberta, Canada. However, I really think she doesn't need an introduction because she has so many fans tuning in today, Dario. And I'm also excited for all of you to learn more about Cass's work, which is defined as both whimsical and magical, and you're going to see shortly. And I'm so fortunate to have some examples of your work, Cass, in our showroom. When we have visitors that see your work, it stops them in their tracks. And I just want to thank you for the gift that you provide your clients and the inspiration that you give our industry. And, you know, before we jump into the masterclass with Cass, I know 2020 is created a little bit of a slower timeline for many projects, and, you know, including, you know, some of the projects that we're working on at Graphi, although we'll be full steam ahead here shortly. And there's only so much one can do with social distancing, but I want all of you to know that at the end of Cass's program, we're going to talk a little bit more about the dry mounts that we're working on with Cass. I know you're very eager, as we are, to see this program come to fruition. So let's jump into it. Today's program with Cass is going to be on storytelling photography, and Cass will help all of you discover the art and power of storytelling in photography and ways in which channeling your voice through your photographs can really change the world that we live in. And you're going to see that and experience that when you see Cass's work. So Cass, thank you a million times over and over again for sharing your knowledge with us and for all of your support with Graphistudio. We adore you. So let's welcome Cass. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. I adore you more. Thank you so much for having me. I am so excited to be here. I'm going to go into screen share here really quick and just get my presentation up. Just give me 1 second. See if you guys can all see me. All right, I'm going to move my little video. Yay, okay, we are ready to start. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for inviting me to come speak. I love Graphi. I was really excited for the opportunity to speak at Imaging USA on behalf of this amazing team and this amazing lab that I love so much. When Maureen asked me to come and speak for Graphi for Imaging USA, she told me I could speak about basically whatever I want, which was music to my ears. And I thought, after the year we've had, last year in particular, you guys are going to have so many incredible instructors that are going to teach you all about running a successful business and pricing yourself and marketing and selling and finding your dream client. And I just wanted to come on here and talk to you about why we're here in the first place. I wanted to talk to you about the power in what we do and the service we offer to the world. So I think we are living in extraordinary times, and I know we've heard that, but I'm going to talk about it from a different perspective, not pandemic related. We are living in such an extraordinary period in history where we have access to people all over the world, all over the globe. We have this unprecedented access to people and places that we haven't really experienced before. I mean, if we look back 50 years ago or 70 years ago, we didn't have access to the same number of people that we have now, and we largely have social media to thank for that. When I look at, you know, our social media platforms, and when I'm putting my work out into the world, I am often picturing a stage. And however many people you have supporting your work, I don't like to call them fans. I like to call them, I don't like to call them followers either. I like to call them supporters. All of the people that kind of rally around us and support our work and follow our journey, every single time we take an image And every single time we utter a single sentence and put it out into the world on social media, we are essentially standing on a stage and we are speaking to 500 people, 1,000 people, 50,000 people, 100,000 people. We are standing up and we are sending a message out into the world. And I guess I would like to encourage all of you to think about the message that you are sending, to think about what you are projecting and the work and the values that you're putting out there, and think about your stage and think about the message that you want to send to the world, which I think is what we do every single day in our work and what we're putting out into the world. Give me 1 second. There we go. I approach my work from a couple different angles. I have my client work and I have my personal projects. My client work is very much centered on just telling individual stories and preserving legacies for people that are in my local communities and people that travel to me for sessions. It is incredible what I have learned about people and just the ways in which we kind of move through the world and the ways that we exist in the world. And my clients are often coming to me because they want just a beautiful family portrait of their little babies or their children or their families, or sometimes they're coming to me because they have a cheeky story they want to tell, or there's just part of their family legacy or something that makes them unique or something that makes them themselves. They want to capture and put into photographs, something that they can hang on to forever. Sometimes they come to me because they just have something deeper that they're working through and they need something tangible to help them come to the other side. So I approach my work from all different angles. It's all amazing. It's all equally valuable to me. I am taking my clients' hopes and dreams and wishes and their thoughts and just all of the little nuances of experiences, everything that creates these beautiful humans that I work with, and how they project themselves out into the world. And I am trying to put it all together in a way that shows who they are as people. Sometimes it's simple, sometimes it's easier than others, and sometimes I really have to tap into my inner creative and pull out all the stops to tell stories that I really have to think about because I haven't necessarily been in that position or in, you know, the place and time that they're in. This is the perfect example of the latter. Just having to tap into my inner creativity. Mom came to me, her daughter has been tube fed. Well, she was tube fed the first 2 years of her life. And she came to me sort of at the tail end of that journey. This little girl was doing so well and she was on solid food and only being tube fed just part of the time. And her mom asked me if I would create something that would honor those first 2 years and also allow her to kind of close that chapter so that they could move on with their lives. So I thought and thought about it, and I came up with Fed is Best, and it basically just celebrates how she has individually thrived in the world, but also sends a message that a fed baby is a happy baby, regardless of the method. And if any of you have followed the bottle feeding versus breastfeeding debate, or I don't even want to say controversy, but there is this kind of push and pull that we think that we know what is best for children. And traditionally we say that, you know, breast is best and all of that stuff, and breastfeeding is great, but it doesn't make it easy for people that end up having to formula feed or choose to formula feed, and, you know, society putting shame on them for the choices that they make. So there was this whole Fed is Best mantra that was put out into the world just to promote the fact that a fed baby is a happy baby. And I wanted to have a little play on that and kind of contribute to the idea that as long as we are helping our babies thrive in the world and we are doing what we think is best for them, that is ultimately the best choice that we can make. And everybody's choices and everybody's experiences might be a little bit different. My personal projects are more internally derived. They're inspired by my life and my experiences. This is actually a self-portrait of myself with my son that I took last year in March. And they are internally derived, but they definitely carry the same message. And I am putting this work out into the world as a way of speaking up, as a way of I guess just telling people that they're not alone, and that, you know, there's other people in the world that might be experiencing and feeling the same things that they are. And I honestly think that is one of the most powerful things that we can do as photographers in our work and in the stories that we tell through our images, is project something out there that people can relate to and people can feel connected to, so that they are not just, I don't know, feeling isolated and disenfranchised in the places that they're in. This is one of my favorite images. I called it Triumphant Heart. This little guy had open heart surgery, just a few months old, and I photographed him. He was less than a year old here. I think he was 10 months. And I use a lot of symbolism in my work. So I stitched the little bear's chest in unison with his scar, and he's in kind of a little heart shape in the blanket, and his arms are raised quite triumphantly because he is a survivor. He's a strong little bub. And when I put these images out into the world and when I'm shooting these things, this is my way of, I guess, promoting the human experience in a way. Like we all have things that we go through. We all have things that are maybe not so easy and things that are delightfully wonderful. And it's really important that when we put them out into the world, that we see a balance there that people can connect to. One of my absolute favorite projects that I've been doing the last year is just working with the elderly. And I have learned some really incredible things working with people that have been on this earth way longer than I have. And that is that life on this earth is peculiar in the sense that we spend our entire lives trading our precious minutes for dollars so that we can buy things and we can live in a house that keeps us in one place. When in reality, home is where our people are, and things that matter aren't really things at all, because things don't kiss us on the forehead before we fall asleep at night, and they don't wrap their arms around us for all of the reasons or no reasons at all. And I think this is why people that lose, you know, their belongings and everything that they own to a fire like this little girl, or a natural disaster, or a state of war, or something like that, that they will tell you that it isn't the stuff that they miss, it's the memories. And that is because those memories are tied to people. They are tied to people that we love. They are tied to those people that used to wrap their arms around us, and they're tied to those people that used to kiss us on the forehead as we fall asleep. And it is those memories that carry us. And sometimes those memories are all we have left of those people. And that is why I think images and photographs are so important. They are a documentation of our lives. They are a documentation of our legacy, of our stories, of the things that we value and the things that are meaningful to us. And they are a record. And most of us, you know, we are not avid writers. We're not documenting our daily lives in words. Some of us are, some of us aren't, but we do have our photographs as a daily record to prove our existence in this world and the way that we move through it. And I think that's why when we lose people, I don't know if you guys have ever lost anyone or lost a fur baby or anyone that's been really special to you. For me, one of the first things I do is I like frantically go back through my hard drives and my computer, and I'm trying to find any image, any picture, any memory, anything that will trigger the memories that I had with this person or this being, because that's what I have. Like when that person is gone, those are the things that we have left, and we cling to them. We don't want to lose them. Photographs tell our story. They tell our individual story, but they also go beyond that. If we go beyond the microcosm of our individual lives, they tell the story of the world. They tell the story of humanity. They tell the story of our triumphs and our loves and our successes and all of our ways of moving forward and doing better. And they tell the stories of our destruction as a species and our disasters and our shortcomings and all of the ways in which we failed. And they do this perhaps as a means of encouraging us to do better and correct the error of our ways. And if we look back at all of the photographs since cameras were invented, or even illustrations and paintings before that, we see the story of the world. We see the story of humanity. We see things that sometimes we wish we could unsee. I think just looking back on photos of concentration camps during World War II are a perfect example of that. We have the opportunity to learn. Rosa Parks sitting at the front of a city bus, you know, we take from that, we learn from that, and we use it to fuel ourselves to do better, hopefully, in a perfect world. So our stories are telling the story of humanity and the world. And here is the thing about stories that I will tell you today. They are a force that is so much more powerful than money or gold could ever be. There is so much value in our stories. Money doesn't buy hope. It doesn't buy connection. It doesn't buy inspiration. It doesn't buy belonging. Money doesn't buy love. It doesn't buy empathy. But stories, people rise up when they hear stories. People are inspired to do better when they hear stories. People are inspired to do things that they didn't even know were possible, that they're inspired to dream dreams that they didn't even know they could dream when they hear stories. They are inspired to put one foot in front of the other, and they're inspired to live. And I don't mean just live. I mean like really, truly live. Stories are like the cradle of humanity in my perspective. And I think this is why I am so incredibly passionate about telling stories in my work. And I think that's why you should consider incorporating storytelling into your work as well. We can't help it. No matter what image we take, we are telling a story, but I really encourage you to think about what it is, what the story is that you're telling. Life is a collection of stories. That's how I view our lives on this earth. It is a collection of experiences and stories, and it is a collection of everything that makes us into the beautiful humans that we are, all of our flaws and all of our amazingness, and they encapsulate all of our most exuberant, incredible, joyous highs and all of the pain that cripples us in our darkest moments. And at the end of our lives, that is kind of what we are. That is our legacy, is our stories and our experiences and the love that we sprinkle out into the world and the way we make people feel, because that's what lingers at the end of the day, is the way we make people feel and the way we love and the good that we put out into the world. And the beautiful thing is that we are all unique, but we're all connected at the same time. I think that we all tend to value much of the same things, even though we express those values differently or very differently at times. And a lot of the division in our world and, you know, between cultures and countries and people, even within our own cities and towns, is a lack of recognition for the fact that actually we all share the same common values, the same core values. We all value love and connection and family, and we all value freedom, and we all value safety and security, and we value having our basic needs met. We value, you know, having shelter and having food in our bellies. We value these things. And if we can recognize that we all value the same things, I think the world would come together quite a bit. And this is where photographers come in. We are a mirror for the world. We are a mirror for the world. We show people what is good. We show people what is valuable. We show people what is true. We show people what is worthy of being in front of our lens and being in front of our camera, and what is worthy of being projected back out into the world. We put so much emphasis on the media, TV, commercials, movies, etc., for having negative impacts on society, for you know, promoting unrealistic body expectations for women, or glorifying toxic male masculinity, or glorifying violence, when in reality, yes, that is true. The media is responsible for a lot of those things. And yes, we do need change, but I consider photographers like a grassroots level media, if you will. We are representing people in our local communities, in our cities, in our regions, in our towns, in our provinces, in our counties, in our countries. We're representing people, and we are mirroring back to people what we deem valuable, what we deem good, what we deem true, what we deem worthy. And we have to be so careful in that. And I think we have an ethical responsibility to show up and represent, and to think about what we're putting out there and what we're putting out into the world. What we hear day in and day out actually alters our values, our perception, and how our brain develops over time. And that means that photographers actually play a role in shaping how we view our world and the people in it. You are actually altering how people view the world and how their brains develop. You are actually altering our perception of people in the world. And you are altering, in that sense, you are altering the course of history by what you're putting out into the world, because you have a stage and you have access to people, and people are looking at you, and they are looking at you to set the tone and to show them the way. And we have a responsibility in that. If we only show one side of humanity, we run the risk of disenfranchising the entire rest of the world. And that is a very, very dangerous thing, as we know. We have to show up and represent. We have to. We have the power to invoke societal change. We have the power to invoke change. We have the power to alter the course of history. We have to make it count. And this is where you shine, my friends. This is where you shine. Take all of the things that make you you, take all of your experiences, all of the little nuances of yourself, everything that you have carried with you in life, all of the good things, all of the not so good things, all of the painful things, and channel them out into the world. Give people something to relate to. Put them out into your work. The world needs you. It needs your perspective. It needs some variation in how we're mirroring things back out into the universe so that people feel united and connected. I lost my daughter 9 years ago, and I was in a really, really, really dark place. I actually just felt like I was dead with her, like I completely died, I ceased to exist. And I remember sitting at my mother's house one day, and I was sitting at her dining room table. My mom was in the kitchen. My stepdad was sitting at the table with me. I don't remember why I was there, but I remember feeling like the world had moved on without me, like everybody had just moved on. And I wasn't in that room. I wasn't in, this space on earth. I was like hovering somewhere above it, and everything was going so quickly beneath me, and I just was lost. And I was sad, like so unbearably sad and so broken. And I remember my stepdad said to me, "You are so lucky." I said, "Excuse me?" He said, "You are so lucky. Not very many people in the world get to experience such a pure sorrow." Sorry, I'm a very emotional person, so I will probably tear up at least 3 more times. I have carried that with me every day. I know exactly what he meant. I know that he didn't mean, "Oh, yay, your daughter just died." He meant that my experience and the depth of my feelings allowed me to walk in other people's shoes and develop an empathy like I have never known before. And it's not as if I wasn't an empathetic person before. I am definitely an empath, born and true, but it allowed me to go beyond myself so much more. And I think I have carried that with me and channeled it into my work so much, that ability to be able to walk in somebody's shoes and empathize with what they're going through and put it into my work and put it out into the world so that other people don't feel so alone. I remember I felt very alone after I lost my daughter. She was stillborn. And for any of you who know anything about stillbirth, I actually did my master's thesis on disenfranchisement and feelings of isolation in bereaved parents following stillbirth, because society doesn't consider it a real loss. Your baby didn't live outside of your womb. You give birth to a dead child. So for the parents, they experience a level of grief that is identical to, the same level of grief as if you lose a living child, but society doesn't recognize it. So you're very disenfranchised and lonely, and you end up lacking the support that you need. That vein of thought and inspiration I have carried into my work in every aspect, because no matter what the story I'm telling, whether it's my story or somebody else's, I don't want people to feel alone. I want them to have a connection point. Now, storytelling does not always have to be deep. It doesn't always have to be emotional. It doesn't have to make you cry. It can be fun. It can be light. It can be airy. It can be funny. It can be a lot of different things. Sometimes it can be as simple as all of the ways in which we tuck our little babies into bed are all equally beautiful. Or that all bodies, no matter the size, shape, round, straight, skinny, curvy, pear, circle, any color under the sun or any age, they're all beautiful. Every single one of them. You guys are all stunning. This body positivity project I've been working on totally blew my mind because I just wanted to put it out there because I feel like I get a lot of people that ask me to photograph their kids, but when it comes to family pictures, they don't want them. And I actually had a mom who lost 9 babies in between her first and second child who called me one day and she said, I'd love for you to take a family picture for me. I have this idea. I really want you to. I was like, sweet. Okay, cool. I'm listening. And she said, well, I want you to photograph just our eyes, like around this level, just 1, 2, 3, 4, mom, dad, 2 kids. And I want it to be like, you know, a long photo, but just our eyes. And I was like, sweet, cool. I can definitely do that. Love that my clients are coming to me with their own ideas and bringing some flavor to the session. And then I got talking about, you know, I really wish more moms would get in the frame. And so many people are so body conscious after they have kids. They don't want to be photographed. And she was like, oh, I'm so glad you said that. She said, I wanted to get a family photo with my family, but I mean, the reason I asked you to photograph just our eyes is because I actually don't want my body to show because I'm too fat. And I was like, whoa. So you mean to tell me that you lost 9 babies in between the 2 kids that you have, and now you have a family and your family is complete, but you feel too fat to be in the photo? That's on us, people. That's on us. We need to represent, we need to show up, we need to photograph people, all people, every kind of person that exists so that people feel like they are worthy enough to be photographed and get in the frame. So that inspired this project. I photograph all bodies, they're all equally valuable. A lot of people comment and they're like, finally, a real woman, you know? And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, we're all real women. You know, you're not just real if you have curves. You're real no matter what. You're real no matter what your body looks like. You're gorgeous. You're beautiful. So if you have parts missing, that's okay. You're still absolutely flawlessly gorgeous, no matter who you are or where you come from. Aging. I feel like we undervalue our elderly population. You know, there's a lot of elder abuse that goes on. I don't know what's up with us, you guys. And I'm talking like North American culture here, but I feel like, you know, old age homes are underfunded and people are undercared for. And if you talk to people that are working on the ground, they will say the same thing. When I photographed Helen, I photographed her with this beautiful little baby. You saw the picture earlier. And originally it started out as a women's studies project, but then I brought her there and I was like, no, that's not her. We're going to do this with this little baby. We're going to do a generational project. I want to show, you know, kind of a passing of the torch. Helen lived on this earth for 100 years. She's experienced so much. And now the next generation is going to take over. And as she held this baby, she went inside of herself. Like she was so, I could just see her going back into her bank of memories and holding her own babies. She kept asking me, can I unwrap the baby? Can I look at her? Can I touch her skin? I just want to touch her skin. And I was like, yes, Helen, of course you can. And she enjoyed it so much. It brought her so much joy. But she had a bit of a wrist issue and she couldn't hold her for very long. And as soon as we took the baby out of her arms, she started to cry. And that was the real story. It wasn't Helen and the baby. It wasn't the joy that the baby brought her. It was, Helen was lonely. She told me that her friends were dead and most of her kids were dead. And she was lonely. She was incredibly lonely. She sobbed and sobbed in my studio because she was lonely. I ended up just holding her hand and talking to her most of the time that she was there. And that is the real story. This is like the reality that I want to put out there. There's a beauty in it, but we need to do better. And I think if we continue to tell these stories, we will do better. It could be something deeper. This is a socio-political statement on the oppression of women that was totally inspired by my life as a young woman and a young single mother. I don't want to go into the details of this image, but I will say that everything is symbolic. Every word, every book title, every item, even the website, that is actually my stomach in that picture. And this is probably one of the most impactful things that I've ever created, and something that has spoken to so many people all around the world, regardless of socio-political status, socioeconomic status, regardless of language. This image has communicated with women and men all over the world, regardless of where they come from and regardless of whether or not they share my spoken language, which is incredible. These are the ways in which we can use our voice. More projects on women, on the weight of motherhood, on the sometimes perceived isolation or darkness that can come, but the light that comes from within. This is a little bit lighter. This is actually the first time anybody has seen an edited image from this series. This was inspired by my experience as a mom with my second daughter. I was so overjoyed to have a baby that was alive, that I could take home and hold and hug and love forever. That was my little girl. And I was so in love with every second of my life at that point in time that I used to like wash her clothes, but they weren't allowed to be with the adult clothes because the adult clothes would contaminate the cute little baby clothes. So she had her own little pile, and I would wash them. And then I would iron every dress, every shirt, and every little tiny pair of pants. She was like 4 pounds, 11 ounces when I took her home. Her clothes were like little miniature doll clothes. I would iron them and I would put them in her little armoire, and I would dress her like 5 different times a day. And I was just in heaven. And that's not to say that I don't understand that motherhood has its dark moments. You saw the pictures earlier. My son that I had after my daughter, I had terrible postpartum depression, and I wasn't able to breastfeed him. He couldn't do it physically. So I pumped every 2 hours for a year. It was hell. And it was like just trying to claw my way through the next day. But there's a devotion in there. There's a love in there. And I wanted to show that in this image. So this mom she's at a vintage wash tub, and everything is made of flowers. Her cape, the baby's bed, the clothes on the window are all made of fresh flowers. And the blanket that she's washing is made of fresh flowers as well. And she's doing laundry. And we kind of joked as we were shooting that I was like, Larissa, that's the name of the mom. I was like, soft hands, soft fingers, a little bend in your wrist, look serene, like how we all look when we're doing chores and laundry. And we had a good laugh because we know that it's work. We know that household chores are work, but I wanted to show a different side. I wanted to show the devotion and the unconditional love of motherhood. And I feel like that is what this shows. This story was inspired by my mother, who used to go outside and shear the sheep and spin the wool and make socks and mittens and take them to market, because I grew up in the middle of nowhere and that's what we did. I grew up in a log house that my parents, cut the logs down from our farm with their own 2 hands and built the house. And it was just a slower, less shiny, less fast-paced way of life, where it was just quiet, and it was hardworking, but it was honest. And I feel like times have changed, definitely in my life. And I wanted to go back to a simpler time with this series. Every image is inspired by something. It is telling a story. And children, which is kind of where my heart is, babies and kids, often I'm just showing the world I want to live in. I am showing you guys that I think childhood is completely full of wonder and magic, and children are like the most magnificent creatures on planet Earth. I will fight you tooth and nail if you say otherwise. They are just everything. Like, children are creative and they're intelligent and they're so resourceful. They will play with, they don't need a toy from the store to have a good time. If you have a cardboard box and a pile of rocks, they're good. They are a little bit wild, which I love. Sometimes they're a little bit of a spicy salsa, which I also love. They are playful and they are so unconditionally loving. If you have kids, it doesn't matter if you were in a crusty mood that day or if you were exhausted, they love you just the same anyways. They love you when you make mistakes. They forgive you. They are everything. And when I photograph kids, I'm photographing them in a way that is a world I want to live in. I want every child to live in a world of magic. I want every child to have a place of honor, and I want every child to feel like the special, beautiful creature that they are. And I understand that, there are kids in the world that don't have a love-filled, magic-filled, amazing childhood. Not any of the kids that are pictured here. They all have magic lives, but I understand that, you know, we come from, you know, there's trauma, there's abuse, there's neglect, there's all kinds of things, but I feel like children are the most resilient, beautiful creatures, and we can learn so much from them. The father of this little peanut, he painted my house back in December, and he was there for 5 days. And the first few days, I mean, the whole time really, he was really quiet, and he came in and he was always so cheerful. Every day it was like, when I asked him how he was like, I'm so great. This is the best day ever. I'm glad to be alive. He was so hardworking. He would never chat for very long. It was like straight to his work, getting things done. And on the 5th day, the last day that he was there, my kids were home from school and my daughter was upstairs and she was asking him, she said, you know, she's super chatty. She'll like chat your ear off all day. And she was like, so when you were little like me, did somebody ever come in like this and paint your house? And he was like, no, I actually didn't grow up in a house. I grew up in a tent. I was a refugee. Whew, like right over her head. I don't think she understood. I've tried to educate them on, you know, that other people in the world don't necessarily grow up and live the way they do, but it was kind of lost to her. And I was talking to him, the kids went to play downstairs and I was talking to him and he was telling me about his childhood. He grew up during the Rwandan genocide. And he said one of his childhood memories that, you know, was a big part of his childhood, the games that he played, was the kids would walk along the roadsides and they would see how many eyeballs they could collect from dead bodies and put them on sticks to see how many they could collect. And that is heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking to hear. For anybody who's never experienced that, we listen to that and we're like, holy whoa. But for him, he grew up like that. That was the world he lived in. He was being resourceful. He was being creative. And that was a fun childhood memory for him. He says, I look back on that with nostalgia. He doesn't look back on it with sadness. It was a fun thing. Even as an adult, even though he understands that that's not normal for how we live in North America, he looks back on that with fondness. And I just think that speaks to the spirit of being a child and being resilient and making your own magic and making your own happiness with whatever the resources that you have. So when I photograph people, no matter who they are, no matter where they are in the world, whether they're kids, adults, or whatever, yes, I'm doing it in a whimsical way, but I'm doing it because I want to photograph every single human from a place of equality and from a place of beauty. And I feel like if I do so, I am elevating every single person that I photograph to a place of honor, and I'm putting that back out into the world. So with that being said, I don't know where we're at for time, but I have talked about storytelling. I've talked about, you know, the importance of using your voice and projecting back out into the world, you know, something that matters and something that means something. And I want to leave you with one more thought before I go today. And that is, it's not enough to create images. Well, it's wonderful, it's beautiful, but I would encourage you to turn them into something tangible and print them. And to encourage you to do that, I'm going to tell you one more story before I leave, and then I'm going to let you go. So I grew up on a farm, as you guys know, in basically what I consider the most beautiful little tiny slice of heaven in the whole world. My parents were living in downtown Vancouver, and they were in real estate and flipping houses before they bought the land that eventually became my home. They moved from Vancouver to northern Alberta to the middle of nowhere. We were 20 minutes from the nearest tiny, and I do mean tiny little village of just hundreds of people, and an hour from the nearest tiny city. And I grew up on hundreds and hundreds of acres of just massive beauty. My parents were into agriculture, but not wheat fields and canola fields like you typically hear of being grown on the prairies. They experimented with things that we didn't know we could grow before. So I grew up with trees and shrubs and flowers and all kinds of fruit that we didn't know we could grow. And that is how I was raised, just hundreds of acres of freedom and wild strawberry patches and wild blueberry picking and kittens running around the yard, and sometimes like big old moose sleeping in the front yard when we woke up, and beautiful woods and decaying logs and fall leaves. And arnica growing up out of the ground and bluebell flowers and lady slippers and magic, just magic. I grew up off-grid, so we had no electricity, no running water, simply because we were poor. We weren't trying to be trendy. It wasn't like the in thing to do. I think we were made fun of horrendously when I was little. But I was raised, I don't know, I always say I was raised by the forest. I was raised by nature. I was outside building with my siblings, and we were making tree forts and building platforms for each one. And at night we would just lay on the picnic tables under the stars and we would dream our dreams. And I was raised, I don't know, by nature, and just with a really deep and profound respect for nature and the balance of everything. So I had such a love, like such a profound love for my land and my home, that I actually grew up with a really intense fear of leaving it. And I used to ask my mother if we would ever have to move. And she would say, no, we're not moving. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. And I was like, okay, I can breathe. You know, I would just ask her that occasionally just to ease my mind. Like, all right, as long as we can stay here, I can breathe. And one of my earliest memories was, and my most frequent memories was, when we went to town, which wasn't very often. I mean, I was bused into the nearest village to go to school, but actually going to the city, going to town was like probably less than a handful of times a year. We would pile into the Aerostar van, and I would always stop as a small child, and I'm talking just little, from as early as I can remember, and I would look out the window and I would look back over my house and my yard, the little lawn and the big lawn and the trees and the farm, and I would just take a picture in my mind so that if we never came back, I would always remember what it looked like. Still blows my mind. I told you I'd cry probably at least 3 times, so that's time number 2. It still blows my mind just that I was so young, but I had such a deep connection with where I was raised in the earth, you know, the little slice of heaven that I was raised in, and that's what went through my mind as a small child. And I remember my parents, when I was 8 years old, sat us down at the dining room table, and they told us they were getting a divorce. And I didn't really know what that meant. I kind of knew what it meant, but the only question I can remember asking them as we sat around that plankwood table that summer day was, will we have to move? And my mom said, no, we won't have to move. And I was like, okay, all right, I can do this. I can breathe. And my mom was wrong. Life has a way of taking us down paths that we don't want to travel. I've been down a few. And one day we piled into the van and we drove down that driveway, and we never came back. Sorry, I promise that's the last time. I went back to visit my farm after I lost my daughter. So 9 years ago, I went back there. I had taken a break from my master's program that I was working on. I bought a camera. I used it to force myself just to get out of bed, go outside, look for beauty in the world every day. And I signed up for a college course at my local college, and just to teach me how to use the camera. And the first assignment that we were assigned was a panorama landscape. And I thought, okay, I'm going to go back out to my old farm, and I'm going to take a panorama of somewhere in my farm. And I got permission from the owners. It was bought by a really lovely couple who intended to live their own dreams there and retire there when they were done working. That dream never came to fruition because the husband died. So the farm ended up not ever being inhabited again, ever. So it was completely overgrown. Nature was starting to really take it back. And the house was unlived in, and everything was starting to fall apart and become dilapidated. And there was such a beauty in that for me. But I went back to visit, and I took a picture, a panorama of our old greenhouse, the old greenhouse that I used to run barefoot through as a child. And I took it, and that was my assignment. And I ended up printing it really big, like I don't remember how big, but several feet long. And I hung it in the neuroscience lab where I was doing research, and it stayed there. And I connected with the professor that used to run that neuroscience lab last year. And he was, guys, his name is Ali. He is the most magnificent, beautiful, incredible human. He's got more degrees than I can even count in more areas than I can even remember. His stories are like something out of this world that will leave you bewitched for as long as he will open his mouth. He is just this amazing, wonderful human. And I asked him if I could photograph him and write about him for a book I'm working on. And we were talking about, you know, just the old days when I was at the college. And he actually told me that the college where the neuroscience lab was lit on fire a couple of years ago. And that print of my old greenhouse got damaged. And he actually went and had it restored, which I thought was pretty much the sweetest thing I've ever heard. And asking him to kind of go back through his life and his collection of memories and experiences so I could write about him and photograph him inspired me to go back through my own, and inspired me to go back to my old farm. So I asked permission if I could go out there. And last September, I made the trip out there, and I took my kids and I took my husband. And while I was on that driveway that I used to drive down, I took this photo of my daughter in the most brightly, brilliantly colored tree that I could find. And I took it knowing that there literally isn't a single soul on this earth that would ever even come close to understanding what this photograph means to me. My little 8-year-old Noelle, who is pretty much a splitting image of her mother, standing in, you know, that driveway that I used to run up and down to go to school every day in this tree. And around the time that I took this photo, my husband took this cell phone photo. Nothing brilliant, nothing with a DSLR, of just a snapshot of me standing with the kids in front of one of the old greenhouses, which is now almost completely taken back by Mother Nature. And I just marveled at it. I marveled at the change. I marveled at so many things, but I ended up sending this cell phone snapshot to my old professor, my mentor, the magnificent Ali. And I just said, you know, I wanted him to see how much it had changed from the panorama I took. And I said, it's kind of a comfort that nobody ever lived here, because Mother Nature did take this place back. And because it remained untouched, I feel like it's still mine. Like my imprints are still here. The things that we left here are still here. That tin tub I used to bathe in the kitchen is still sitting out in front of the packing shed. And it has a spruce tree growing through it now, but you know, it's still mine. Like our thumbprints are still here. And he wrote me back and he said something that actually just left me completely speechless, sitting at my computer desk, like unable to even type a word in response for quite some time, with tears on my cheeks. And I'm gonna read it to you because I don't want to butcher it. He said, "Yes, I know how that feels. Those pictures I showed you are the only physical items I have with my mom's and dad's fingerprints on them. Once upon a time, they were held by their hands and their eyes gazed on them, and they were kept in the drawers at the homes in which we all lived. And when I look at those pictures, when I look at and touch those pictures, I am touching people who have long gone, reliving in homes that no longer exist, and transporting myself to a time that lives in memories. So I hope I have captured how you feel." If that is not profound, I don't know what is. And on that note, in the spirit of the service that we bring to the world and everything that we do for the people around us and the images that we take, and in the spirit of the magnificent Ali and his words, I would like to encourage you to leave something that people can leave their fingerprints on. That's it. Just create something that people can leave their fingerprints on. Create something meaningful, create something valuable. Go out and change the world. Do it in your own little way and create something that people can leave their fingerprints on. So with that being said, thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you for having me. I hope you enjoyed this little talk, and I hope you have the most incredible time at Imaging USA. Thank you, Maureen. Thank you, Dario.
Dario. Thank you so much, Cass.
I'm going to go out of screen share.
Cass, you are using your voice and your work and your presentation today will move so many that are tuning in, not just today, but in the next few days over the end of the month here as that we replay this, and it'll help open up their eyes to, you know, in their photography and what's in important topics that you touched on today. There's power in numbers, we know that, and the photography industry has the ability to work closer together to change our perception of body shaming and many other important topics. So I'm so happy that you touched on that today. And to help all clients appreciate having their family portraits taken, not just from the shoulders up or the chin up. So thank you for such an inspiring presentation. Thank you. I know every time you share your heart and you give it your all, your work, you put so much into it. I have to ask you, because I have some questions coming in on our YouTube live, where you are in the photograph with the wings. How long did that take you to put that together?
Well, the wings took like a month to build and feather, and that was done a year prior. And then the photograph was easy because I just mounted them from the ceiling. It wasn't easy, but I had to like disassemble my studio wall, mount the wings from the ceiling, hang them so that they would hang there and look like, you know, I was wearing them even though I wasn't, and then set up the scene. So I brought a bed in, set it up, like disassembled my son's bedroom, brought it over to the studio, set it up, set up all the kids' artwork on the wall. So it took about a day. And then the shooting took like 7 minutes because my kids don't last very long.
And that is an important piece. I don't think most realize the amount of detail that goes into what you do. I mean, the photo with the newspapers on the wall. I mean, you have to talk just a second about that because that was incredible.
I basically created, with a friend of mine, Becky Kazel, I created 100 years of headlines because I couldn't use old newspapers because of copyright. So we researched 100 years of history. There's 5 articles within each newspaper, so 5 major world events that I felt represented the time. And we did that for 100 years and then created the newspaper articles, and then I hung them all from the wall. And Carl is 100 years old. He's holding Baby New Year, our local Baby New Year. And the newspaper article on his lap I created with a good side and a not so good side. So the good side is the future is our children and what the amazing things that they're doing in the world. And the not so good side was we were like threatening nuclear war or something at that point, like something ridiculous that, you know, kind of, you guys, we've been there. Like, let's move on. We can do better. Like, come on, get it together. So that's kind of what I was feeling. I was like, okay, the kids are the future. They are going to lead the way. So that was kind of the concept behind that photograph.
Well, like I have anticipated before, I knew that this session would have been incredible because the care and attention and, you know, the planning behind the picture. Like you said, I moved the bed, I hang things, and Maureen, you're right. Many things that, you know, editing means that you can do everything just like in a matter of a few clicks, but it's not, because all these masterpieces that I've been, you know, lucky enough to see printed properly and hang in contest everywhere are just amazing. And there's no other way than putting your craft in it. And sometimes it takes months, even just to visualize and conceptualize the idea, and then to try to make it happen. But then when the magic happens, you can tell the difference is there. You can tell that each time I see one of your pictures, you know, and after your story today, I think that I can understand better why you use some of the tones that I see and how much and how deep you love these elements. And I can breathe it, I can feel it, I can perceive what lies in between and behind. And that's exactly what your clients fall in love with. That's exactly the quest of each single photographer, in my opinion, whether you are a wedding photographer or a portrait photographer, newborn, pets, whatever. Just, it's about photography, this incredible journey through people's lives and emotions and feelings. And then we have said a million times, yeah, you know, memories are important, we need to print, but just the words that you used before, you know, leave something behind you that people can, you know, can leave fingerprints on top. That makes a lot of difference. And Cass, your sweet approach, your deep, heart-driven approach to photography, yeah, of course, you had experiences that forged and build yourself in the way you are. But definitely, as hard as life sometimes touch us, it's really about ourselves in understanding and figuring out how to use these, how to survive that, and how to reverse it in a positive way. And there is no experience, positive, negative, or good or not so good, as you gently said. There is no experience that is meaningless. There is not. And photography is there to portray that moment and create a milestone in everyone's life. That's, I can't thank you enough to bring for having brought today these incredible contents. Maureen, I would talk for hours with Cass.
I know. Can we show some of the dry mounts? Because we have so many waiting to see a sneak peek of what we've been working on with Cass. So this is the fine art dry mount. And then we're working on a number of different substrates with Cass and testing them. Just absolutely gorgeous. And this is your son, Cass.
Yeah, that's my little guy. There's nothing like seeing it in print. There's nothing like seeing your photos printed. Once you start, if you haven't started already, it is completely addictive. And there's nothing, for me, I love the fine art. I love the fine art prints. They are so much more like seeing Dario hold it up. I don't know if it's Dario or Dario. I feel like I might be butchering your name, but seeing you hold it up, it doesn't, the colors, the sharpness, the 3D-ness of it, you just don't get an impression of that until you see it in real life. My clients walk into my studio and sometimes they like literally walk in and like tears start falling out of their eyes because they're so overwhelmed. They're like, I didn't know it could look more amazing than what's on the computer screen, but like the computer screen can't even touch these. So yeah, it's pretty powerful stuff.
It is. Do we have any others, Dario, to look at? I know I have mine in my other room, but if you, and for all of you tuning in today, if you go to the Graphistudio closed Facebook group, you will see so many different examples that we've posted. And I'll make a point to post as well, because I know we have a lot of interest and this has been an active product that we're working on, right, Dario?
Yeah, definitely. And now is the time to release it. And like you said, there will be multiple options, and I'm sure that each one will find the right fit, so to speak. And you're right, Cass. When people see things properly, when there's a tangible feedback, it's a completely different story, because that's how our brain is wired. We work that way, and it's an amazing way.
Mm-hmm. One of my clients wrote me one day, she sent me a message and she was like, I know, she said, you probably don't need to hear this, and I'm not getting this absolutely correct, just what I can remember from it. But she said, she walks by the prints every day and they bring her so much happiness. And she said, they remind me that magic really does exist, and it exists in just our everyday lives and our children and, the little things that we're doing. It's magic. And that's kind of, I don't know, she had a much better way of saying it. I wish I had her words in front of me that I could read them to you, but that's kind of how I feel about our pictures. They take us back to happy times.
And we're creating magic. Mm-hmm. When this program is live and launched globally, there's going to be a lot of portrait photographers that'll be doing flips, because there's nothing like seeing your work in print and seeing your work in fine art printing. It is just breathtaking. So I'm excited for that, and that's coming. And thank you for all, tuning in today. We're broadcasting live from Imaging USA, and this will be live until the end of the month. So we're really excited about that and excited about your time today. So thank you so much, Cass.
Thanks for having me. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Cass. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ciao, everyone.
Yeah. Bye.
Wait there. So, I have to tell you, I'm still thinking about what we just heard from Cassandra Jones. And I don't know how many of you were familiar with her story, but I have to tell you, although I knew it already, it's still such a meaningful story to be told. And also it explains what happens behind a nice portrait, a nice image, what happens behind a great story. Now, speaking about stories, speaking about children, newborn, babies and bellies, and family portraits, it came natural to me to bring you to this table where you can see the entire Kelly Brown collection, which is, I would say, just an adorable range of products that Kelly designed carefully with us a couple of years ago. And you can tell that there's Kelly everywhere, in the shades of the colors, materials, the finishings. And to talk about this, I like to invite Sarah Edmonds with me as a portrait photographer mainly, and Kelly as well. Of course, you judge together many contests, international contests. Yeah. So you, let's say, you resonate of the same principles, same criteria, ideas, and I'm sure that you love as well these products. Although maybe newborns aren't your fields, so to speak, no. Right?
Never shot a newborn.
But the reason why I want you to be here with me now is because the importance of these materials and finishings in the presentation of a product. Mm-hmm. So you did it many times with your clients as well, mm-hmm. whether it was a beauty portraits or a boudoir session or family portraits or even a commercial assignment. You know that people react in a different way, right? When they touch and feel something.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And you'll find it's been said many times before, and I hate to say women do one thing more than men do, but I personally, as a woman, love to touch and feel things. I can't help, whenever I go into a store, I immediately have to touch. I can't decide anything without touching. And everything in this range seems so tactile and beautifully, everything fits together so beautifully. The colors, the materials, there's a whole feel to it that just reeks Kelly's exquisite taste. And I love it. And I'm not a newborn photographer, but I'm a mum. And I would give my right arm to have one of these full of pictures of my kids when they were newborn.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the same when we were working with Kelly on this range. And you can see that there are different, let's say, different tiers in the program, because she thought about the digital-only photographers, so with these, little cute little boxes with a USB, with a magnetic USB pen inside, and you can personalize the linen overprinting your brand or your client's name, and they came in 4 different colors. Or you can go for the second tier, which is the jewel box, an amazing and smart solution to have a sort of a frame that can stand on a desk or on a shelf and shows pictures that you actually print on the Fine Art HD or many other medias of choice. So there's plenty of room for any personal decision on that matter. In my opinion, needless to say, it should be HD Fine Art.
No question.
Right? Then the USB pen as well, you can see here in this little gap. It's magnetic, so it folds always in place. And like I said, when it's closed, it's personalized and it stands like that. So it's a beautiful, smart product. Or you can go with Storia. Storia it's a kind of a unique thing, and it's made to be a collection of chapters, so newborn, or maybe the pregnancy, and then the newborn, and then the first year, that the typical triad that people order. And inside is this beautiful sweat-bound album with equally beautiful HD fine art prints inside in a forge of a small matted album. It comes to from 6 to 12 pages. And it's just an adorable keepsake for your clients. And if you like this genre, I strongly suggest to take in consideration Contessa, which is a word that you have used yesterday during your shooting. Contessa is exactly countess, and it's a tribute to the countess, the last countess of the castle, and it's a wooden cover, beautifully laser engraved, and the sequoia leather on the spine. Like you said, you can tell there's Kelly behind this. The combination of colors, the tactile feeling, and the elegance, the timeless elegance of a matted album like this with a beautiful newborn session. It's just, it's class, it's timeless, it's beautiful. I have to say, I love this. I really love this. It's classy.
And it's not just restricted to newborns and children either.
Absolutely not,
I ordered this exact album as a wedding album, and with the mats, and it...
Well done, well done, great choice. There is also the display box, which is another solution, speaking about presentation boxes, with this sliding lid, which converts a sort of a frame into a box, and inside beautiful prints with mats that could be white. Now with the new Arctic White solution that we recently introduced less than a month ago, because some were looking for a colder, let's say, point of white. I understand that, although I really love the true rag kind of ivory white. So it's warmer, but it's just a matter of taste. So we found the right point to make people happy. So we have now the standard white, the Arctic one, and the black, of course. But now let me talk about this beauty. Favola, which means fable. It's a beautiful leather wrap called this leather, super thick, handmade in Tuscany. It's made in a region known as Etruria, and Etrusco is the name of this incredible leather. Etrusco means basically a very old civilization, even before the Roman Empire. So we are talking about the deep ancestor of the Italian population, and it's thick, it's highly texturized, it's just fantastic just to hold it in your hands. The Japanese binding, as well as the linen and the beautiful, I can't say it enough, the beautiful Amalfi handmade paper, handmade. Can you imagine each single paper sheet is handmade by a human being for you? This is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's quite hard for us to get our heads around that.
Yeah, definitely. So, Sarah, I have a question for you. Do you think that people tend to gravitate towards mats and therefore several pitches, maybe to shuffle on a box, or when they approach a product like Favola, for instance, which is bound as a book, but it's actually made by single pitches, it is already a book in their mind. So do you think that the binding makes a big difference when it comes to portraits, and maybe people is like they don't expect you to offer an album?
No, I think it's just another alternative to give to clients that they can choose from. Some will want the traditional, everlasting nature of a book and something having been designed and bound and kept together. Others will like the flexibility of being able to swap mats around. Some people like to be able to take some mats out and put them on the wall and keep others in the box. But a book is something completely different. So I don't think they vie for attention. I don't think that it's one or the other. I just think there's some things for some clients and some studios as well in what they want to present, and some things for others.
Yeah, I would agree. There's really room for a lot of things out there, and thanks to the capability to handcraft and customize almost every product that you saw during these 2 days, make it yours. So it's just, let me say, it's a different approach. I said during the day one, we don't sell by catalog, but we don't even sell in a way. We offer you a work table full of tools and stuff and materials for you to play with. and forge your own solution, because you're quite right. Some go for one solution, some go for the other. There is no right or wrong here, because photography is not right or wrong. It's photography, it's life, it's stories, it's, interpretations.
Exactly. Every photographer is different. The way they choose to approach their business is different, and their clientele. And photographers tend to sell best what they love themselves. So they need to choose the products that they love, because then they're able to, without feeling like they're selling, offer this wonderful product because they themselves love it. So there's something about a book for me that is everlasting and timeless, and involves a certain amount of craft on the part of the photographer. But I think there's an appeal for everything here. And
before Cassandra was explaining how she shot some of the award-winning pictures, and actually in some cases there were months of work, and I was smiling because we tend to think that with Photoshop you can do everything digitally. I mean, and not quite true. If you want to achieve that accuracy, that meaningful storytelling, you have to craft it, and you did as well for your stories, your award-winning prints at WPPI as well as SWPP. Kelly is another one that actually spent months with our clients thinking and rethinking and envisioning how to condense in a single picture those elements that make it unique and special to that client. Yeah. And that's the beauty, because it might be not that noticeable to other people, but it's like a secret code that those that are initiated to will understand, will grab. And that's the beauty of an award-winning pictures like that. And Cass has the same approach, and I love it. And when you have the opportunity to go, as we do during the international awards, when you have the opportunity to go through the prints and see all these crafts everywhere, and you are blown away by the quality, the creativity of your colleagues.
Absolutely.
Right? And you go there and you say, look at that. You can spend hours just watching one single print.
It's truly inspiring.
Isn't it?
It's life-changing, career-changing, and inspiring in every way. Absolutely.
And I tell you one thing, even if some of these pictures are stunning even on a screen, don't get me wrong, sometimes when you are there and you see the prints hang, and you are there and you're 10 centimeters away, and you can almost see and tell how it was put together. And then you're lucky as me, and you can talk to the author because they are friends. And they share with you, oh, you have to know, I spent this and that time doing this and that. Oh, I had this hard time getting that picture because this and that, X, Y, Z, whatever was the situation. And you're blown away because you understand the work, the passion, the dedication. And you do very often similar things in your creative shots.
Yes, and I'm also talking about the work of these people, seeing it online and then seeing it in print. I've seen many of these pictures online, digitally, many, many, many times, and they blow me away. Seeing them in print, printed by you guys, is a different experience altogether. And I'm drawn like a magnet, seeing details that I did not see in a digital format.
I want to close this segment about the Kelly Brown collection, giving honor to Kelly that actually has set a new rule, let's say, for the newborn photography, all alone. She came from Australia and took by storm our industry
and
with
not
this.
Not just newborn.
Not just no. She came for that, but then you saw her ability and her talent spread out
and
onto so many projects.
Incredible teaching as well.
Teaching and judging as well. Yeah. She's just she's great. She's just great 360. And I tell you one thing, when you see these kind of photographers judging on a panel, you have to see it. I want to invite you, whenever it will be possible again, go for it, and watch a judging session. You will learn tons of information, so you will get back home completely changed. I tell you, it's an experience itself, because it's all about the thing that you were talking about before. Yeah. So, thank you, Sarah, for helping me talking about the Kelly Brown collection. Thank you, Kelly, for working with us for this beautiful program. I hope you're safe. I know you're safe, but big hug to you. And we love you. We definitely love you. So now we are almost ready for the last masterclass of the day with another friend. And I insist on the word friend. So Jerry Ghionis is going to be soon with us, but before that, a quick shot with videos. See you soon. We will talk with Jerry Ghionis, ladies and gentlemen, from Las Vegas, USA. See you in a minute. Ciao. To be with us, and Jerry is already online waiting for me to join the last Zoom call of the day. But before that, let me introduce, or let me explain a little bit about the upcoming Jerry Ghionis collection. We have had a sort of worldwide premiere during last WPPI. It seems like decades ago, for some reason, 2020 seems to me that, lasted forever. But it was just a few months ago. And we will see in the next future, WPPI in August. So let's hope to see you there, everybody. So let's regroup. Let's start again from this incredible concept. So I think that we all know, Jerry. So what can we say, Sarah? Sarah Hadman's still with me graciously. What can we say about Jerry? Jerry is Jerry. I mean,
Jerry's an icon.
Right?
Yeah.
In many ways, he has defined and supported this industry like no one else. I'd say that I'm lucky enough to call him friend, and as well as the lovely Melissa. But the thing is, I tell you, we all owe something to Jerry because such a lively, positive, always on the move guy like no one else. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy that we are finally condensing all the details and ideas and give birth to this range. Definitely Jerry is a sort of, you're right, a sort of icon, and the quality, the luxury, the attention to details, the perfection. And I tell you, he's quite a perfectionist. He likes to play, he likes to have fun, he likes to smile and to joke. But reality is that he's damn serious about his job, isn't it?
Absolutely. And not just, he is an icon and he's known for being famous, but he's also an outstanding working photographer and one of the best teachers I've ever come across.
Yeah, I would agree 100%. He actually helped thousands of photographers, to build or to rebirth their career, and he does it with an incredible passion and generosity. If you had attended his workshop, you know what I'm talking about. If you didn't, you should consider, because there is nothing like that out there. The massive quantity of information, the passion, the human support that it gives you during a workshop is just outstanding and second to none. But back to these products, like I said before, Jerry is a lot about elegance, about timeless luxury. We all know that he loves black, but he loves also all the elegant colors as this blue navy, and with this sort of Louis Vuitton pattern on top. So the quilted cover is incredible, as well as this box that comes in different shades and combinations. And by the time we will unleash the program, you will see all the different options. So black on black, black on white, blue on white, blue on blue, and so on and forth. So there will be room for every one of you finding his own solution. But let me show you why I say that Jerry is a perfectionist. Look inside. Everything has been quilted and stitched, and even some details like the ribbon, which is leather, it's handmade leather, stitched in this way with a bolt with the logo engraved inside. And you can tell that he asked specifically for some details like this gap, this recession on the base of the lid. So by the time that you put the book inside, it fits perfectly like a hand would fit a glove, and you have this exquisite presentation box with a beautiful book inside. Or these acrylic blocks that are massive and made with the purest acrylic available in the market, with the HD print underneath, so they shine like jewels. And there's a leather base behind, so it's leather, it's acrylic, it's HD print. It's, of course, you can overprint on the leather or laser engrave as well. Speaking about leather, speaking about icons, what about these notorious, I should say, leather book? It's incredible. The day that Jerry called me and said, listen, I have an idea. Thanks God it was sit on my desk. And I said, okay, go ahead. And I knew that he was aiming high, and he did actually. But look at that. Look at this beautiful leather print album that became immediately iconic. And I remember that we were at WPPI, and people went crazy. People went literally crazy, like, what?
And they do every year.
And they do every year.
It hasn't faded.
You can print on leather? Is this genuine leather? Yes, it is. You can tell, because the back side of each single page is the raw leather. So he didn't want to apply or to add anything, just because you have to smell it, you have to touch it and make it yours. So it's just incredible. It's pure luxury. But you know what? I think, Sarah, that the triumph, the definitive triumph of leather is possibly this incredible piece of wall art. It's all genuine leather, back and front. So in terms of quality, in terms of perfection, exclusivity, luxury, it's second to none. I've never seen anything like that. But even the details and the gamuts and everything that we have been able to reach left me completely blown away. I didn't know, honestly, I have to say, I didn't know that it could have been possible. But when I saw the result, and you know that I'm a firm believer of the HD fine art print, but when I saw the fine art paper and the same file reproduced on the leather, I was like, wow, this literally drops my jaw.
You can almost feel like you can touch that lace. It's incredible.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a combination between the perfection on the execution of this shot, but the size, the colors, the texture of the dress, and combined with the texture of leather makes it, you're right, she seems alive. She seems that she's here with us and she's looking really at me. Okay, so like I said the other day, attention to details. Look at these beautiful bolts that you can personalize and make it yours. So Jerry has this kind of, how do you call it, the floralo? The fleur-de-lis, right? It's a symbol, so you can see the Jerry and the J and the G stylized in this logo. It's a beautiful thing. And behind, there's the certificate of authenticity that makes it a unique piece of art. So that's the thing that creates value and gives justice to your clients, your work, and the pleasure of enjoying such a beautiful, meaningful picture like that. And I tell you, I know exactly the story behind this picture. I will not spoil it just because I'm moved. When I talk about this story, I'm moved. Maybe Jerry will tell a little bit, will tell us a little bit more about that. I stop here, but it's a beautiful.
Even without the story, it's a knock down, drop dead, gorgeous picture.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So again, let's welcome Jerry, an incredible talent, an even more incredible human being. I'm sure that all of you will love this talk, and let's roll it on Jerry Ghionis, ladies and gentlemen. So I see you in a second in our last Zoom call of Day 2 Imaging USA Virtual Show 2021, live from Castle Ceconi. See you in a minute.
All right, Jeremy, JJ.
Hey, evening again. Hi, Jerry. How are you?
And we have Daria.
I'm good.
Oh,
I'm fantastic.
So we've wrapped up a great it's Day 2 of Imaging USA broadcasting live in our Graphi Live channel, and I'm so excited for the next hour. So Jerry, thank you so much. Dario and Sarah, I see you. What an incredible presentation on Jerry's collection. We are excited. Everybody that's tuning in is ready to get their hands on this product, Dario. You can't keep teaching.
But Maureen just shared the fact that they're actually queuing up outside her house to see it now. There's a lot outside her house.
And Dario, you have no excuse. I mean, it's COVID. I mean, in Italy, you probably don't watch as much Netflix. This should have been out by now. I don't care whether you've reconfigured the whole factory and you've you put all these new machines in. You need to be stronger than your excuses, Dario.
COVID, no COVID. You're right.
I will.
That is my favorite condescending line. Be stronger than your excuses. It's incredible. I love it.
Well, it's coming. So I want everybody to know that. And we've had a chance to see it in person. I think that's really nice. WPPI, we had an incredible audience, a line actually, wanting to see the product line. And we just gave a brief overview today on what's coming. And we have the next hour of what's coming is motivation from Jerry, inspiration. All of you have been waiting for this in anticipation, asking, when is Jerry speaking? So he's going to be on in just a few minutes here after we properly introduce him. What do you think about the collection, Jerry?
I got to say, when Dario was speaking about it, everything sounds sexier with an Italian accent. And then you've got, Sarah being the Price is Right girl being there as well. I fell in love with the collection because I avoided myself from like the fact that we created this together. So I sort of looked at it with fresh eyes because it's been a while since I've seen it. And I'm like, man, I want to buy it. This is incredible. So I'm very, very excited about it. And I'm like Sarah, my love language is touch. I love to touch and feel things. I love textures. So I literally went to Italy a couple of times to develop this idea because I don't want to do this over Zoom. I want to touch and feel the products and walk around the factory and ask what's possible, what's not, how do we make this an incredible thing? So it'll be worth the wait. So I can't wait to do that.
It will be. And I mean, the amount of detail that went into the collection from the branding opportunities. And that's something that I'm really excited to start talking to our customers about. Because once you see the little, your brand on the little swatch, if you will, the leather swatch, it's not like any product that I've ever seen before. It was so much attention and care that's gone into it. So that I thank you for. And that's going to be happening here this year. So we're going to move forward. Does anybody else have anything that they want to jump in and say before we let Jerry take over? Because we're at the end of our day today.
No, just to say to Jerry, I know that I've had a ton of people saying, what time's Jerry on? What time's Jerry on? Scott's going to be on, Scott Johnson and Lee Hatherall, and a ton of people saying, when's Jerry going to be on? When's Jerry going to be on? So we're really looking forward to the next hour, especially. So loads of the Brits have stayed up, especially for tonight. So looking forward to it. So I know we'll chat again in a while, but yeah, thank you so much for coming and joining us.
No, thank you. It's my pleasure. And what time would you like me to finish, Jeremy? I want to be respectful from your time because I can speak for 15 hours or I can speak for 2 minutes. It's whatever you want me to do. You tell me.
Well, we have two. We have
the satellite.
Well, hang on. We have the two greatest orators here, Dario and Jerry, who get them in a room together and they will talk until they fall asleep. So it's
a bit of the English humor.
It's great. It's great to have you both here. Anyway, so
we have 50 minutes, and then we'll do a wrap up at the end. So I'm going to switch gears and we'll have Jerry share his screen. And I want all of you to be prepared for the next hour because it's going to be amazing. So thanks again, Jerry.
Thanks.
No problem at all. And I think I just want to sort of bring light to the fact that Dario and Sarah are not at the castle. Everything is on green screen and Zoom. And so it's very well produced. I think it's very fascinating what you guys have done there. So it's all good.
But CGI is not that expensive anymore, so anyone can. You can try it at home. So
it's good. It's all good. All righty.
All right. So ready when you are, buddy.
Okay, fantastic. I'm like, I was waiting for something magically to happen as I was speaking with you. So you must.
Oh, I can dance or like a ta ta ta. Jerry Ghionis.
Awesome, guys. Well, look, such a pleasure and honor to be speaking today, and especially at the end of the day as well. I feel it's a responsibility, whether you're starting a show or ending the show. It's basically, how do you bring it all back? And to be honest, I was going to show pretty pictures, and I'm like, well, you can just look at my Instagram page, or you can actually Google me and look at pretty pictures. I think the responsibility of anyone who's ending a show is to bring it all back in and to understand what we do is all about, and how to really understand the times that we're living in, how to take advantage of the times that we're living in, how to be patient, how to be strong, how to be resilient. There are so many things that we need to do. So I've got to be honest, like, I usually prepare my presentations a lot to the finest detail, even up into the minute before the presentation, and I refine and I chop and I change. And I just want to have an honest conversation. And even though that I'm going to be vulnerable now for the next sort of 50 odd minutes, I'm going to tie it all back in, and I'm going to give you a lot of hope and a lot of strength, but you're going to bear with me, because there is so much noise out there at the moment. Now, if you're living in the US, we're living in obviously very challenging times. If you're living anywhere, really, of course, the pandemic has been crushing for many, many reasons. Now, if you're anything like me, you know, I'm a very positive person. Things are, you know, you look at your blessings and you look at the world around you and say, you know what, like, life is pretty good under the circumstances. That being said, I think many of us, what we do is we can't get through the haze. We're seeing life through a filter. We scroll on Instagram, we look on Facebook, and everyone's sharing their best photograph, their best meal, and we think everyone's life is perfect. And then we measure ourselves against everybody else and say, well, why isn't our life perfect? Why isn't my life like that? Because you think that those handful of photographs that someone that you admire and respect shows that every part of their life is like that. And that's not true. Now, you've heard obviously a lot of success stories. I actually watched the end of Cassandra's presentation, and she's amazing, very personal. Her photographs are beautiful. It was very emotional. And I identify with the human spirit so much. I really do. I have a sincere love for people. And I think that what's missing in our world today, and if you're a photographer, if you're focusing on technique that will make you a better business person, you're missing the point. I think what we're missing in the world today, and you as a photographer, is empathy, is having the ability to care for your clients, having the ability to care for yourself, to be strong for you, for everybody else. That is a big underestimated thing right now. And what happens on social media is, like I said, everyone is searching for some kind of truth and some kind of authenticity. And I'm here to tell you that, you know, many of us over the last several months have been watching presentations online, and we're usually watching presentations of photographers in a position of leadership saying they're killing it, they're crushing it, they're making all this money. And then you're sitting there like, well, I must be stupid because I'm not doing that, or I can't do that. I'm just here to tell you, it's okay to acknowledge that 2020 sucked. It really did. And we all thought that 2021 would turn around and be even better. And look what happened last week. Let's just face it. We're living in a really, really shitty time right now. Now, there is hope. So don't get me wrong. This is not to be a downer at the end of the last couple of days. I'm just here to acknowledge that I think that mental illness, I think that your state of mind, your state of being has been tested to the limits. There is a contrast between what's more important, your life or your livelihood. And there comes a point where people just have to open up. People have to start their businesses. And many of our beliefs and many of what we believe is being challenged right now. People that you've known for years have a difference of opinions to you. And then all of a sudden you're questioning, look, how do I even value that person's opinion anymore if they voted for this person or that person or judged this way or that way? All I know is that the pandemic, what it's happened is it's amplified everything. Everything, like if you love harder. If you hate harder than ever before. If you are being questioned, if you've doubted yourself, you doubt yourself even more. And what's happened is the pandemic has given us a bit of a calibrator. It's basically put us on a fair and level playing field. So, you know, the fact is that, you know, my wife and I, Melissa, we have lost a lot of weddings. We have lost a lot of portraits. Not only have we lost and postponed a lot of those shoots that we had, we've also ate into a lot of the savings that we had hopes and dreams for. Because you might look at me and say, well, you're Jerry Ghionis, you've got it together, you must be extremely wealthy, blah, blah, blah. And the fact is that we're just normal people, just on the daily hustle, just like you. And that's the thing, guys, is that we have to understand that we are living in an incredibly tough time, but we have to acknowledge it. There is hope, and I'm going to give you that hope. I'm going to give you some marketing ideas. I'm going to give you some personal perspectives on how to gain your mental health and strength in these difficult times. But I think that what's happened is that, you know, most of us, we don't have a mentor. Most of us, we got in this industry in a bad way. Let me explain. You want to be a professional photographer, so you start your own business. And there's the mistake that you made. I would much rather you say to yourself that I want to be a business person. I happen to be choosing photography as my vehicle. So all of a sudden, you quickly become your own boss in this industry. One of the very few industries where you don't need a license. You can just call yourself a wedding and portrait photographer overnight, get a business card, operate, and off you go. And that's a problem, because I think that back when I started, and I'm going to sound very old right now, I started 27 years ago, and I assisted a photographer for about 3.5 years, or a year and a half before I took a single picture. They asked me to work for them full time, which I did. And I learned what business was all about actually on someone else's dime. And I could make a mistake, but it was someone else's business. For some reason, everyone wants to be their own boss. And why do you want to be your own boss? You'll probably tell me because I want to make money. I want to have choice, and I want to be free, and I want to make money. If you work the amount of hours that you work for yourself, for somebody else, would you make more money, and would you have less worry? I say for 99% of people out there, yes. So why do you own your own business? Because you are a slave to your clients. I'm going to put a negative spin on it for a minute, just going to play the devil's advocate for the moment. You may be making money, but it's not how much money you make, it's how much you get to keep, because you could turn over $1 million and net 20 grand, or you could actually turn over 100 grand and net 50. I don't know, like there's a lot of easier ways to get to those places. So my suggestion is that you have to start looking at your business as a true business. And I've often said to people over the years in terms of teaching and all those different things that you have to pretend, when you market yourself, you have to pretend like you're going to go hungry, because maybe one day you will be. And saving for a rainy day, and all of a sudden this year, last year, it is raining hard right now. And many of us are suffering. Many of us who've put all our eggs in one basket and do only one genre of photography, you're done for a year. What do you do? And some countries are looking after their people a lot better than others. And I'm going to say, I still own a company in Australia, and we're being looked after in Australia a lot more than we are here in the US, in this so-called lucky country. Now, all I'm saying is that I just want to acknowledge that 2020 and 2021 has been a sucky year. And we have to acknowledge it. When you feel it, feel it. If you need to watch Netflix for a day and curl up in a ball and rock yourself silly and cry your eyes out because maybe one of the members of your family have passed away in a different country and you couldn't go to the funeral, whether it could be that you have an aging parent that lives, you know, in the city that you're in and you couldn't see them for so long and they're in that hot zone, that really sucks. I'm saying that out of chaos comes beauty. And I believe that our industry is going to be so much stronger, so much more fruitful, so much more pure, because it literally has burnt to the ground. And you know the idea of being able to do controlled burning and then reharvest, and then all of a sudden it becomes more fruitful. I think we're at a crossroads in our industry. Certainly the fact that we've gone from analog to digital, you know, we all thought we were going to die. Like, oh my God, what's going to happen to everything? And filmmaking, you know, when the first cameras came out, the DSLRs that actually had the filmmaking capabilities, they came out and we're like, oh my God, our industry is ruined. The fact and the question is this: is there a market for quality photography and quality storytelling and people who are interested in print? Yes. You don't have to have every single person in the world to follow that philosophy. You just need a handful of people, whether it's per year, per week, per month, whatever it may be, in your area to believe what you believe. And sometimes you have to make them believe. Sometimes you have to convince them. But I believe that Graphistudio, among many companies and leaders in the industry, are forming a mini renaissance. It is revigorating the importance and the power of the physical print and touch, because you could be having a bad day and you could simply just walk past a print and it could change your whole perception. You could have someone who's passed away in your family and just be upset the fact that that happened to you, and then walk past and remember them in the way that you want to remember them, with a single piece of paper on a wall, on a desktop, whatever it may be. The fact is that we are used to disposing photographs every single day. In fact, before we even get out of bed, we thumb away Facebook photographs, we thumb away Instagram photographs. So we are used to disposing of photographs with a flick of a thumb. The importance of print is so paramount in this industry, but we have an incredible opportunity right now because the pandemic has been the calibrator. It has been the figurative, you know, burning of the field to reinvest long-term in the crop of the importance of family, the importance of relationships, the importance of job fulfillment, the importance of the number one commodity in the world is time, and then health, because without time you have nothing. So the ability to look at this industry, and if you just look at all the bad things that have happened and all the miserable things, and we can't shoot weddings, and some states you can't even shoot portraits, and social distancing is not possible in the genre that you do, I'm telling you, if you look at all those things and you spend 90% of your time focusing on the 10% things that you can't control, it's not fruitful. The fact is, what can you control? Now, for those of you who don't know me personally or don't know of my story, I was born in Melbourne, Australia. I come from a Greek background. I basically got obsessed with photography at the age of 15. And I knew I wanted to be a photographer. So to be honest, I didn't even try in high school. I just did what I did to do to pass. Then I studied, there was a 4-year photography course, and I quit after a year because they were teaching me what I call the algebra of photography. And there was also at camera stores that I worked at. So I just wanted to be involved in the industry. So I sold cameras. Then I knocked on the door of an existing studio and I said, I just love your work. I admire it. I want to carry your bags. And that's what I did. I did that for 1.5 years with no pay. Then I was asked to work for them full time, which I did. And at that time too, by the way, guys, like in Australia, interest rates were like 28%. Like, can you imagine, like in the US right now, I think interest rates are like 2%, 1%, 3%, 28%. So I had an incredible childhood up until the age of 12-ish. I formed the foundation of me as a character, as a person. And certainly there's a big difference between nature and nurture. And at the age of 12, my parents became estranged, and in the sense that there was friction, and in terms of, like, mum had to go to work. My dad was in the food industry and the nightclub industry. My mum was in the rag trade doing clothing and materials and things like that, working for Nike and Ballet and other companies. And there was a montage of just struggle for those years. And I grew up very, very religious. And at the age of 20, I got married for the first time. And like, what the hell was I thinking? I was a baby. And a year before I got married for the first time, I was in this beautiful home in one of the best suburbs in Melbourne. And my parents were overseas trying to make money. My brother was newly married. My other brother he was working as well, but I was home alone in this house. And I was just trying to survive. I did all the chores. I cleaned the house. I did everything. I didn't make enough money. To this day, I remember I was making $345.97 per week. And I went home one day, the gas turned off, the electricity turned off, the water turned off, the car that I was driving got repossessed. It was my brother's. So we lost everything. And one day I came home and the locks got changed at the house. Now what do? I'm 19. I've lost everything. And I broke into the house. We rented a place. When I say broke into my house, I literally had to break in through the window, rescue my parents' belongings so that the bank wouldn't take the possessions like inside the house. So my brothers opened up a chicken shop, charcoal chicken to go food store in the northern suburbs of Melbourne. And not having any money, like what do? I saw their building and they were on a corner of a building and there was a separate door and a window. And I said, guys, if I build a wall here, could I give you like $100 a week and at least I can be close to you and I can run my studio at the back of a chicken shop, which I did. And that first year I shot 25 weddings. My second year I shot 50 weddings. And that third year I shot 100 weddings. And I looked at the air above the building and I asked the overall landlord, I said, if you build a second level above this building, I'll rent it from you. So it took me a year to convince him, a year to build, and there I was. At my peak, I had 15 staff members. We did 300 plus weddings a year, hundreds of portraits, and I learned the craft and I learned the business. Now, I guess I wanted to tell you a bit about my backstory because people often see veterans in the industry like myself, and they think that everything has come from sunshine and rainbows and unicorns and things were given to me on a silver spoon, or, perhaps I was lucky. And I'm telling you, luck has got nothing to do with it. I believe luck is placing yourself in as many situations as humanly possible that attracts so-called coincidences. So quite simply, what I wanted to tell you is that I was hungry. And I'm telling you, there's many days, many days from the age of 12 till 20 upwards that I did not know where my next meal was coming from. I had a credit card to a supermarket. That's the way I fed myself when my parents were overseas. So I had to go to the supermarket. I gave them the supermarket credit card and I had to cook for myself, feed myself. And there's a point there where I couldn't afford it. I remember playing squash, like racquetball, with my brother Nick, who some of you might know. And I used to always beat him. And one day he beat me and he goes, "Why'd you beat me?" I said, "I've got no energy. I'm hungry." And I didn't have a microwave back then. My auntie actually gave me a microwave as a present so I could cook and perhaps, have leftovers and eat and all that kind of stuff. So guys, I promise you, this is going to end up being very uplifting, but I think it's important that people like you and me identify the fact that some of us have done it tough. Some of us have done it a lot tougher. I've came here to this country for opportunity. And with all the things that happened last year, I didn't realize that what it meant to be white in America. I didn't understand what all these issues were and are. So I began to understand the culture. And there are times in the last year where I've said, I've come from this incredible country, Australia, and now I'm in this very opportunistic country, but very divisive. So there's been a lot of awakenings that have happened in the last sort of year in terms of what it is, what can we do? And I feel that everyone has a responsibility, not to save the world, but I guess to really influence positively the people next to you. My wife and I, we have an incredible relationship. I can't tell you that even though that we work together and live together, we do everything together. The fact is that we've had less opportunity to travel together in the last year or so, but literally on Sunday is going to be our 10-year anniversary. And for those of you who know us personally, can you believe it's been 10 years? 10 years we've been celebrating. And what last year has done is strengthen, and even though it was already incredibly strong, is strengthen my resolve to influence the people around me in a positive way. The fact is that many of you listening and watching right now are on your own. You have no mentor. You perhaps don't have a partner, or maybe you have friends or family overseas or interstate and you can't spend time with them. And What a privilege it is to be able to be at least connect in this kind of a way where normally you can't. My suggestion is you need interaction. You need to hear someone's voice, to hear their expression. Too much gets lost in the haze of social media. Social media is really unsocial media because everyone can be a warrior behind the keyboard, but you can't really hear my inflection, my expression, my feeling, unlike, compared to what you're doing right now. The fact is that we are all vulnerable. No one is like, we're all expendable. And it's funny because if we realize how quickly the dead are forgotten, you will stop worrying about the shit that people say when they're alive. Does that make sense? So for us, we have really strengthened our resolve on what our mandate is, and that is to affect people in a positive way and understand what true success is. Because people think success is how many followers you have on Instagram or Facebook or TikTok, or how many views or likes you get. And the fact is that that's like being popular on social media is like being rich in Monopoly. Yeah, it's slightly amusing, but it doesn't mean that much in the reality of it. Certainly if you can monetize it and you can transfer those to clients, fantastic. But ultimately there are people just like you and me that don't rely on social media only and continue to establish relationships, manifest relationships, and grow your reputation by hearing someone's voice, reaching out to a fellow photographer or a vendor that you haven't seen or heard from for a while and saying, how you doing? Like, how's everything going with you? How can I help you? How can we help each other? That interaction is so, so, so important. And, it's been a fun ride. I've really enjoyed connecting with many of you, whether it's on my own educational platform, whether I know many of you have done my sales course and my marketing course that we've done with Graphi. I remember speaking to Maureen at the start of this pandemic, and I said, how can I help your clients? What can we do? And being able to hear people's stories has been so beautiful because there is strength in numbers. You have to understand that every photographer that you speak to, we don't have everything figured out. We are all vulnerable. We all have our bad days. We all have our health issues. You are seeing life through a filter. Now, how do you actually transfer that and understand that is basically running your own race. I feel like comparison is the death of progress, is the death of appreciation, is the death of gratitude. And really, once you are truly happy within yourself, you simply want it for everyone, because there'll always be someone more successful, whatever version of success that is, richer, poorer, better looking, uglier, older, younger, more followers, less followers. What does it really matter? What truly matters? And I think that what this time that we're living in has done, like I said before, it has reignited the importance of family, the importance of relationships, the importance of self-love, self-help. Many seminars that I've done over the last year or two, I see pain in people. I'm a magnet for energy. I'm very intuitive when it comes to people. I can read people very well. And many of you have come to my seminars over the last several years. In fact, 20 years I've been doing this, teaching, that you've been very vulnerable with me. And that's why I want to be vulnerable with you right now. The fact is that there is a lot of pain out there. Now, out of darkness comes a lot of beauty. And that's all I'm saying. Some people use their art to heal. Some people focus on others to heal. When they say that you're having a bad day, do something for somebody else. I'm saying to you is we all have bad days. I have bad days. You have bad days. We have to acknowledge them. We can't pretend that we have it figured out. What I'm getting at is sometimes you have to feel it so hard that you have to break the wall so hard that you break through. You feel it, you cry your eyes out, you realize you're in that friggin' position, and now let's get to work. Let's get to work. Now, what is it that we can do right now? Well, a year has passed. In fact, the numbers are climbing. Some states are going backwards. Some states are very lax. Some countries, have 0 cases. Everywhere's a little bit different right now. Now, what did I do at the start of the pandemic? Well, shit, I got the virus. I was very careful. I wore gloves everywhere. I wore a mask everywhere. This is before they even mandated, and I got it. And now, even though that I always appreciated life, I'm telling you, when you're at 105-degree temperature and you literally feel like your body is boiling, my feet were freezing. I don't know how that worked. My resting heart rate was 130. I had to have half a gallon of saline put in me because I was dehydrated. And I was offered, I mean, they said, Jerry, you should go on a respirator. And I said, no. I heard a statistic that day that 4 out of 5 people who go on a respirator actually don't survive it. I'm like, if this is the last of me, let me just go peacefully in my wife's arms at my home. Now, I know that a lot of people have passed away. You will probably know someone who's passed away, but I'm telling you, when you're that close to the ultimate and you've seen people go through it and not come out, go through it or not go through it, it's very humbling. You start to look at your life in a way that you have never looked at it before. Life is so short. And we have an incredible responsibility to document history, to create a legacy for families, to immortalize moments of families at the expense of our own. And people come to me, Jerry, I don't feel like my work is good enough and I need to learn lighting and posing better because, then I'll charge more. And I'm like, well, wait a second. Is being a great photographer have anything to do with running a successful business? Well, yes and no. We all know someone that actually have an incredible business that is nowhere near as good as us. So now, you at home watching right now, tell me something, think about this. Do you know someone that is your arch nemesis? They're in your area, damn it, like they're so friggin' busy, no matter where you go, no matter like any vendor that you establish a relationship, they're already there and you're like, damn it, like they're everywhere. They get under your skin. It's terrible. But they're nowhere near as good as you. And I'm like, well, that's damn impressive. If you can run a successful studio and a business with shitty photography, that's very, very impressive. So first of all, you're spending your energy on things you can't control. You have 2 choices or 3. You can be jealous, intimidated, or be inspired. If you can run a business like that with really crappy photography, then you can do it with incredible photography, incredible service. But after all, run your own race. Whenever you're looking backwards and side to side, you know what you're doing? You're wasting time, you're wasting breath, and you're wasting your energy. We spend too much time on things that we can't control. You need to look at, again, a lot of the things in this industry or this world right now, we can't control. What can you control? Well, after I survived the virus, I practice what I preach. In fact, for years, I've been telling people, do SEO and do this, that, whatever. And I'm like, I haven't done SEO on my website because I'm sort of fortunate enough because of my industry profile and all the link backs, it's sort of given me a lot of a boost where I didn't do a single thing for SEO on my website. Now, I didn't want to sit there and actually do it myself, so I hired someone and I paid for the privilege. And now every single photograph on my wedding and portrait website and every single page has SEO. My inquiries have actually increased. And I have got portraits. People have actually flown from different states to come here. And I did manage to squeeze in 6, 7 weddings, during this time, even though it was tough and on, physicality and a bit of a risk and all that kind of stuff, but it was fruitful. I looked at Graphi's magazine range. I'm like, you know what? I did a Graphi magazine a long time ago, but I need to redo one. I redid my pricing. I looked at my products, my collections. I did a magazine. So actually, Melissa, if you're listening, I'm sure you are, can you grab me the 3 magazines that we did? So the fashion one, the wedding one, and the portrait one, that'd be great. So I basically did a brochure for for my wedding price list, portrait price list. And for the last 4 or 5 years, I've been focusing a lot on my fashion work. I literally produced a prototype of a book that I'll be doing hopefully very, very soon. So it became very fruitful. Like there's this long to-do list. You know that list that you think, I'll get to that, I'll get to that. The thing is, what have you been doing in the last several months where you didn't have any choice? Now, yes, It's really shitty. You could sit there and watching Netflix all day, every day. Have I done that? Yes. I've given myself permission to have a break mentally and physically. But generally speaking, Melissa and I, we wake up on a Monday morning, we work till about 5, 6 o'clock. Weekends, we don't shoot weddings. We do not work, but we work all day, every day during the week. And when it comes to balance, my suggestion is you have to keep a routine. If you don't keep a routine, your sleep will be off, your mental strength will be a little bit off, your drive, your motivation, your purpose, all that kind of stuff will be a little bit off. So pretend like life is normal, work is normal. That's a really, really important thing to do. Thank you, baby. So I'm just, all my babies are here. Okay, baby, you got it, mama. My beautiful little golden doodle, Zoe, she's so cute. By the way, if you don't have a pet, buy a couple of golden doodles because they will make your life awesome. And they're just a joy to wake up to every single day. So just while we're on the topic, so this is basically what I ended up doing. Okay, so that's actually the leather print that you basically saw Dario refer to. And this is the other side to it. This is my portrait price list. And I suggest that if you are doing magazines, by the way, don't tell your life story. People don't care about your life story. They care about the beautiful imagery in there and offering collections and being able to see basically what prints would look like on their walls. So very, very important. That's actually the Graphi Castle there, this one. So I've done a bunch of those. I did my wedding price list as well. So that's there as well. Can you believe like 24 pages, $4 for this? When I started in the industry to get a magazine like this, you had to like pay $20 for them and you had to get like 1,000 at a time. To be living in a time where you don't have to do that, you can just get, I think, minimum of 2 at a time, 24 pages, a beautiful letter size book like that. And now that I'm actually doing a lot of fashion editorial work, this is my glorified business card, my brochure. Just check how big that is. And this has already been very fruitful. Sorry about that. I just managed to turn the page with a little bit of naughty bits showing. There's Melissa looking fierce and awesome. So that's a really important thing to do. So guys, get off your ass and do something about it. Okay, we've had our turn being miserable. We've had our turn like realizing and accepting it. We've all lost lots of money. We've all lost opportunity, but I'm telling you, now is the time to keep on going. Also, there's been a lot of success stories. People have been making a lot of money during this time. Now, if you're a photographer and you've actually photographed portraits and weddings with only digital products, why would you not spend time converting those to a printed product? Guys, it's a low-hanging fruit. It's just such an obvious thing to do. What you should do is start initiating the conversations with your past clients. I don't even care if you only have 10 clients. That's 5, but 10. Well, that's not 10. That's about 9 2/3. But it's important that you go out of your way to reestablish a connection with your existing clients. It could simply be that you're ringing up your clients and saying, hey, it's been wonderful to see you guys on social media. We're living in a tough time. I just want to see how you're going. Have a great conversation. Remind them there's nothing more important in this time that we're living in than time and health and the strength of our family and friends and the bond that we have with them. Hey, can I give you a gift voucher? By the way, you only did digital files with me. We have an incredible special at the moment where we'd like to offer you a 30 image album or 50 or 70 image album. So this could be a la the Young Book, because a Young Book on a 30-sided Young Book could cost like $200-300. It's like worth nothing, right? It's so affordable. So if you say it would normally cost $4,000, we will make it half price for you. Leave a deposit of $1,000, and then it'll be ready at this particular time and pay the balance. And you simply just get them to choose their 30 favorite photographs or 50 or 70. Now you have this easy way to actually convert your JPEG only weddings and portraits into printed product. Or if they've already bought albums, why not convert them to wall art? There are so many opportunities right there. It's just that we can't say to ourselves, well, because I'm suffering personally, everyone must be suffering. And then you see these records breaking on, all the holiday, what do they call it? Amazon Day or whatever they call it, or Black Friday or whatever. Like Cyber Monday, records are being shattered with all these sales that are going on because people are keeping their money a little bit closer. Just because you're suffering doesn't mean no one else is. And don't forget too, you may not be the kind of person that would buy from you. And as I've said many times before, since when did the Ferrari salesman drive home in a Ferrari? So we have to understand there is still a huge market, even now, for photography. In your area, you may not be able to photograph humans, not even potentially doing outdoor boudoir sessions on the beach, social distance, I don't know. Could you photograph pets? Yes. Why not go to your local dog trainer that, like, for example, it's fresh in my mind right now, but Zoe, for example, my youngest doodle there, she's going to be going to a 4-week training program. And I haven't done this yet because I know I'm going to get very busy, but I'm going to approach my dog trainer and basically say, for everyone who goes through a 4-week training program, can you give the pet owners a complimentary gift voucher valued at X amount of dollars? And what happens is now at the end of their training, when they're well behaved, they can sit on cue and demand whatever. I can socially distance outdoors, photograph these dogs, pets, cats, whatever it may be, and then with the permission of the owner of the pets, and basically offer a shot. Now, if you're cool about it, you would actually physically print that print. Like if you got an incredible Amalfi print from Graphi and it was looking all sexy and stunning, and you had an easel there and you had that print there, and you charge 500, 200, whatever it is that you want to charge, and that owner of that pet got reunited with the pet and said, hey, by the way, I want to let you know what your photographer has done for you. No obligation to buy. It's X amount of dollars, which they knew going into that, you know, the time and talent of the photographer was going to be included as a gift from the trainer. And all of a sudden, you're selling all these prints where that was not normally a thing. Now you're in the ecosystem of the community, photographing all these pet owners. And by the way, when things are safe, or if they already are safe, can I photograph your family? By the way, can I get to know your anniversary, birthdays of your children? Now you're sending out cards to, you know, in happy birthday, Christmas, Valentine's Day, and all these special offers, because pets are a very beautiful vehicle to get entrenched in your community. Let's say, for example, you're like, well, Jerry, look, nothing can happen. I can't even do that. But restaurants are open at 25% capacity. In New York that I was in last week, they actually had, you couldn't even eat indoors. It had to be outdoors. Well, how can I actually work with the local community? How can I give them value? What do I do? Well, go to your local strip mall, wherever it is that you live. Let's say here in the US, they're everywhere. Apart from the major cities, America is the same. It's all flat and beige, right? And apart from the country, like you sort of driving and all of a sudden there's a strip mall with 30 shops in there. What does every business need? Promotion, social media, and everyone would admit that they're not doing it very well. Well, who do they need? They need a photographer and they need a filmmaker. Now, you don't have to be an expert filmmaker. Flick that damn switch to freaking video, put it at 50 frames a second, put it at 1920 by 1080, and go shoot some stuff. It's not that difficult. So for a restaurant, for example, you would go to a restaurant and then you would buy their food. You would get to know the owner and say, I'm a local photographer. I would actually love to actually give your business value. Thank you for feeding us during this difficult time. How about I come and spend a day with you, socially distanced with a mask on, whatever, and get to understand the culture of it. Is it what you do? If you're a restaurant, perhaps the fire going off in the frying pan, perhaps the wine being poured, maybe the joy that you're bringing to so many people. We create social media content for a week for free. And it could be 10 pieces of content that go twice a day from Monday to Friday. Develop a campaign where they can hashtag different things and all these different things that you can do. Now, all of a sudden, you've developed goodwill. You've done service to someone who's been in the front line, so to speak. And now you say to them, look, I would love to continue doing this for you. And I'm sure you've seen a really good result as a result of what I've done for you. Hey, how about give me $50 a week and I'll give you 10 bits of content every single week. All I need to do is come to you once a month and do all of this for you. And then all of a sudden, I've got $50 a week from this one store. Now, imagine if you went to, say, 50 stores and you scored 10 of them, and then you got $50 from them, then all of a sudden you're making $500. That's $500 a week that you didn't make in the first place. Do you see what I'm getting at? Now, you're probably thinking, well, woe is me, things are tough, and things are tough. I'm acknowledging that, but it doesn't mean you have no choice. You can get out there, socially distanced, safe, and realize that you could be doing social media content for somebody else and realizing and getting into the community. And when things open up, they're going to actually be thanking you for all the attention that you've brought on their particular business because you have made a difference to them. See, when I started business, I thought to myself, what's in it for me? What can I get out of you? I quickly realized it's the other way around. I say now, what can I do for you? I spoil people in positions of power who have no choice but to actually look after me back. Now, here's the thing. There are many companies or people that might take advantage of you, and you're going to know when to draw the line, but that's okay, because I start with the philosophy of lowering my expectations of anything. So, and I know this sounds counterproductive, but I think the key to happiness, among many things, is expecting less. Most of us who get disappointed with something or someone is because I expected more from you, therefore I'm going to be upset. I see everything in life as a bonus. Things that I can control, that's up to me. Win, lose, or draw, that's up to me. But if I expect less from people and all I do is look after people out of empathy and goodwill, the energy that you put out there, and I'm telling you, even if you get 1 bite out of 10 and that becomes fruitful for you, that'll be worth it. That's the difference, is that too many of us have high expectations of everything and everyone, and then we spend our entire lives in the state of negativity and disappointment. We need to understand that everyone just wants to be seen, heard, loved, and respected, and realize that every single human being on the earth, race, religion, creed, color, doesn't matter. We are all storytellers. You think about it. You'll talk about your day. You'll talk about what's coming ahead. You'll talk about an interaction. Everyone is a storyteller. Now, when you add storytelling through the extension of the camera, through your hand, now that becomes very powerful. The fact is that we are in an industry, and photography is the most popular hobby in the world. And we think, well, how do you compete with everybody in the world? Well, you don't have to. That's the thing. There is plenty of work for everybody. We just have to realize it. I believe that we need to understand that you can compete with anyone in the world by acknowledging a couple of things. Let me explain. So let's say, for example, someone opened up a studio right next door to you, and you're like, okay, what do I do now? They're so much better than me. They're probably the same price or maybe even cheaper than me. What do I do? Where do I go? Oh my God. How do you compete with anyone in the world? Well, I believe it's by being meaningful. Let me explain. Some of you, for example, whether you're a parent, whether you're an uncle or an auntie, whether you're an older brother or an older sister, you may have a child one day give you a gift of a drawing. Small child, could be 3 years old, 4, 5, 10, whatever. They draw a picture and they give it to you with such pride. And they show you the photograph, the hand-drawn picture, crayon, whatever it may be. What do? You know that it was created with love, it was meaningful, it was beautiful, and guess what? You respond to it emotionally. Therefore, it's valuable. It was a piece of paper with a bit of ink on it or a bit of carbon on it or whatever it may be. The fact is it was meaningful. So even though that the drawing technically was actually terrible, it was stick figures. The proportions were all wrong. You drew out of, the color palette was ridiculous. It wasn't realistic and it was pretty terrible, but it was meaningful, therefore valuable. So once we understand that, you can literally compete with any photographer in the world. Me, freaking anyone, it doesn't really matter. Once you understand that, then that is very, very powerful because you run your own race. Why would you just copy someone else? Or why would you try to compete with price when you can just compete with being more meaningful? Because that's the difference, is people are searching for someone who will just listen to them. It's funny, many of you may have heard of this app this new social media app called Clubhouse. And I got introduced to it about a week or so ago, and I've been obsessed with it. Now, why? Well, this app, if you have never heard of it, it's called Clubhouse. And it basically is a social media app. The best way I can describe it is it's sort of like a Zoom call, but audio only. It's an audio only app where you can drop into a room of a preferred topic. You can actually host a room. You can be in a room and listen to people and listen to people's perspective, conversation. Everyone is equal. And it's an incredible perspective to understand that people have been thirsting for someone to just listen to what they have to say. And that's just it. It's not that difficult to actually acquire clients because we are all in need of that human interaction, that companionship, that empathy, because everyone's doing it tough right now. And like I said, sometimes when you get people in position of leadership or on camera, it's all hope. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing because I'm giving you hope right now, but half of our presentation was, let's be realistic. 2020 and 2021 it sucks really bad. And it's been very, very tough. And we have to acknowledge that. And not everyone is thriving under these conditions. And you've probably heard all these success stories. In many ways are very inspiring. In many ways it's like, well, I don't know. I can't really identify with that. So I'm telling you that we have to acknowledge that we're all in different situations, and there is someone always doing it worse, and there is someone that always doing it better. You know, when someone's doing it worse, you sort of feel better about your position. Someone's doing it better, you're like, maybe I'm not good enough. I'm not utilizing my time wisely. The thing is that, you've had this long to-do list, sitting on your desk, or it's in your brain, and you want to actually chip away at all these things, and you just haven't done it. You're barely keeping up, or maybe you're spending your time on social media trying to change someone's mind about their political affiliation, when, I don't know about you, but I have never been convinced of anything on social media. On Clubhouse, I can hear someone's expression, I can hear someone's annotation, I may just be convinced because it's a civil conversation, and I can understand your expression along with what you're saying. Whereas on social media that's written in the written form, it's hard to do that. So that's what I'm getting at, is I find that we need to understand everything has perspective, but there is so much hope out there as well at the same time. You have to understand it. But guys, you will never have this time ever again. This is the time where you have to sit there and say, all right, if I can't photograph, what else can I do for my business? See, I'm a strong believer of business owners should be working on their business rather than in their business. That's why I have never retouched a single photograph in my career. I do not do Photoshop. That's the one thing I don't teach. I can teach pretty much anything in this industry, but not Photoshop, because I will teach you how to pay someone to do it. Now, I get it. When we're starting out, we probably do everything ourselves. We can save money. But, if I taught you that, or I explained to you right now that for those 30 hours you're doing Photoshop every single week, and you were to pay someone to do it, $500, let's say, you might say, well, Jerry, I can't pay myself, let alone someone else $500. But if I said to you, wait a second, spend those 30 hours working on your business rather than in it, as in the marketing, bringing new clients, being more profitable, ordering new samples from Graphistudio, ordering magazines, all those different things, setting up for battle because you can't battle at the moment. Well, why wouldn't you do that? Again, I'm going to say we spend too much of our lives worrying about the 10% things that happen, where you should be focusing on the things that you can control. What you can control is, like I said, working on your pricing, working on your SEO, working on your website, networking with photographers, visiting that dog trainer to ally yourself with them to photograph the pets and dogs. It could be going or documenting, going to hospitals and documenting the plight of the frontline workers, developing goodwill, maybe producing a book or a calendar of celebrating these heroes. And all of a sudden, when things open up, who are they going to think of when they need a photographer? There are so many things that we can do right now, but it's so not fruitful sitting back and just waiting for that work to come in or reveling in your own misery. I'm saying, revel in your misery, feel it hard until you've run out of tears, and then put the Rocky music on and go and do something about it, because we are living in an incredible time in our life. But I'm telling you, I'd much rather be living in 2020 and 2021. Imagine if we were living in the times of the influenza of, 1918, where there was no internet, no communication, no vaccine that could be done like that. But just like that happened, we are living in a time that we had a vaccine within a year. There is hope. There is strength out there. I mean, some of us complain about wearing a mask for a day. People have been wearing a mask all day, every day for a year, literally with permanent creases in their face. And we complain about not being able to breathe for a day. There is always someone doing it tougher out there. And like I said, always someone doing it better. But we have to acknowledge where we are in life, what we want, and go for it. Life is too short, guys. We need to get out there. And I just know that, and there's going to be a lot of haters out there. There's going to be a lot of what I call bitches. And I'm sorry for using that word, Graphi, but, and I say that in a male and female sense, and there's people going to want to bring you down. But since when did anyone more successful than you hate on you? Probably never. Anyone that sees you as a threat or maybe give you some hate or anything like that, it's usually because they're not doing as well as you. All I know is that in this time that we're living in, I've learnt even more than I already have, because I've always been an empathetic person, to appreciate how fragile life is, to embrace the things I can control, understand what I can't, and affect people in a positive way. So when it comes to clients and they become sacred, and I'm not saying like everything should be, doom and gloom or, crying with their clients, which sometimes I do, but I'm just saying is that we have to turn this around. What's happening right now, there is such an incredible opportunity, but you have to be ready for battle. I say that every time. When someone starts a business and they want to quickly market themselves, and I say to them, well, do you know what you're going to charge? Do you know how you're going to work out what's the administrative workflow? If you were to get really busy, could you handle it? And they say, no. It's like you've barely built the castle, and then you're running out with no armor, no shield, no sword, and you're ready for battle, and like going, oh my God, wait a second, hold on a minute. Like, calm your farm, as we say in Australia. Slow down, take a step back. We are forced to take a step back at the current times that we're living in. Reinvent your business, recalibrate your business, recalibrate what you want out of life, and understand that that's the most important thing. It's funny, there's so much adversity that's been happening right now, but all I'm saying is that you have to understand what true success is. I remember speaking to a photographer who was doing a mentor session with me during one of my 5-day workshops. And I have 15 minutes with every single student, at least on a personal basis. And by the way, we're going to be finishing up in about 5 to 8 minutes, so just know that. And she was talking to me about like, oh, Jerry, I had kids and I took a step back from the industry. Now I come back in. I used to have a BMW. Now I have a van. I had all these clients and I stopped to have kids. Now I've got to go back into it. Like, I'm just not successful. And then I basically said to her, I said, well, have you had more fun with your family in the van or the BMW? Oh my God, the memories that I've had with my van are so amazing. We've gone on trips, we've gone to the beach, we've done this, that, whatever. I said, tell me about your relationship. And then she went on to say, I have an incredible relationship. My husband is a kind man. He's an incredible father to the children. And tell me about your kids. And she started telling me about the kids. And I'm like, oh my goodness, do you realize you are already successful? Because what does success mean? Success, in my mind, is many things, but certainly having time and having health is certainly a given. But the strength of understanding that you are probably already successful and you have the time to enjoy it has been a calibrator. And also, what's happened in the industry right now, events are almost non-existent. Think of like concert photographers and sports photographers. A lot of it's been tough. Now, I don't mean to... This is not just a cheap joke, but let's think about what's happening. More people are spending time with each other these days. People are conceiving more than they ever have at this time. People are proposing, I believe, more than ever before because they're looking at that loved one, a bit nervous about proposing or whatever, and like realizing that life is so short where I might as well propose because I've realized that, oh my goodness, nothing else matters. I love you. And proposals are happening. Now, what I was saying before, with a wink and a smile, there's more divorces happening than ever before. If you're a wedding photographer, let's look at the bright side. That means if there's divorce, you've got 2 more chances of the wedding in another year, 2, 3 years, or whatever it may be. There is so much hope out there. Families are connecting on a deep and meaningful way. Pets are like, what the hell are you doing here? I'm spending time without you all day, every day. What's going on? Like, what is this? What's going to happen is that at one point, things will go back to normal. I strongly encourage you and implore you that if you've strengthened your relationships and you've had to hustle in a different way, do not repeat history and go back to living a miserable life and spending all of your time working and not connecting with your families again, because what is it worth? If you are used to spending time with your family, protect that with everything you have. I personally, if you know me, I've done a lot in the industry, I've achieved a lot, but if you knew me personally and I asked you, what is the thing I value the most? What is my greatest achievement? It's my marriage. It's my relationships. And again, I'm none prouder than being with an incredible person, waking up, and my first impression is, I can't believe I'm married to the most beautiful person I've ever met. And I get to wake up to her every single day. And like I said, on Sunday or Saturday, we'll be celebrating 10 years of marriage. Once you are happy, like I said, you wish it for everybody. If you're a photographer and you're happy, you want to actually capture that for everybody. But it doesn't mean you have to do it for free. It doesn't mean you have to do it for nothing or a small amount. It's because what you're giving away, even more important than your time and your talent, is actually, or more than your talent, is your time. Time away from your family to give it to somebody else is the most important thing that you have. And that is worth something. I don't care whether you've just started. I don't care whether you don't understand lighting or posing. That is the most important thing. So learn to build trust and respect for yourself first, because without you being strong, you're no good to anyone. Realize that we as a community have an incredible opportunity to be part of the rebirth of a renaissance happening. And in this case, having stood by with Graphistudio for so many years and understanding their innovation, I look at what Maureen has done and Dario and the whole team at Graphistudio, Tullio. I've been seeing photographs of him, and you can even see, and I don't want to get personal here, but I've seen even Tullio, the godfather of Graphistudio, photographs that he shared going through the struggles that he has to support all these families has been such an incredible responsibility to see that even under adversity, Graphistudio continues to innovate, continues to invest in the future. And why wouldn't we come along for the ride? So I wish you strength. I wish you patience. I wish you resilience. But now's the time to do something about it. And now's the time to thrive and survive. I wish you all well.
Incredible. Well, Jerry, happy anniversary. And congrats to both you and Melissa.
Thank you.
Photographers tuning in today that have followed you for years, and then we have photographers that are new to the industry. And I want all of them to know that you've just heard an incredible, powerful message from our industry's most influential wedding photographer in the world. So Jerry, I mean, you have helped train hundreds of photographers with Graphi. So thank you for that. I mean, in many cases, you've saved their business. And you know that because they've told you that. You've helped increase their averages immensely. You've helped with sales and marketing, and the list is forever long. So I know we're just getting a lot of feedback on, will you be doing this again? And I'll let you answer that, because I think nodding your head is yes, we're going to be trying to help our industry, and you won't stop that. And then I think something else that's really important that our viewers that follow you, they've saw a different vulnerability today that they've not seen before. And I know I appreciate that, and they so appreciated that. So thank you, because you are a source of comfort for them. and they wanted to hear your story. And we need to be able to feel comfortable sharing our stories, because we all have been in a difficult situation. This is a difficult time for all of us right now. And we have to get ready to go to battle. I think those are wise words. And I'm going to stop talking because I want Dario to jump in a second. But my last thought is this. One of my favorite quotes, Jerry, is, and I just love this, to be a better photographer. This is your quote. You have to be a better person. And I think we just need to all remind ourselves of this, whether we're on social media, how we manage some of the issues we're dealing with in the US and around the world. If we could just remember these words, it will certainly lift the industry, and I believe it'll come back in many ways. So let's get ready for battle. And so thank you for being our guiding light.
Absolute pleasure. It was wonderful. I'll be honest with you, I didn't know what direction that was going to go in. It was sort of like a one-sided conversation. Hopefully it resonated.
It did, Jerry. And remember when a while ago you have introduced your new profile picture, your new headshot. And I remember that you posted it on Facebook and you said, well, you know what, I wasn't really planning for something like that, but I'm curious to know, what do you think about this picture? And remember that I told you, I commented that post and I wrote something like, well, actually, I believe that this powerful headshot shows something different. There's a different Jerry surfacing, not really different thing, but you know what I mean? So it was the first time that I saw you blossoming in all your incredible heart-driven nature, and I love that headshot. But actually, from that point on up, I saw you more and more. Let me say, sharing the love, the incredible quantity of love in your joyful heart, and like you did today. I can't thank you enough. This open-hearted conversation has been very inspiring, as well as with Cassandra before, or Ben, Chrisman. So we have been blessed, Maureen and Jeremy today. We had incredible talks with our friends, with the Graphi family, and well, I can't thank you enough, buddy. I love you, you know that, and so we couldn't find better words to close today. I'll be moved now to the final station for day 2 and for final greetings. While I let you spend a few words, I leave you here, Jerry, my Sarah. So
the price is right, girl.
Thank you again, and see you soon, my friend.
Thanks, Dario.
Pleasure. Yeah, absolute pleasure. See you, mate. Yeah, so Maureen was talking a bit before, briefly about some things that are happening in the future that we're working on together. I just wanted to tell you briefly about that. On February the 10th at 11 a.m. Pacific time, and I do apologize that we can't accommodate everyone in everyone's time zone, but February 10th, 11 a.m. On my Facebook page, so facebook.com/Jerry Ghionis, what we're going to do is we're going to do a live shoot. I'm going to be shooting for product. So I'll be getting a couple, photographing for a product, importing the photographs into Fundy software and designing a Graphistudio, an album and wall art all within 2 hours. So yeah, you'll see it out of camera. You'll see the whole process. Check us out. And beyond that, Maureen and I, and Jeremy for that matter, we've actually done several sales courses and marketing courses where we'll spend literally the whole day talking about actionable things that we can do in the industry right now, a few things of which I've touched upon, but how do you shoot for product? How do you sell it? How do you overcome objections and be very realistic? So if you hear Maureen and or her team and Jeremy and the team reach out to you regarding the possibility of joining in on one of those programs, please feel free to join us. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, I'll post all of that in the Graphistudio closed Facebook groups, and Jeremy as well. They have been incredible. In 2020, it was just a really good way for us to utilize our time, and the return has been amazing. So we really thank you for that.
Yeah, so I echo that. It was brilliant for the UK when you stayed up all night for the UK team over here. It was brilliant to have you over online, and I know everyone who was online there just really benefited massively from your inspiration. Thank you, and looking forward to doing some more over here as well.
Thank you, mate. Pleasure.
And Sarah, what a day. The last 2 days have been amazing.
Yeah, it's been an absolute roller coaster. Amazing to take part in. Such an honor.
I feel like we should do this more often. Like I was telling Jeremy, I didn't have to spend hours setting up a booth. I could do this. I mean, it looks like I'm fully dressed, and I am, but I'm here in my office.
Yeah,
And
you've got your PJs on the bottom though, haven't you? That's you're wearing your PJs down below you.
It was a bit more hectic here, have to say.
And we're able to read the world. And yes, it's a little bit more hectic for you, for sure, Sarah, because you guys had all of the heavy lifting and the hard work.
Oh, look at Jerry's slippers. Pants?
So I saw these last week and I'm like, oh my goodness, like Champion, you know, the brand, and they've made these little furry slippers. And I'm like, these are freaking awesome. They're obnoxious as hell. But I'm like, I'm going to wear them at home. And yeah, that's what I'm wearing right now as I speak. It's comfortable. Oh my God, it's amazing.
Be working and being comfortable, right? And not in high heels. But I'm Sarah, you're probably in high heels, so I'm sorry for that.
I'm not. I'm in very fancy knee-high boots.
Oh, good. Well, what a fabulous 2 days. Tomorrow we have a lot more. We have podcasts, and I really wanted to express on behalf of everybody that's tuning in. Sarah, thank you so much, and Jerry, it's been amazing. So thank you on behalf of all of the Graphistudio family, myself. I can't express enough how grateful I am to have you guys in my lives. Thank you.
Yeah, and you know what? Having done the last fully live one with you guys over there, Sarah, I know exactly what's gone on behind the scenes. And I actually really, really take my hat off to Dario, because having shared that task with him last time, you know, he's done that 100% pretty much on his own, and that's been serious effort from him. And you know, if I was wearing one, hat would be off to that, because that's a great job today. And the rest of the team behind the scenes, I know we got amazing content tomorrow, Maureen, but yeah, that's a fabulous 2 days worth of effort from Dario. So massive appreciation for that. Although, Maureen, I would love to be there. You know, we miss each other, the real life connections. And that's one of the great things about some of the shows that we have. We do get to touch and hold hands and say hi and all those things that we miss so much. And so I'm looking forward to at least being able to get out and see people before too long, which I know we will do too.
I am too. And I remember I was in Jerry's MasterClass, and he had everybody stand up. He's like, stand up if I've hugged you, if I've like talked to you. In the entire room, there's like thousands of photographers stood up. So Jerry, this has to be, you know, a really, you know, this is filling in the void, but I know how you make a connection that shows. Unlike, you know, to have a room of 2,000 stand up because you've hugged them or you've greeted them, you've acknowledged them. That's pretty powerful. So I'm looking forward to that.
The very first time I met Jerry, he gave me a big hug. And he had no clue. I was a one person in a sea of hundreds of people. And he gave me a big hug. I remember that was about 5 years ago, I think.
I collect them, but the blessing and the curse is this. I'm probably single-handedly responsible for COVID amongst photographers. So
You shared the love, Jerry, shared the love.
God willing, that WPPI goes forward in August.
It's a long time ago.
We'll see what happens. I think we should all wear Graphistudio onesies with like a little acrylic, and then we can hug safely. Or maybe we'll you know, knuckle punch or something like that. So we'll see what I collect in the future. We'll see what we can do safely.
Happy anniversary, guys! But just before, I wanted to get that in while I had a chance. Happy anniversary to you too. Lots of love.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Cool. So I think we need to wind this up now, Maureen, and hand back over to Dario for a close for today. But I know we've got some astonishing content set up for tomorrow as well. So I'm looking forward to that too. And I know we won't be so live tomorrow, but I'm really looking forward to some of the stuff that we've got lined up there. So yeah. So Jerry, great to see you online again. Another hour of inspiration from, you know, sitting watching YouTube behind the scenes on the sofa. It's brilliant, actually. I thoroughly enjoyed that. And thank you again for sharing, you know, all that you've shared. Loads of great comments from people and very inspirational. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for also all the collection. I'm so excited about it. Can't wait to get my hands on it. So yeah, thank you for your patience and your trust over the years to finally make that a reality.
Yeah, this can be rewatched again. So for all of you that are tuning in and that you'd like to go back and rewatch it, that's what's nice about doing these lives is you can continue to go back and watch it again and again. And then again, for all of you that are at Imaging USA in the Graphistudio booth and lounge, please look at the Graphi show special. And we look forward to working with all of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
Okay, thank you. Ciao. See you guys soon.
Take care, everybody. See you again soon, hopefully. Bye.
Bye, Jeremy.
Bye, guys.
What a day. Let me say, what a day. What an incredibly inspirational talk with Jerry. If yesterday was the technical day with so many tips and tricks from shooting to lighting to marketing, today was the hard day, let me say, with incredible stories with Ben Chrisman, with incredible stories from Cassandra Jones, and this final speech with Jerry Ghionis. The three of them have touched our heart deeply. I'm sure that you had goosebumps as me. I can't thank enough our friends out there, our Graphi family, nowadays spread out onto the world, but very soon we will be together again in the home of all the photographers, this beautiful castle, this location from which we are broadcasting live day 2 today and day 3 tomorrow. So, this has been challenging, technically speaking, without my friends here, our staff, our crew, without the committed guys at the HQ, this would have not been possible. But we made it again because we want to be with you, we want to support you, and like I said yesterday, we want to keep the light on. We want to carry on, we want to be there for you, and when the time will come, we will be together. So thank you for having been with us on day 2 of Imaging USA Virtual Show 2021, live from Castle Ceconi. See you tomorrow for day 3 with even more contents, incredible roundtables with, you will see, with decision makers, spin doctors, influencers, mentors, entrepreneurs. It's plenty of knowledge even in day 3. Thank you for being with us. Good night. See you tomorrow. Ciao.
iStock Audio. iStock Audio.
Iniziamo a caricare e andiamo